After 10,000 years, she finally became the ruler of hell. But the moment she ascended the Demon King's throne, she removed her mask and announced loudly to all demons, "I, Wujianga, want to go home." The news stunned all the leaders. She had already attained everything a Demon King could want. So why go back to that dull human world? The truth was, Wujianga never cared for her demonic powers. In 10,000 years, she hadn't had a single normal human meal. Now, she just wanted a bowl of Autan sauerkraut beef noodles. And in all 9 hells, there wasn't a single person she found attractive. She just wanted to go back to Earth and experience a love that doesn't end in heartbreak. At that, a curvaceous demon leader stepped forward. She was the only succubus queen among the 9 hells, the goddess in the hearts of all hellish creatures. Demon King, that's just cruel of you. Haven't you already won Lilith's heart? Faced with this delusional tentacle monster, Wujianga spoke bluntly on the spot. As the Demon King, I order you to stay far away from me. Clearly, this tentacled succubus didn't match human beauty standards. To Wujianga, even her red-haired general was cuter than Lilith. That only strengthened her resolve to return. Over the past 10,000 years, she had devoured every demon palace for this day. Today was the day the gate of time and space would open. Wujianga had red hair prepare a 7-palace dance performance. As the black mage chanted the spell, demonic energy exploded above the Demon King's hall and surged into Wujianga's body. The space before her began. The portal was about to open. But behind her came Meijiang's tearful cry. Demon King, Lilith wants to go with you. After 10,000 years together, she really was a bit reluctant. But in the next second, Wujianga saw something on Lilith. Disgusting bubbles rising on her skin. All affection instantly vanished. She bid farewell to her life in hell for the past 10 millennia. Wujianga flew straight into the spatial rift. Just as she thought she'd finally return to Earth, the system issued a warning. Your power level is too high. The system cannot support it. Then Wujianga felt her magical energy fading from her body. Warning. System initiating restrictive seal. Dizzy and disoriented, Wujianga opened her eyes in pain. The warm sunlight and lush forest. This must be Earth. Wujianga opened her status panel to check, and then something unexpected happened. The system informed her that her 10,000 years of power had been sealed. But before she could cry out, a few ugly goblins pounced on her in the next second. Wait, why would there be such creatures on Earth? No time to think. Wujianga quickly gathered power in her right hand. But before she could finish charging, the magic energy suddenly disappeared. It seemed the magic energy here wasn't as dense as in the 10,000 Demon Hall. Looks like I'll have to use that move. In the next second, a blade of power grew instantly from Wujianga's right arm. With just one strike, she wiped out all the goblins. At that moment, the system notified her that she had reached level 4, surrounded by the corpses littering the ground. Wujianga unleashed her Demon Lord predation power. This skill not only allowed her to absorb magic energy, but also analyze information about the current monsters. Suddenly, the system alerted her that she had obtained a bit of magic energy. Wujianga froze in shock. How could there possibly be magic energy that only existed in hell here? That meant she hadn't returned to Earth at all. Wujianga couldn't accept it. This was what she had persevered for over 10,000 years. Just then, a scream suddenly rang out in the distance. The sound didn't seem like it was made by a monster. Maybe it's a human. Wujianga was overjoyed and rushed toward the source of the sound. Along the way, she kept reassuring herself. As long as it has 2 eyes and 1 mouth, I'm satisfied. As long as it's human, please don't let there be any mishaps. It seemed there were more goblins up ahead. The scene gradually became clearer. Not only did the person have a nose and eyes, but to Wujianga's frenzy, she was also a girl and she hadn't grown any extra limbs. Wujianga instantly burst into tears of joy. Just as the girl was about to give up struggling, Wujianga dashed in and stomped the goblins before her. She easily defeated all the goblins in a few moves, even though the girl was rescued from a goblin den. After not seeing a human for 10,000 years, the man still reached out his hand. The girl slowly extended her hand and said, "Thank you." The warmth that only humans possessed spread from her hand. Wujianga's heart began to pound violently. It was the feeling of falling in love. The girl looked a bit shy, gazing at the trembling man. Thank you for saving me. My name is Hanshuya. Are you okay?" In the next second, Wujianga grabbed the girl's hand. Under the girl's astonished gaze, he "Let's get married." Although Wujianga had just saved her, you still can't propose marriage the moment you meet someone. Wujianga realized the problem. Love needs to progress gradually. Sorry, I got a little excited. It's been so long since I've seen a normal girl. You're Hanshuya, right? Is your injury okay? The girl shyly pulled her hand away and said, "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just a scratch." But right after saying that, a sharp pain shot through her knee. In the next second, she lost her balance and fell onto the man. Before Wujianga could even register the warmth of her body, she suddenly saw her phone fall out. In that moment, Wujianga realized she was on Earth, and the time on the phone said it was the year 2023. That meant only 5 years had passed on Earth. but she still didn't understand what these goblin monsters were. While bandaging her wound, Wujiangu asked what had happened. I came here to the portal to hunt alone, actually. I just awakened as a player, and I'm only level 6 right now. I didn't really know better, so I came into a level 1 dungeon on my own. So stupid, but thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, I would have been captured by those goblins. Speaking of which, you're so strong. Why are you here? Wujiangu gave an awkward smile. Actually, she was only level 4. Turns out her low level was the reason she got sent to a low-level dungeon. While talking, Wujiangu accidentally touched the girl's shoulder. The inexperienced girl instantly blushed bright red. Then, enduring the pain, she quickly stood up. Seeing her struggle to stand steady, Wujiangu quickly and kindly supported her. Here, you're not in good shape. Let me walk you back. Han Shuya led her to the teleportation gate, then shyly let go of her hand. I feel much better now. Let's head out. As the blinding light flashed, Wujiangu opened her eyes. The scene before her filled her with excitement. The streets were bustling, and the people all had normal, two-eyed faces. A world without tentacle monsters was beautiful. There were recruitment ads for hunting parties everywhere. She couldn't help but tear up with joy. Meanwhile, Han Shuya quietly watched the excited man. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Want to come to my place for a meal? I'm really grateful you saved me earlier, even though I caused you trouble. Wujiangu was so moved she nearly died on the spot, but she still pretended to be polite. It's really okay, no need. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted them. Two people had arrived to check their player IDs. Han Shuya was fine, but Wujiangu was in trouble. With no other option, she had to use that move. In the next moment, Wujiangu's pupils flashed green. It was the trial of blindness, devoured from the Tali demon. It could deceive not only the eye, but also distort perception. And just like that, she easily fooled them. The girl's family conditions were modest. They lived in a building without an elevator. But this familiar scene made Wujiangu genuinely feel that she had truly come back. Of course, the best part was getting to visit the girl's home. But before she could enjoy it for a few seconds, she realized Han Shuya's mother was also home. The aunt warmly thanked Wujiangu and immediately arranged. Wujiangu politely accepted on the surface, but secretly thought, Auntie, honestly, that's not what I want to eat. Then, while they were cooking, Wujiangu borrowed a phone and quickly caught up on the news of the past few years. 5 years ago, many portals suddenly appeared all over the world, and monsters kept coming through the portals. Moreover, modern firearms were almost useless against the monsters. While emergency meetings were being hastily convened worldwide, Nation Inn suddenly saw the awakening of Guardian players. After that, the number of players around the world surged. Only then were the incoming monsters finally stopped. At that moment, Wujiangu realized she was the one who had been teleported to hell through a portal back then. While she was still thinking about it, the aunt came over with the food. Wujiangu was shocked. The dish was the old tin pickled cabbage she had yearned for, day and night during the 10,000 years. 1 bite, 2 bites. Then she simply picked up the bowl and started eating. 10,000 years ago, when she first arrived in hell alone. In order to survive, she had to gnaw on demon corpses. The taste was nauseating, but the young girl still endured it. In the dark hell, the only thing that kept her sane was her deep longing to return home. Tears streamed down as she ate. At last, she realized she had truly come back. Wujiangu spoke softly. This is so delicious, Shuya. Thank you. Han Shuya's face turned slightly red, and she said, I'm the one who should thank you. Then, thoughtfully, she even brought over the whole pot of food. However, just as Wujiangu was joyfully devouring the feast, the door was suddenly flung open. A vague figure of an uninvited guest appeared. I heard you awakened as a player? Good. I'll take you to have some fun with them now. The mother beside them couldn't help but step forward and plead. Please, let your sister go. Mom will earn more money for you. But at this moment, the blonde thug showed no sign of familial affection. He shoved his mother aside violently. Give it a rest, old lady. The only thing you've ever contributed to this family is giving birth to a decently pretty little sister. Though the girl absolutely hated her beast of a brother, she had only just awakened as a player, and he had already undergone a second awakening. There was no way she could take him on. The next moment, a loud slurping sound interrupted the blonde guy. I'm trying to discipline my sister here. Who's the idiot eating over there without a clue? Seeing the man who had just walked in, the blonde guy let go of his sister. Hey, punk, are you blind or something? Get lost. But Wujiangu didn't even bother acknowledging him. The temptation of Lao Ten's sauerkraut noodles was irresistible. The next second, the blonde guy snapped. He kicked over the man's bowl and the table along with it. Wujiangu froze in place. This meal was something he had waited 10,000 years to savor. Nothing mattered more than this bowl of Lao Ten's sauerkraut noodles. He knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the scattered food. The sight left even the blonde guy stunned. Where'd you find this stinky beggar? He said, giving the man a few kicks. The next second, the man glared at him with deadly intent. Even a twice-awakened man felt a chill from that look in his eyes. But how could he know that the man before him was the strongest demon, returned from hell? The blonde guy suddenly sensed that this person was no pushover. A terrifying force erupted from Wujiangu's hand. In the next instant, a sudden burst of magic struck the blonde guy. But that meager attack couldn't even break Wujiangu's defense. Jianyu, I'll hold him off. You run. That spell came from Han Shuya. Even though she was in danger herself, she was still worried about Wujiangu's safety. But in the next second, the man's fisty suddenly released a black blade. He moved too fast to see clearly. Wujiangu had already shot forward. But to the blonde guy, it didn't look that fast. Just as he prepared to take the attack head-on, Wujiangu suddenly pulled back his fist and instantly raised his leg in a swift kick. The man, sent flying, finally realized it had been a feint. But due to the current seal, he was still only level 4 and couldn't use his full strength. But how could they have known that? What Wu Jiangyu accumulated over 10,000 years wasn't just strength and magic, but also his honed combat skills. After a few moves, the man was knocked to the ground. But of course, it wasn't over yet. Wu Jiangyu stepped on his head. What are you doing? You knocked over my pickled cabbage soup. How are you going to compensate? But the blonde thug was still defiant. You beat me up for a lousy bowl of pickled cabbage soup? But he had no idea that those words hit Wu Jiangyu's sore spot. Lousy pickled cabbage soup? You dare call it lousy pickled cabbage soup? Wu Jiangyu grabbed his head again and smashed it hard against the floor. Shouted, say, old tan pickled cabbage is the best in the world. The blonde thug had no choice but to shout tearfully, old tan pickled cabbage is the best in the world. But Wu Jiangyu was still not satisfied. Louder. With feeling. Meanwhile, Han Shuya, watching from the side, was completely stunned. What on earth was going on with her savior? After venting, Wu Jiangyu coldly stared at the barely recognizable blonde thug. You better not let me see you eating braised beef. At that moment, the half-dead man finally understood one truth. In this world, good food must never be taken lightly. The consequences for the blonde thug were obvious. Considering his sister was present, Wu Jiangyu merely made him kowtow 300 times to the instant noodles and spared his life. Although he was beaten badly and had to wash dishes, and even had his jacket taken away by Wu Jiangyu, the blonde thug was still indignant inside. He was even thinking about calling his guild members for revenge, but Wu Jiangyu simply didn't care. For him, lying down and playing on a phone was already a luxury. In hell, sleeping, eating, even breathing peacefully were unattainable dreams. Kid, you'd better cherish your life. Got it? Even though you're Shuya's brother, I never planned to let you off easily. He then grabbed the blonde thug by the collar and said gently, I won't kill you, but sometimes death is the better choice, isn't it? Then he smiled kindly and unleashed the demon bask skill, fear. The blonde thug immediately felt like a giant hand had gripped him. The overwhelming fear made him suffocate. Wu Jiangyu understood that from this moment on, the man would be nothing more than a walking corpse, and that dreadful fear would haunt him for life. But Wu Jiangyu didn't think he was cruel. After all, he was a demon. Yet at this moment, in Han Shuya's heart, after just being saved, Wu Jiangyu was nothing short of divine. The man himself didn't notice any of this. All he could think about now was making money and trying every kind of instant noodle, because clearly, Shuya had no money, and her mother was lying sick in bed. The next second, something called a magic stone caught his attention. Wu Jiangyu immediately told Han Shuya to hand over the magic stones that dropped from the goblins. He gave the stone a quick scan, but something felt off. There was no magic energy in it. So where had that energy boost come from when he fought those monsters? Maybe diving into a few more dungeons would clear things up, he thought. So he asked Han Shuya to take him to the player management bureau. Looking at the adorable girl beside him, Wu Jiangyu understood the top priority now was regaining his strength. Otherwise, he couldn't even protect this little angel in front of him. On the subway, Wu Jiangyu stared at his newly reissued ID card. He couldn't help but reflect. He'd been gone for 5 years, and no one even remembered him. Turns out, he had always been alone. Just then, the girl beside him interrupted his thoughts. Look how beautiful it is outside. We're almost there. As soon as they got off the train, the girl handed him a phone. This was my old one. I don't have money right now, so use this for now. Once I earn more, I'll buy you a new one. It was just a phone, but the Demon King was deeply moved. She really was an angel, far better than that tentacle freak. Wu Jiangyu arrived at the testing room. Here, players could test their awakening level. Most people awaken at C level or D level. B level if they're lucky. Awakening at V level was extremely rare, and S levels, even rarer. So far, only 5 people in the country had awakened at S level. Each of them led their own guild. Although Wu Jiangyu was only level 4 now, once his magic returned, he would surely meet people of that level. And being a demon by nature, there could be unexpected conflicts. Just then, a staff member called Wu Jiangyu over for testing. The test was to determine the awakening rank of new players. All he had to do was inject energy into the orb. The murkier the orb glowed, the higher the rank. Wu Jiangyu placed his hand on it, but hesitated to inject his power. What if I'm too strong? What then? The moment he touched the orb, it burst into a dazzling light. But just as Wu Jiangyu was feeling smug, the lady informed him, "Congratulations, your assessed level is level 1. You will receive a level 1 player card. And just a friendly reminder, those with abilities below D rank need to apply for a guardian to." Wu Jiangyu looked helpless. The mighty Demon King awakening at the lowest level. How ridiculous. And now needing protection? Absolutely absurd. If my little red had heard about this, she'd lose her mind. To level up, he needed to either attend basic education courses or increase the amount of magic stone transactions, meaning he had to keep killing monsters and collecting magic stones. Naturally, Wu Jiangyu chose the second option. Just as he was about to leave, he was called back. "Don't you want to register for the basic courses?" Wu Jiangyu immediately refused. A Demon King taking basic classes? Ridiculous. The receptionist understood. He probably felt too humiliated by his low level. However, just seconds after Wu Jiangyu left, even S-rank awakeners like Jiang Xiandao had only achieved a gray glow. Maybe the crystal ball was broken? But when his hand touched the crystal ball again, it actually shattered into 2 halves. The guild staff were shocked at first, but eventually concluded the crystal ball must have been faulty. After all, even when the strongest S-rank by Jiang Xian awakened, the ball only turned dark gray. Wu Jiangyu, however, saw none of this. At the moment, he was even starting to doubt himself. Could it be that my 10,000 years of hell training only amounts to a low-level awakening on Earth? Oh well, better go clear a couple of dungeons first. After all, he was dirt poor right now. However, just as he arrived at the dungeon gate, a burly stranger called out to him. Wu Jiangyu immediately sensed trouble, but he thought, "I've just returned to Earth. I haven't offended anyone yet." The bear-like man before him was called Uncle Tai. Actually, he was just inviting him to join a team. However, when they found out Wu Jiangyu was only level 1 and hadn't had his second awakening yet, Tai's teammates looked at him with disdain. They worried he'd drag the team down during a fight. But the burly, scar-faced Uncle Tai kindly invited him anyway, because he feared the low-leveled Wu Jiangyu would be in danger alone. And actually, this uncle was only 24 years old. He just looked weathered from enduring the hardships of the past 5 years. Though Wu Jiangyu appreciated the kindness, he still declined, because he had already explored this goblin nest once before. To him, it wasn't a big deal. But before he left, Uncle Tai warned him. This place wasn't just a goblin nest. There was also a goblin chieftain. Its strength and speed far exceeded ordinary monsters. Even C-class squads didn't dare to challenge it easily. Hearing the kind warning, Wu Jiangyu couldn't help but feel touched. His first trip out, and someone was already looking out for him. Maybe there really were a lot of good people in this world. But what happened next quickly shattered that thought. Wu Jiangyu arrived at the goblin village. There were a ton of monsters. But to Wu Jiangyu, these small fries weren't even worth noticing. With a few slashes, he cut down swaths of them. It was like harvesting grain in a field. Even when the goblins swarmed him, he still decapitated them one by one. Even the last few who tried to surrender in fear, Wu Jiangyu showed no mercy. To him, this was valuable experience. But pity the goblins. They were facing extinction. Then, the system suddenly notified him. Goblin defeated. Level increased to 8. Wu Jiangyu has gained 1 point of demonic energy. So leveling up also grants demonic energy? He casually picked up a goblin corpse. If the energy didn't come from magic stones, could it be that the demonic energy was inside the monster itself? Wu Jiangyu instantly activated his demonic devouring ability. As he slowly scanned the body, he sensed that familiar energy. Sure enough, the demonic energy was stored inside the freshly killed monster. A smile crept across his face. Sell the magic stones for money. Absorb energy from corpses. Truly the best of both worlds. In no time, only goblin skeletons remained on the... He was going to make a fortune selling today's magic stones. Then he'd take Shueya out for some fried chicken tonight. She'd be thrilled. But just as he was about to leave, an angry roar echoed behind him. A massive figure slowly emerged. The powerful monster before him was the goblin chieftain. In that moment, Wu Jiangyu lost his composure. He could feel it clearly. This creature radiated terrifying power, and the glowing aura around its hands felt eerily familiar. Yes, that powerful energy was pure magic, the kind he'd only encountered while slaying demon kings in hell. No time to think. Wu Jiangyu drew his blade. Trying to show off magic power before a demon king is just making a fool of yourself. Leader Hope wasted no words and immediately launched an attack. Wu Jiangyu skillfully parried his moves. However, in the next second, Hope unleashed a powerful strike. His strength exploded as he charged in close. Wu Jiangyu hadn't expected him to be not only strong, but also fast. At this point, Wu Jiangyu was almost overwhelmed. Even after striking with all his might, he couldn't crack Hope's armor. Hope was clearly no ordinary goblin. Yet in the next moment, Wu Jiangyu smiled. No matter how strong you are, you're just a minion whose underlings were slaughtered. He casually picked up a goblin's skullcap and tossed it at Hope. Though it caused no damage, it completely enraged the goblin commander. Seizing the moment, Wu Jiangyu instantly unleashed the demon Crossel's rage power, but instead of using the power to buff himself, he transferred it on. In the next second, Hope grew even stronger and charged at Wu Jiangyu in a fury. While the ability multiplied the opponent's strength several times, the price was a curse of madness and loss of rationality. Hope was now attacking wildly without thinking. This made it easier for Wu Jiangyu to find an opening. The next moment, Hope exposed a fatal flaw. Wu Jiangyu gathered all his strength for a full-powered strike. Hope, riddled with openings, collapsed with a thud. At that moment, the system notification appeared. Successfully defeated a C-rank monster. Level up to level 11. Congratulations on your second awakening. The new awakening skill allowed him to absorb magic energy even faster. Wu Jiangyu immediately began testing it. He grabbed Hope's head and activated his predation power. In just a few seconds, Hope turned into a pile of bones. Wu Jiangyu then released his own magic energy to test the results. To his surprise, his magic power had tripled. And more importantly, he seemed to have touched the seal of the 10,000 Demon Hall. Indeed, each level up loosened the seal a little further. But for now, the priority was to gather magic stones and treat Han Shueya to a meal. That night, the two of them went to Wu Jiangyu's long-awaited fried chicken restaurant. Although he said it was to treat the girl to dinner, Wu Jiangyu was the one eating nonstop, barely even glancing at Han Shueya. At that moment, Han Shueya raised a deadly question. Is this fried chicken really that good? Which one do you think tastes better, the fried chicken or my pickled cabbage? Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, of course, your cooking is better. The next second, Han Shueya let out an adorable laugh. I'm just messing with you here. You can have my drumstick too. Jiangyu, by the way, do you have any family or friends? That question made Wu Jiangyu freeze mid-bite. I have no friends, no family, and no home. Then Han Shueya asked the real question of the day. So where are you sleeping tonight? Seeing Wu Jiangyu go silent, the girl hesitated, then spoke. If you don't mind, you can stay at my place. Wu Jiangyu shyly accepted her offer. That one topic quickly brought them closer. Wu Jiangyu took out the 3 million won from selling today's magic stones. He handed it all to Han Shueya. What? No way. You saved me. How could I take your money? If it makes it easier, just think of it as rent and food expenses. The girl was so moved, she nearly burst into tears. Then I'll cook you something good every single day. Looking at the sweet girl in front of him, for the first time, Wu Jiangyu felt what it was like to have a home. If he could live like this from now on, who needs to be the Demon King? But of course, the story wouldn't end that easily. Han Shueya mentioned that the West Medic portal nearby had reopened. To protect this girl, he had to keep leveling up. So that night, they went back to Han Shueya's home. She said she'd cook for him every day from now on out. And what Wu Jiangyu wanted wasn't girls, but sweet, loving romance. But in the middle of the night, the girl knocked on his door. That part's a bit boring. Let's skip it for now. Early the next morning, Wu Jiangyu headed to the regional portal. He urgently needed to level up and awaken. He had to protect that little angel, Han Shueya. According to her, the Western medics could only hear but had poor vision, and they were especially afraid of fire. Without hesitation, Wu Jiangyu unleashed Andrus's hellfire. At first, the Western medics scoffed arrogantly. What's that little flame gonna do? But the next second, roaring flames engulfed their bodies. Panicked, they all dove into the river, only to realize the flames wouldn't go out. Because hellfire didn't burn the body, it burned away the life force. After easily finishing off a few of them, Wu Jiangyu opened the system panel and realized that leveling up really had slowed since awakening. Come to think of it, why did the name Andrus sound so familiar? Before he could figure it out, a voice spoke up behind him. Judging from your gear, you're solo, right? How about joining our guild and hunting together? Wu Jiangyu glanced at the emblem on their chests. It looked a bit familiar. After asking, she realized they were from the Andrus Guild, the same guild as Han Shueya's blonde brother. Better be cautious. No thanks. I prefer hunting alone. After saying that, she turned and walked away in front of them. At that moment, the only girl in the guild team spoke up. Brother, if we just let her go back like this, how are we supposed to explain to those above? The few exchanged glances. Beating her half dead shouldn't be a problem, right? Let's have a little fun today. At this moment, Wu Jiangyu had no idea about their plans. She was currently roasting Westians and absorbing magic energy. Almost all the nearby Westians had been wiped out by her alone. She was just thinking about where to get more experience points. When those people came looking for her again, kid, we're just here to check how the new player's hunting is going. Even though she knew they meant trouble, Wu Jiangyu still calmly replied. As you can see, I've hunted all the Westians around here, but I don't see any Westian corpses. Wu Jiangyu had no intention of telling them that she had devoured the corpses to absorb their magic energy. I threw all their bones into the river. Want to go have a look? Facing her taunts, the men were getting agitated. Their underlings were itching to attack, but were stopped by the leader. I have my own way. Keep acting cocky, kid. Let's see if you can still laugh later. As he spoke, he slowly drew his weapon. Wu Jiangyu was actually looking forward to it. In 10,000 years, I've stabbed countless monsters, but never a human. However, the man didn't attack her. Instead, he struck his own arm with his sword. A loud clanging sound echoed from his bracer. He then turned to his teammates, telling them to prepare defensive magic. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the forest. The man laughed triumphantly. Judging from the sound, there must be at least a dozen Westons coming. If you kneel and beg now, maybe we'll help you out. Hearing that, Wu Jiangyu couldn't help but laugh. So that's your plan? I thought you had some amazing trick. I already knew noise would attract Westons. Since that's the case, why don't I help you guys out? The next moment, Wu Jiangyu erupted with magic energy. Hands pressed together, she unleashed the power of thunderous roar. With a boom, a thunderous blast echoed through the entire forest. But Wu Jiangyu wasn't done yet. Power exploded as she stomped the ground. With a loud bang, a massive crater formed beneath her feet. The guild members stared in shock. Is she trying to die here along with us? Footsteps suddenly echoed from all directions. Almost every Western medic within the barrier was crawling toward them. One of the guild's female members was already terrified out of her mind. One man shouted, "You maniac! What good is dying here with us going to do you?" The next second, Wu Jiangyu leapt up and landed on a tree branch. A ghostly laugh escaped her lips. Who said I was dying with you? She unleashed the power of silence. The Western medics that had just been charging at her suddenly turned and rushed toward the guild members. At last, the man realized. This guy actually had a skill that manipulated sound. But it was already too late to realize that. With so many enemies, their shield wouldn't last more than a few seconds. The next moment, his sister collapsed in front of him, and his teammates had already become the medic's next meal. Faced with such a bloody scene, the man could only cover his mouth, terrified to make a sound. In desperation, he actually looked to Wu Jiangyu for help. I was wrong. Please, help me. Watching him try to scream, but not daring to make a sound, Wu Jiangyu let out a gentle smile. Hang in there, senior. An angry roar erupted the next second. But before he could finish his cry, a Western medic pounced on him. Wu Jiangyu silently watched it all unfold. Looks like those medics were really starving. As for her, she never forgets a grudge. All right, my little darlings, you've eaten enough. Now it's my turn. When it comes to enemies, she never shows mercy. The next moment, Wu Jiangyu turned toward the squad and activated her devour skill. But aside from the already dead medics, she couldn't absorb any energy. Then came the system prompt. Target is protected by the Gaia system. Devour failed. Looks like she still couldn't absorb energy from dead players. But that's not really a big problem. As long as there's magic energy from monsters, it's enough. Besides, the magic stones from the squad could also be sold for money. After absorbing everything, Wu Jiangyu casually used a skill. Sure enough, the quality of her magic energy had improved. The next moment, the system prompted. Congratulations! You have unlocked the third awakening. The new awakening skill allows extraction of magic energy from magic stones. Wu Jiangyu was stunned. That means after devouring monsters, she could also absorb magic stones to level. Wait, maybe she wouldn't even need to kill monsters for magic stones. There were plenty of squads like that around. At this moment, many ideas popped into Wu Jiangyu's mind. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wu Jiangyu returned to her cozy little home. Even though she was a ruthless demon king outside, at home, she was a complete glutton. She finished the meal Han Shuya had prepared in seconds. At that moment, Han Shuya thoughtfully brewed her some lemon tea. Jiangyu, have you heard? Recently, killer players have been appearing from the portals. They hide their levels and attack regular players. Wu Jiangyu thought, could they be talking about me? But after thinking carefully, no. I just got back, and I cleaned up the scenes very thoroughly. There's no way anyone would find out. With that doubt in mind, Wu Jiangyu went to the boundary again the next day. If there really were killer players, they must have plundered a lot of magic stones, and a large amount of magic stones was exactly what Wu Jiangyu needed. But when she arrived at the boundary, she found nothing. She only dealt with a few remaining lizard men. Just as she was about to sit down and rest, the next second Wu Jiangyu heard a faint sound nearby. She instinctively leaped up and unleashed the power of the firmament. Sure enough, a commotion broke out in the distance, and the voices sounded very familiar. Wu Jiangyu quietly crept behind the group, and sure enough, the blue-haired man ahead was none other than Uncle Tai, who had kindly offered to help her before. On the ground lay an injured player. Wu Jiangyu had seen that player before. It was the rogue-type player who couldn't find a party a few days ago. She had finally managed to form a team, only for her teammates to try and kill her. It seemed that these two men were the rumored killer players, and Uncle Tai was trying to protect his dying teammate. But the two attackers had no intention of letting her go. At this moment, they feared attracting more attention and wanted to finish off Uncle Tai quickly. Unfortunately, Uncle Tai's defense was too strong. Even with both of them being third awakened, it was still hard to break through his second awakening defenses. It seemed like the two weren't going all out, as if they were intentionally sparing his life. Wu Jiangu saw it all clearly, although Uncle Tai had kindly invited her to team up earlier. As a demon king, Wu Jiangu didn't feel like meddling, but the next second, she still stepped forward, not to protect Uncle Tai, but because she noticed something about the man's battle axe. It was laced with demonic energy. Naturally, Wu Jiangu wanted to find out more. But of course, the two weren't going to just let her walk away. They exchanged a glance. Do we need to spare this nosy thief? Tough luck, kid. You saw too much. You're not walking away. Red Hair lifted his axe and walked toward her. Just then, Uncle Tai recognized Wu Jiangu. Jiangyu, get out of there. They're both third awakened. But Wu Jiangu didn't move an inch as the man swung his axe toward her. Wu Jiangu slapped Red Hair so hard he flew backward. He was totally stunned by the sudden attack. Before he could react, Wu Jiangu walked up and slapped him again. At this point, his companion had enough and charged at her with a sword. But in the next second, Wu Jiangu sent her flying with a palm strike. Ignoring her, Wu Jiangu grabbed Red Hair by the head. Tell me, where did that slap finally snapped Red Hair out of it? How the hell do you know about demonic energy? He was still putting on a brave face. Wu Jiangu kindly fed her a mouthful of dirt. Let me ask one more time. Where did the demonic energy come from? Even though she was already beaten to a pulp, Red Hair still didn't dare to speak, which meant the force backing them was no joke. But Wu Jiangu had her ways. Oh, you'll want to talk. She unleashed the power of fear. In the next instant, Red Hair felt death itself surround her. The endless darkness sent chills through her soul. She finally cracked, stammering out a few words. The Andres Guild. But the next second, her companion shouted. Shut up. Are you insane? At this point, Wu Jiangu was getting annoyed. Why the hell aren't you dead yet? She casually released a bit of magic energy to completely silence her. Seeing his teammate's miserable state, the red-haired man quickly spoke up. The guild transmitted magic energy to us through some kind of ritual. Seeing the man still hesitating, Wu Jiangyu added a little seasoning to him again. But before the man could say what the ritual was, the next second, his limbs twisted grotesquely, followed by a loud crack. He vomited blood and died. It seemed they had some kind of device implanted. The moment they revealed anything about the ritual, they would instantly die. And again, it was the Andres Guild. Looks like she needed to personally check out that guild. The next second, Uncle Tai stood up. Didn't expect it. A few days ago you were still in the newbie village. And now you're already a high-level player. Wu Jiangyu modestly replied. You're not bad either. A second awakening player taking on 2 third awakening players alone. After asking, she found out Uncle Tai had achieved his second awakening at level 1, meaning he would awaken at even higher levels in the future. At that moment, Uncle Tai had already become Wu Jiangyu's little fanboy. I'll follow you from now on, boss. Wu Jiangyu looked at him and found him more and more like her little redhead. So she agreed to team up with Uncle Tai from now on. After all, Uncle Tai wasn't just a reliable teammate. He could also help take care of Han Shuya later. The next second, Uncle Tai pulled out his phone. Boss, here's my contact info. Anytime, anywhere. Uncle Tai will be at your service. The next moment, Wu Jiangyu realized that one of the cautious killer players wasn't dead yet. She walked over and gave him another kick. I remember you guys said you wanted to capture Uncle Tai alive. What for? The man, panicking, said, for a sacrifice. Wu Jiangyu guessed. They were using live players to produce magic energy through some ritual. She didn't expect these earthlings to be even more vicious than a demon king like herself. At that moment, Wu Jiangyu smiled warmly. Friend, I need you to do something for me now. He was the supreme demon king of purgatory. All demons were supposed to bow before him. Just a single cough from him would terrify countless demons. Yet now, he was stuffed into a suitcase by someone, and about to be sacrificed by the guild as an offering. A man passing by joked. What happened to you? Yahello, where's your teammate? Yahello seemed terrified of something. He's dead. We didn't expect Uncle Tai. Extremely difficult to deal with. At that moment, the man laughed. You really are a demon, huh? Don't tell me you killed your teammates to hog the demonic energy? But Yahello wasn't laughing. He just wanted to get away quickly, because he wasn't the demon. The real demon was lying inside the crate. That's right. This was all part of Wu Jiangu's plan. She had to find out where their guild's demonic energy came from, and the plan was going smoothly. Wu Jiangu was brought to the ritual altar. Guild Master, one player died during the hunt for this offering, but the Guild Master didn't care at all. As long as the sacrifice arrived, that's enough. Begin the offering, the time is short. The next second, all guild members knelt and began chanting. O great Lord Andres, grant us your almighty power. Being held down, Wu Jiangu was shocked. They not only had demonic energy, they even knew of omnipotence. At that moment, the Guild Master removed his mask. Who is receiving the baptism today? Master, it was supposed to be Zhao today, but for some reason, he ran off. Zhao Dexian, the Guild Master, smiled wickedly. A baptism cannot be skipped. Then I'll take the unclaimed sacrifice myself. Let the ritual begin. As Zhao Dexian struck his staff to the ground, the prepared magic stones began to melt, with the chanting intensifying. A rift opened in the air. Their demonic energy came from a fissure in purgatory. But Zhao Dexian didn't dare absorb it himself. Normal players couldn't endure that kind of power. Only exceptional offerings could absorb it first. The offering would be twisted and die in agony. Then they would drink the offering's blood and harvest the refined demonic energy. But the next second, Zhao Dexian froze, because the offering before him was absorbing demonic energy, but wasn't dying. Then his shock turned to joy. The longer the offering endured, the more power they would gain. Wu Jiangu had already absorbed 5 times the usual amount, then 10 times, 20 times, 50 times. Zhao Dexian was completely dumbfounded. The sacrifice was still continuously absorbing energy. Something was wrong. Stop the baptism immediately. The next second, the spatial rift indeed closed. Zhao Dexian fell to his knees in terror. The man they had treated as a sacrifice not only didn't die, but slowly sat up. At that moment, Wu Jiangu couldn't help but feel it. He had just gained 20 points of magic energy. The familiar feeling made him excited. He smiled kindly. "Dear President, can we have another round of that baptism?" At this point, Zhao Dexian was finally enraged. He unleashed fire magic and charged, but Wu Jiangu easily dodged it. "Nice moves, President Zhao." His words only made Zhao Dexian even angrier. But no matter how many times he attacked, he couldn't even scratch Wu Jiangu. When the smoke cleared, Zhao Dexian was dumbfounded again. This man's magic was overwhelmingly abundant, and he didn't have a trace of human aura on him. He hurriedly called for the guild members. Everyone attacked at once. The next second, Wu Jiangu launched a counterattack. He summoned the Demon King's blade. In just an instant, all the players collapsed to the ground. The next moment, Zhao Dexian eerily smiled. Turns out he had sacrificed his men to buy time to unleash a powerful spell. "Come, kid. Let me show you true demonic power. This is the hellfire power fueled by burning one's life." Wu Jiangu couldn't help but be speechless. He let out a small laugh. "Come on, dear President Zhao. Is that little flame your newborn baby? Let me show you what true hellfire looks like." In the blink of an eye, Wu Jiangu's power condensed. It was as big as a spirit bomb. At that moment, Zhao Dexian was completely stunned. Now he finally realized. This man before him was someone he could never defeat in his lifetime. The next second, Zhao Dexian actually put away his flames. With a thud, he knelt down before Wu Jiangu. Even Wu Jiangu was a bit stunned at the scene. "You must be the incarnation of Lord Andres. We have been praying for your arrival. You are the true savior of this world. What are you all waiting for? This is the king of 10,000 demons who will lead us to immortality." Wu Jiangu revealed a playful expression. This guy really knows how to read the situation. As expected of a guildmaster. Since that's the case, I might as well play along. "Power of Qian King. Let me show you who the real demon king of this world is." Because she needed to figure out the origin of Earth's demonic energy. At that moment, former guildmaster Zhao Dexian was kneeling before Wu Jiangu. "All right, you can drop the act. You know I'm not some Lord Andres." Hearing his lie exposed, Zhao Dexian was horrified. "Then who are you really?" Wu Jiangu's face darkened instantly. "Are you only capable of answering questions out of fear now? Where exactly did you learn these rituals?" Terrified, the guild master peed himself in fear. One day, a man wearing a demon mask came and proposed a deal. He said it would grant him immortality. The price was joining the 10,000 demons cult. At first, he didn't want to agree, but the demon was too powerful. In the end, they were forced to join. But after tasting the benefits of demonic energy, they began holding rituals on their own. But recently, those people have all vanished. Wu Jiangu realized this organization was no small threat. She immediately ordered Zhao Dexian to hand over the only letter left by the cult. The contents encouraged more people to absorb demonic energy and to prepare for the rise of a new king of the world. It seemed the organization was expanding its reach. She couldn't sit idly by. At this rate, this place might become another enemy stronghold. Wu Jiangu immediately released the power of fear. "From now on, no more rituals are allowed. Also, I need you to secretly investigate everything about the 10,000 demons cult. Now get out of my sight." And if she knew about this, it meant the government's player division probably knew too. No need to stress over it too much. Might as well go home and check on sweet Shueya. As soon as she got home, Han Shueya was clearly panicked. "Jiangyu, why are you back so late? You didn't reply to any messages." Seeing the 12 missed calls, it was clear Han Shueya had been really worried. "Next time I'll let you know before I go anywhere." Hearing his promise, Han Shueya lit up with joy. "I specially made braised beef for you today." Wu Jiangu had definitely eaten enough laut and pickled noodles lately. "Oh right, Jiangyu, I have a surprise for you. I've had my second awakening, and I unlocked a B rank trait, Blessing of Light. Then I'll be able to fight alongside you." This caught Wu Jiangu a bit off guard. Now he had both a high-level healer and a top-tier tank. If the two of them teamed up, they wouldn't lose to any party. "Which guild are you planning to join?" Without hesitation, the girl answered. "A lot of guilds have sent invitations." At that moment, Han Shueya blushed and said, "But I turned them all down. I just want to be with you. I really want to help you, even if it's just a little. But the next second, she became a bit downcast. Right now, it feels like I can't really help you much. Honestly, she wasn't wrong. Wu Jiangyu's level was way higher than theirs. If they teamed up, she might not even gain much experience. So he suggested that she team up with Uncle Tai instead. He proposed the idea to Han Shuya. Han Shuya agreed. But the sadness in her eyes was hard to hide. There was no helping it. Wu Jiangyu only knew how to keep fighting. This time, Han Shuya thoughtfully added instant noodles for him, which made Wu Jiangyu even more determined to wipe out the demon organization. If those guys really turned Earth into a purgatory, where would he find delicious instant noodles like these again? Instant noodles. This world shall be guarded by me. Wu Jiangyu, having just returned to Earth from purgatory, the first thing he did was head straight to an internet cafe. He didn't expect that after 10,000 years, games were still so fun. Even though he was terrible at playing, he was still very happy. Of course, instant noodles at the internet cafe were a must. Between instant noodles and teammates, Wu Jiangyu decisively chose the noodles, leaving behind his teammates crying in the game. Naturally, going AFK ended up getting his teammates killed too. The next moment, a furious roar came from behind him. Damn it. I got teammates like this in ranked matches. Wu Jiangyu turned around. Behind him was a red-haired girl. Judging by her expression, her teammates were terrible too. Right after queuing, the girl caught a glimpse of Wu Jiangyu's screen. The blonde guy lying on the ground, wasn't that her? What a small world. Turns out they were playing the same match, back to back. When she saw the instant noodles on the guy's desk, she got even angrier. I'm giving it my all while you're AFK eating noodles? Meeting a sabotaging teammate face to face only fueled her rage. Hey you, come outside and talk. But Wu Jiangyu had no idea what was going on. Sis, who even are you? Why should I go outside with you? The girl suddenly lost control of herself. She threw a punch at Wu Jiangyu, but he dodged it effortlessly. To him, her speed was still way too slow. But even at that speed, it was obvious she wasn't just an ordinary player. Why are you suddenly picking a fight with me? But to his surprise, she kept attacking, and her eyes seemed to carry a murderous intent. Her fierce punches burst forth, but Wu Jiangyu dodged them all. Just as she was about to charge up for a powerful strike, she suddenly stopped. She finally realized it wasn't worth throwing hands over a game. Who are you? Were you sent by the Mir Guild? Wu Jiangyu had heard of that guild. Mir was one of the top 5 elite guilds, but he replied honestly, I don't understand what you're talking about. The girl clearly wasn't satisfied with that answer. With your skills, you're at least a top-tier player. No way you haven't joined a guild. Wu Jiangyu was puzzled. You're that strong? What guild are you in? The girl proudly answered. Of course I'm from the renowned Hongmei Guild, but she suddenly cut herself off. Right. The HR head told me not to brag about it. I should calm down now. Figure out what this guy's really about. But the next moment, she saw that Wu Jiangyu wasn't even paying attention to her. He was already at the bar, checking out. Furious, she stormed toward him. A top-tier player like you not in a guild? Yeah, right? The next second, Wu Jiangyu casually pulled out his player ID. Who told you I'm a top-tier player? I'm clearly just a low-rank newbie. The girl froze in surprise. No way. If he were low-rank, she would have taken him down easily. But as she watched him leave without another word, she had a bad feeling. And she wasn't the only one surprised. After leaving the internet cafe, Wu Jiangyu felt uneasy. He couldn't believe he encountered such a high-level player there. Her speed just now. Even with his dynamic vision activated, he could barely keep up. He couldn't help but sigh at how monstrous these Earth players have become. They're almost catching up to my power from 8,000 years ago. That girl is definitely not ordinary. At this moment, she was standing on an air conditioner unit. After cautiously scanning her surroundings, she made a call. Hello, this is Red Rose member Park Seonyu. Seonyu speaking. I need you to look into someone for me. His name is Wu Jiangyu. I suspect he's hiding his identity. His player ID might be forged. If his ID is fake, he could very well be a member of the Slaughter Players, or even a follower of the 10,000 Demons sect. And this guy could see through my movements. He might be a high-ranking member of the 10,000 Demons sect. But the other side replied, but President, even the leader of the 10,000 Demons sect, couldn't see through your movements, right? Exactly. This woman is none other than Cha Yomju, the president of the Red Rose Guild. But currently, there are hardly any players in the country who can rival me. That person might be the mastermind behind the 10,000 Demons sect. Seonyu, the 10,000 Demons sect might be planning something big. Cha Yomju extended her hand. In her hand was a button from that man's clothing. Indeed, in their final exchange, Cha Yomju hadn't fully blocked his move. At this moment, both of them thought of the other. She might be stronger than me. At this moment, Wu Jiangyu realized he needed to start grinding levels to regain his strength. Even a random passerby was this formidable. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. On the other side, Cha Yomju felt the same. She had finally slipped away from the guild to relax. But now, she needed to devise a plan immediately. Wu Jiangyu, I will find you and tear you to pieces. Since the internet cafe incident, Wu Jiangyu realized he had to level up quickly. He never expected even a random player at the cafe to be so. At this moment, Wu Jiangyu arrived at a C-rank portal. It was time to farm the Nightmare Puppet dungeon, but the next second, he was stopped by a patrol team. Sorry, today the C-rank portal requires a team of 5 or more to enter. Because recently, a cave giant leader appeared in the portal. Solo hunting is prohibited during this period. Wu Jiangyu couldn't help but feel his luck was pretty good. Right after upgrading to a C-rank player, a monster boss appeared. With no other choice, Wu Jiangyu had to find a team first. Even though the people at the gate were well-geared, they all hesitated at the mention of the giant leader. Rumor has it no team has made it out of Giant City alive lately. But at that moment, Wu Jiangyu, the so-called demon, started laughing. If you all won't go, I'll just have to go for you. The next second, Wu Jiangyu casually grabbed a passerby's shoulder and released his power of almighty rage. But this time, the power wasn't aggressive. It only served to shift the man's mindset, and it was highly contagious. In the next moment, the man who was about to retreat suddenly stepped forward and spoke out bravely. I say this battle against the giants is a test for us all. Back in high school, I was bullied by thugs. Every day felt like hell. I wished I had great power of my own. And now, that wish has come true. We don't have to be at anyone's mercy anymore. But what are we doing now? It's just a monster. What's there to be afraid of? His impassioned speech lit a fire in everyone's hearts. The fearful players suddenly got fired up. Yeah, let's just go slay that thing. Those monsters have taken so many of our loved ones. More and more voices joined in agreement. Wu Jiangyu realized his magic only acted as a spark. What truly ignited them was their long-suppressed resolve. Moments later, all the players rushed into the portal. And naturally, Wu Jiangyu snuck in with the crowd. Though everyone was determined and pumped up, Wu Jiangyu didn't intend to share any rewards. The dungeon location was a vast desert, which made locating the boss leader a real challenge. Just as Wu Jiangyu was about to use the power of Qiankang to fly up, he suddenly remembered his demonic energy was over 50 points. He should be able to cast a higher-level almighty skill now. So Wu Jiangyu instantly he slammed both hands onto the ground and released the power of Tullowed Insight. In the next second, a pair of giant eyes opened behind him. All the desert scenes and info flooded into his mind. Within seconds, he spotted a monster different from the others. That had to be the boss. Target acquired. But there were too many mobs surrounding the boss. How was he going to deal with those minions? As he was pondering this, Wu Jiangyu glanced downward. At that moment, the players were also thinking. Wu Jiangyu glanced downward. By now, the players had already begun gathering below, and they were all buzzing with excitement. At this moment, Wu Jiangyu had already come up with a plan. Let these players deal with the minions first, then I'll step in to handle the boss. In the next second, Wu Jiangyu shot out. His goal now was to lure the mobs toward the players. The magic in his hands was gathering. In the next moment, the man actually pulled out a magic spear midair. The magic spear was imbued with the power of thunder. Wu Jiangyu judged that this strike would at least seriously wound the boss, while paralyzing the giant boss. The minions would also rush toward him. Yet this one strike directly ended the boss's life. Moreover, the system popped up a notification. Boss defeated, level increased by 4. At this moment, Wu Jiangyu stood awkwardly in place. I haven't even used my full strength yet. How did it end so fast? Now he finally understood. It wasn't that the monsters were weak. It was that he himself was stronger than he had imagined. He recalled that when he fought the goblin boss, it had taken him quite a bit of effort. Since it's so simple now. The next second, Wu Jiangyu summoned the Demon King stand. Family members, the plan has changed. Although what's left are weaklings. Their numbers shouldn't be underestimated. At this moment, Wu Jiangyu was instantly slain. The system then sent a notification. Your blade has acquired a new skill. Your blade can now be infused into magical artifacts, not just limited to flesh. At this moment, Wu Jiangyu couldn't wait to try out the new skill. He dripped magic onto the ground with his finger. Just a single drop of magic blood marked all the giants. The next second, the giants realized something was wrong and fled in panic. But how could they escape Wu Jiangyu's domain? In the next moment, several black stands erupted within the domain. In an instant, the giants were torn apart. As expected, clearing mobs this way is far more efficient. Wu Jiangyu was slaughtered. He unleashed the power of predation. After devouring all the corpses, Wu Jiangyu realized he only gained 2 points of magic energy. It seems the higher the magic energy, the harder it is to increase. For now, he decided to clear out the remaining monsters in the portal. Meanwhile, the other players were having a rough time. The entire day, they didn't see a single monster. They only spotted a few suspicious giants that just kept running. Moreover, there weren't even any corpses at the battle sites. It seemed they could only return empty-handed today. At this moment, the culprit, Wu Jiangyu, silently followed behind the crowd. I was just being kind, you know. But if you players coming out of the portal think otherwise, Then your player agency must have spread false info. We charged in with burning passion, only to find nothing at all. But just then, a squad of soldiers arrived. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent, because they were soldiers from the Flower Corridor Unit, a division under the player government forces. Then a woman with white hair in military uniform walked up, to Wu Jiangyu's surprise. This young officer was actually the commander of the Flower Corridor Unit. The next moment, she spoke with a voice full of queenly authority. We've received intel. Recently, slaughter players have been appearing near portals. We'll now conduct a surprise check on all players past the Third Awakening. The crowd stirred with excitement. But Wu Jiangyu started to sweat. His current status matched the profile of a slaughter player a little too well. Would this woman actually find him out? He suddenly felt like a student without homework standing before the teacher. Nervously, he handed over his player ID. The commander began checking it carefully. Wu Jiangyu, feeling guilty, tried to suck up on the side. Commander Bai, you look amazing today, totally radiating the aura of a general. The commander completely ignored her. After seeing no issues, she handed it back. Say, Commander, do you have any info on slaughter players? If I run into one, I could help report them. The commander glanced at Wu Jiangyu. Thanks, but leave that to me. And your level's still quite low. Be extra cautious around portals. But kid, I'll remember you. Not many players like you these days. At that moment, Wu Jiangyu realized he didn't have to worry about the slaughter player issue anymore. There were higher-ups handling it after all. Time to head home and check on his sweetheart, Shueya. A few days later, Wu Jiangyu called Taishu out as well. It was finally time to form a squad. Who wouldn't be moved by a kind and lovely girl like Han Shueya? Wu Jiangyu reached out his big hand with full sincerity. Hi there. You must be the healer Big Bro mentioned, right? But as soon as Taishu saw Wu Jiangyu's expression, her eyes narrowed. Oh, so you're the missus. Please take care of us going forward. Han Shueya blushed shyly. Missus? What are you even talking about? Taishu didn't seem to mind at all. I mean, missus, can you tell me about your stats? Even though Han Shueya was shy just a moment ago, but she still naturally answered Taishu's question. My skill is called Blessing of Light. It can not only heal injuries, but also boost stamina and speed. It's considered a buff skill. This genuinely surprised Taishu. However, Wu Jiangyu didn't hear a single word. It seemed like she hadn't refused him at all earlier. In the end, Han Shueya pointed out the main topic. I need to level up quickly so I can act together with Jiangyu. Looking at the sweet pair, Taishu could only gulp down his beer. But Wu Jiangyu hardly drank at all, because he couldn't afford to waste a single day with leveling up and learning new skills. Taishu couldn't help but sigh. Your update speed is faster than that Mar. Currently, Wu Jiangyu was already level 29, just one step away from his fourth awakening. At this moment, Wu Jiangyu activated his power of insight. He discovered there were few giants left in this area. In the next second, Wu Jiangyu was already amazed, but such amazement wasn't enough. Just as Wu Jiangyu was worrying, he suddenly caught a whiff of a bloody scent from afar, and it seemed to be human blood. Wu Jiangyu decided to go take a look. There were indeed human casualties inside the barrier, but the strong scent of blood indicated that at least 5 or 6 people had been killed. Moreover, the giant boss here had already been killed. It was possible that a slaughter player had acted again. Upon arriving, he found many player corpses on the ground, but it was obvious this wasn't the work of a slaughter player. They couldn't have killed so many players at once. The corpses were still warm. Wu Jiangyu judged that the killer wasn't far away. In the next moment, that thing appeared by itself. This left Wu Jiangyu utterly shocked. There shouldn't be such a powerful monster in this dungeon. He even recognized this monster. It was the infernal hellhound from the first day of 9 Heavens Purgatory. Wu Jiangyu didn't even have time to think about why it appeared on Earth. The next second, the hellhound already attacked. Back in the Purgatory, Wu Jiangyu wouldn't even bother with a monster of this level. But now, Wu Jiangyu was just a C-rank player. He didn't have time to question why it was here. The hellhound lunged at him. Wu Jiangyu fought back with all his strength, only to find that the creature's skin was so tough, he couldn't even break its defense. Moreover, the dog was extremely agile. Its sword strike was dodged by Wu Jiangyu, but in return, it opened its giant mouth and unleashed a blast of infernal flame. Of course, that wasn't nearly enough to hit Wu Jiangyu. At that moment, he summoned the dark polar demon spear. With a single strike, he sent the demonic hound flying. But the damn thing recovered in just seconds. Even when the spear hit it straight in the face, it still didn't go down. Instead, flames erupted across its whole body. Hellfire surged toward Wu Jiangyu. Let me show you what true brute force looks like. With just one serious punch, the Purgatory Hound was blasted apart in midair. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, level 30 achieved. Fourth awakening unlocked. You can now better conceal your demonic energy. While it didn't boost offensive power for Wu Jiangyu right now, hiding his identity was already the biggest gain. But what puzzled him most was how did that dog even make it to Earth? How could a mutt possibly use the 7 demonic gates teleportation spell? Forget it, for now. Better see how much demonic energy it gives. Sure enough, it granted far more than typical monsters. If more hellspawn like this keeps showing up, then people will figure out who Wu Jiangyu really is. Stepping out from the portal, Wu Jiangyu decided to hurry home for some of Shueiya's sauerkraut soup. But just as he stepped out, a familiar voice called out to him. Long time no see, Wu Jiangyu. But he only felt disgust when facing this woman. We're not that close. I don't even know your name. The girl casually admitted. Her name was Che Yanju. Wu Jiangyu had heard that name plenty of times. She was one of the masters of the top 5 guilds, Red Rose. No wonder she was so strong at the... But what did she want with him now? Wu Jiangyu was born in 1995 and knew she grew up in an orphanage. But the key thing was Che Yanju knew he had disappeared for 5 years and suddenly reappeared a few days ago. He was tested as level 1 at first, but in less than 3 days, he awakened to Class C. Not to mention our fight from a few days ago. I suspected you of stealing someone's identity, but after checking, your player ID is legit. So I concluded your talent exceeds even mine. Maybe even stronger than the current top, by Jiangxian. But after all that, Wu Jiangyu still had no idea what she wanted. Che Yanju finally got to the point. It's simple. Our guild has taken an interest in your talent, though the main reason is your identity being still valid. Could it be that game we played Duo Q in before? She was fine until he mentioned it. Now the girl was furious. Speaking of which, I was silver rank. Carrying you, a bronze, was really easy. At this moment, Che Yanju was utterly pissed. Forget it. The bigger picture matters. As long as you agree, we will provide you an immediate entry pass. From now on, you can enter dungeons without level restrictions. We will also provide suitable team members for you. You can even choose from our arsenal of weapons. Of course, cars and houses will be provided freely as well. But Wu Jiangyu felt a little nervous hearing this. What's going on? Are they trying to make me marry into their guild? Che Yanju said, in a future battle, we predict there will be a major war. By then, we just need you to contribute your strength. Before that, we'll do our best to meet your requests. Facing such an offer, how could the righteous Wu Jiangyu refuse? Che Yanju was also very satisfied with this negotiation. Thus, the two, each harboring their own motives, reached an agreement. Wu Jiangyu agreed to marry into Che Yanju's guild. Seeing Che Yanju's fancy sports car, Wu Jiangyu's eyes lit up. Just moments ago he looked disdainful, but the next second he put on a fawning smile. Sister Che, when can you get me one too? Guilds really are on another level. Their headquarters was even bigger than the player administration office. Upon entering, Wu Jiangyu noticed someone had already come to greet them. This modest and refined man was Park Xianyu, head of the guild's HR department. The rugged muscle man beside him was Moon Yanggo, the leader of the operations team. Although it was their first meeting, Wu Jiangyu noticed Moon Yanggo glaring fiercely at him, as if he had stolen something precious from him. But Wu Jiangyu completely ignored him. At this moment, Che Yanju broke the silence. I'll take you to the armory to pick your equipment. But Che Yanju said, it's fine. I'll take him myself. Che Yanju naturally agreed. Now Wu Jiangyu finally understood why that guy was mad at him. Of course, a big guild would have every kind of weapon. But Wu Jiangyu actually wasn't impressed by any of them. Hey, are you guys even serious? I don't want epic grade gear. Got any legendary ones? As he finished speaking, there was suddenly a loud bang behind him. The muscle guy seemed to get angry out of nowhere. He roared furiously. Watch your mouth when speaking to the guildmaster. But how could Wu Jiangyu be intimidated by such bluster? With a kind smile, he said, not gonna happen. What are you gonna do to me? Seeing Wu Jiangyu looking at Qianqian like that, the big guy came charging over with his sword. But Che Yanju stepped in and blocked him. What's your deal? I can judge for myself what kind of person he is. Put your damn sword away. Though the man looked furious, he still obeyed the guild leader. At the same time, Che Yanju warned Wu Jiangyu not to provoke Yonghao. He might cripple you if he loses it. But Wu Jiangyu replied lazily, yeah, got it. Suddenly, he had an idea. Yanju Jijia, could you lend me a legendary weapon? You can keep the sports car from before. I don't need it anymore. Just as the man had put his sword away, he froze, then threw a punch straight at him. But the next moment, Che Yanju burst out again. She blocked his punch with a single hand. Are you tired of living, Wen Yonghao? Did you just ignore my orders? Get out of here. Now. Then she turned back to Wu Jiangyu, a bit apologetically. Sorry about that. It won't happen again. So what kind of gear are you looking for? Wu Jiangyu thought for a second. He had hell-class weapons, but no armor at all. Then give me a suit of armor. Che Yanju started thinking about what kind of armor to give him, but then that guy exploded out again. You want armor? How about this one I've got? Che Yanju finally snapped. You little punk. Seriously? Didn't I tell you to scram? But this time, Wu Jiangyu stepped in to stop her. Actually, I like his offer. I'll take it. Che Yanju was utterly shocked. Though she had sparred with Wu Jiangyu and found them evenly matched, when Zhonghao was level 67 and had just completed his 7th awakening, even with Wu Jiangyu's exceptional talent, there's no way he could handle him now. But Wu Jiangyu didn't care. He's offering it, right? Free stuff's still free. Who says no to free stuff? That fired Wen Yonghao right up. This time, I won't let you talk down to the guild leader again. To Wen Yonghao, Che Yinju wasn't just someone who saved his life. She was his sworn master, the one he'd die for. Most importantly, he had been secretly in love with the guild master for a long time. The guild master was always strict when speaking, but when facing this man, she acted relaxed. Such intimacy between them drove him crazy. At this moment, the three arrived at the battle room. The room was simple yet grand. Wu Jiangyu vaguely remembered that last time a bald guy punched a beetle flying here. Even though Che Yanju kept nagging beside him, I still think this is crazy. Wu Jiangyu didn't care at all. It felt as if this armor was destined to be his. In the next second, Moon Yongo started showing off. Kid, I'll let you have 3 moves first. But Wu Jiangyu sneered in disdain. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Draw your sword already. Yet Moon Yongo remained motionless, thinking to himself, after all, he was recruited by the guild master. Better not accidentally kill him. But Wu Jiangyu had no intention of playing along. Alright then, I'll play with you a little. The next second, the power of swiftness erupted. Wu Jiangyu disappeared from sight. At this moment, Moon Yongo hadn't even reacted, when he was already kicked flying, and the force lingered in his body for a long time. At this moment, Moon Yongo was kneeling on the ground, holding onto his legendary armor. Without this armor, he might have died from that kick. Wu Jiangyu's strength was far beyond his expectations. Was this man really someone who had only awakened 3 weeks ago? At this moment, Wu Jiangyu, weren't you the one who said you'd let me have 3 moves? Better not break my armor. How ridiculous. Are you satisfied with this scene now? But in the next second, Wu Jiangyu's face turned serious. Enough already. You piece of trash. Simple trash talk. Pure enjoyment. At this moment, Moon Yongo's rage had been completely ignited. The guild master was still watching nearby. I absolutely can't lose face. Moon Yongo finally drew the long dormant Heavenbane sword. In the next second, terrifying energy burst forth. But Wu Jianyu couldn't help but laugh. Heavenbane sword? That's hilarious. What an embarrassingly lame move. You actually thought that up. Wu Jianyu mocked him without holding back. Why not call your Heaven Slayer sword the idiot sword instead? When Yonghao was already fuming with rage, his great sword was charged up and ready to strike. He lunged at Wu Jiangyu with a furious slash. Wu Jiangyu got serious. This guy was an S-class after all. His strength really wasn't bad. No need to face him head on. In the next second, Wu Jiangyu released the power of shadows. Now, every position around them became his domain. Che Yinju standing nearby noticed what was happening. When Zhonghao had clearly lost his cool, then Wu Jiangyu suddenly slid in low, like a phantom, appearing behind Wen Yonghao. When Yonghao hadn't even reacted yet, Wu Jiangyu's hand was already on his shoulder. In a battle like this, if your enemy is already behind you, you've basically lost. But Wu Jiangyu didn't want to damage the armor, so he released the power of pulse. The dark mirror in his hand flared. With one palm strike, he sent Wen Yonghao flying. A terrifying internal shock burst inside his body. After the fight, Che Yinju gave Wu Jiangyu a deep look. All she got in return was a sweet little smile. See? Partnering with me isn't such a bad deal. Huh. When Yonghao, on the other hand, was in big trouble. Not only was he badly injured, he was probably facing expulsion from the guild. Che Yinju kept apologizing over the whole ordeal. I promise something like this won't happen again. But Wu Jiangyu was absolutely thrilled. This armor's awesome, and it even came with its own skill out. An active skill that doubles defense for 10 seconds. Too bad for that big guy though. Lost both the girl and the fight. Poor guy, blinded by love. Too bad the armor was way too big for him. Che Yinju quickly said, leave it with us first. We'll get it resized for you. As she watched Wu Jiangyu leave, Che Yinju couldn't help but sigh. His talent is terrifying. Is he even human? At this rate, each country might really produce a world-class player. A so-called world-class player that would no longer be limited to just one country. It would be a selection of the world's top 8 players. So far, there hasn't been a world-class player domestically. Although it's rumored that Baek Jiang, the top player of country H, has that potential, he is yet to become a world-class player. Maybe Wu Jiangyu will be someone who surpasses him. While thinking, Park Shin-yu interrupted him. Are you really letting Moon Yongo leave? You don't need to say anymore. We'll convene a city boundary meeting tomorrow. We must prevent another case like Yongo. Park Shin-yu shook his head helplessly. Guildmaster, there's one more thing to report. The higher-ups have already planted Source Shadow inside the Chaos Demon cult. It won't be long before we catch their tails. This concerns the survival of the future world. That's why he didn't hesitate to kick out Moon Yongo, to earn Wu Jiangyu's trust. At this moment, Che Yinju turned serious. This matter must be kept secret. Wu Jiangyu must not find out. The Demon King quietly returned to Earth after reaching max level. Upon landing, he realized he basically had no friends left. Thinking back, the succubus Iris actually wasn't so bad. I wonder how my little redheads are doing. Today, Taishu brought some new members to the squad. A cute mage named Choi Yunbai, and a recruited warrior named Kim Seokin. At first glance, Wu Jiangyu was deeply drawn to him. It wasn't just because he had a handsome appearance. It was that the man before him possessed a unique aura he couldn't quite describe. Upon a simple inspection, there was no demonic energy on him. Maybe he was just overthinking it. Overall, this squad was pretty decent. It had melee tanks, mages, and healers, a balanced team. Wu Jiangyu planned to personally lead them on a hunt today. Not exactly to boost their levels, but to improve their... Wu Jiangyu wasn't some great philanthropist. He wanted to see if this team was worth nurturing. The squad performed well. Taishu was sturdy and tough. Yunbai's thunder magic hit right on target. Standing behind Taishu, Shueya immediately released a wave of light energy. The next second, Taishu visibly grew stronger. Taishu couldn't help but praise. Sister-in-law, your buff is amazing. However, the biggest mental burden was on Seokin. With just a few arrows, he wiped out the remaining giants. Taishu asked and found out. Shursun was only around level 10, but he had awakened twice, both times at level 1. Everyone looked to Wu Jiangyu, waiting for his feedback, but after a moment of thought, he poured cold water on them. First of all, Shueya, buffing Taishu at the start was the right move, but using offensive support magic wasn't necessary. Not enough damage, and it messes with the tank's aggro. Clearly, you and Taishu haven't been syncing well these days. Hearing that, Shueya looked like she was about to cry. And in Fei, your magic's powerful enough to nuke multiple mobs instantly, but it consumes too much. Just paralyze them instead. Let Shursun do the cleanup. As for Shursun, Wu Jiangyu gave him a deep look. You performed perfectly, no need to change a thing. But Wu Jiangyu still found something odd. He really was incredible, but he shouldn't have battle instincts like someone with 10,000 years of experience. Could this be what a true genius looks like? After sharing his insights, the team resumed hunting, and their coordination improved dramatically. But just as the battle ended, Wu Jiangyu suddenly sensed a familiar aura from afar, one that clearly didn't belong to Earth. The next second, a massive demonic beast charged at them. He'd never forget that gaping maw. It was the Hellwolf from the second layer of the Nine Heavens Purgatory. Shursun rushed forward in an instant and slashed at the Hellwolf. But that kind of damage wasn't nearly enough. The Hellwolf was lightning fast. It smacked Shursun away with one swipe, and before Shursun even hit the ground, the Hellwolf was already on him again. It looked like Shursun was done for, but Wu Jiangyu leapt in and blocked the blow just in time. Then he gently picked up the wounded Shursun. Shueya, hurry. Heal Shursun. As expected of Jiangyu Ji. One-shot kill, so cool. But Wu Jiangyu wasn't happy at all, because he noticed something strange about Shursun. Only 2 awakenings, yet he managed to injure a Hell-class monster? That's more than just talent. After thinking for a moment, Wu Jiangyu decided to help Shursun walk himself, but not out of kindness. The next second, he secretly activated his demonic insight. To his surprise, it could now directly view someone's status. In the next second, Wu Jiangyu's smile froze. Sure enough, Shursun wasn't an ordinary person. At this moment, Shursun had been possessed by the martial god, and he had awakened an SSS-grade talent right away. Turns out, he, chosen by the martial god, was the true savior of this world. This made Wu Jiangyu break out in cold sweat. It had taken him 10,000 years of cultivation to become the Demon King. Yet this man had started out as a king from the very beginning. Could it be that he was the true protagonist of this world? Wu Jiangyu quickly gathered his thoughts. Would this man grow up and eventually turn against him? But he had just willingly attacked the demon wolf to protect the team. So he should be a good person, right? Still, he would surely reach the top of the world. When he realized he was invincible, would his mindset change? Imagine if you had superhuman strength. Would you become a savior or a tyrant? By then, Shursun might pose a threat to him. At this moment, the benevolent Wu Jiangyu smiled gently. Now Wu Jiangyu had 2 choices. First, take him out while he was still a newbie. Nip the threat in the bud. As for the second choice, laughable. When does the Demon King ever need a second choice? Because Wu Jiangyu had just saved Shursun's life. To Shursun, Wu Jiangyu was now like an idol, which made Wu Jiangyu feel a little awkward to strike him down. Wu Jiangyu interrupted. The hunt ends here for today. Everyone, go home and rest. At that moment, Shueya looked at Wu Jiangyu tenderly. Jiangyu, tonight's Valentine's banquet. But Wu Jiangyu had urgent matters to handle. I have something to take care of. Shueya, you go home first and wait for me. Han Shueya was understanding. All right, I understand. I'll cook dinner and wait for you at home. Han Shueya really was a little angel. But right after the two said goodbye, Wu Jiangyu revealed a strange smile. Meanwhile, the completely unsuspecting Kim Shursun was still waiting for the bus home. muttering something about the mere guild under his breath. The next second, Wu Jiangyu suddenly appeared and interrupted his thoughts. Wu Jiangyu told him there was something important to discuss. Kim Shirsun didn't think much of it. After all, Jiangyu had saved him earlier today. Wu Jiangyu led him to a secluded alley. At this moment, Shirsun finally couldn't hold it back anymore. Jiangyu, what are you even trying to say? But the next second, Shirsun's neck was grabbed by a large hand. He was then ruthlessly thrown to the ground. Shirsun was stunned. What are you doing? He still didn't believe Jiangyu would hurt him. Maybe he was just overthinking it. Wu Jiangyu pressed his knee against him. I'm giving myself some insurance. You'll become powerful in the future. Powerful enough to crush many elites. So I want to build a relationship with you. In other words, I want you to be my true comrade. Shirsun still didn't get it. Then Wu Jiangyu reached out his hand and released the demonic authority. Swarm of rats. Don't be scared. Shirsun, you'll forget everything that happened here. When you wake up, we'll still be best brothers. His heart was now completely infused with demonic power. Wu Jiangyu gently said to him, you can grow together with Taishu, Xueya, and the others. Build the strongest team ever. And now that you're under me, you'll be able to use a portion of my power. Because we're best partners, right? With that, Wu Jiangyu vanished into the darkness. An hour later, Jin Shirsun slowly regained consciousness. He had no idea why he was here. He clearly remembered waiting for the bus an hour ago. But when he tried to recall anything in between, his head throbbed with pain. Maybe one of the monsters hit my brain earlier. In the end, he blamed it all on being too weak. He had to become stronger. He believed his downfall was caused. One day, he swore to kill Vice Guild Master Jin Yongxuan. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a man silently observed everything. Suddenly, a system message appeared. Jin Shirsun has been successfully captured. From now on, he belongs to Wu Jiangyu. Shirsun will now obey Wu Jiangyu's every command, though for now, no orders will be given. Because to Wu Jiangyu, Shirsun is still too weak. At that moment, the Demon King Wu Jiangyu chuckled. What a merciful soul I am. Anyone else would have just killed him. But Wu Jiangyu believed Shirsun's future potential was immense. He might even surpass little Reherbala of Hell. Shirsun would one day become his sharpest blade against the Wanma sect. In the next second, Zhao Dexin, president of the 10,000 Demons Church, called. He claimed to have discovered the presence of a magic artifact at the portal over in Yizhong Prefecture. This was quite a pleasant surprise. After killing just 2 hell creatures, Wu Jiangyu's seal had already loosened quite a bit. Now he just hoped more and more monsters would emerge from the portals. It was ironic when you thought about it. Even a Grand Demon King had to squeeze into the subway. After finishing this mission, he definitely needed to have Che Yinju get him a sports car. However, just as he reached the B-rank portal entrance, he found it was blocked again. And there were even TV stations there covering the event. Something major must have happened. Turns out a mutated monster had appeared inside the portal. The 10 players who entered earlier were presumed dead. It was said to be a lion-shaped monster. Wu Jiangyu chuckled. That must be Pal, the predator of the second layer of purgatory. Not only did he possess terrifying strength, he also had a unique attribute called protection. After hunting 5 prey in one day, he would fall into a deep sleep and no longer attack enemies. Pal had once been a nightmare for Wu Jiangyu during his newbie phase, but now, he should be easy to just feed him 5 small monsters and then finish him off. But what to do if he couldn't get in now? Right? Che Yinju must have a way. He dialed her number. Heavy breathing came from the other side. Turns out Che Yinju was... Wu Jiangyu got straight to the point. I need to enter the B-rank portal right now, but it's been sealed off. Aren't you friends with the higher-ups? Help me out, good sister. Helpless for the sake of future plans. Che Yinju had no... Hand the phone over to the guard. When the guard heard it was the president of Rose Guild calling, he couldn't help but chuckle. After a few words, the guard spoke. Mr. Wu Jiangyu, you are now... However, during the hunt, you must share any discovered information about the mutant monster. At this moment, the other players were all curious, but in the next second, a blue-haired guy stepped forward. He was now the newest member fully supported by Mir Guild. He had only awakened 3 months ago and could already access B-rank portals. Naturally, the blue-haired guy was extremely arrogant. So you're the one Red Rose is backing, huh? Heard you're only a C-rank. How about we take you in with our squad? Look at that nervous little grin. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't last long out there. He even threw his arm around Wu Jiangyu. What's wrong, little trash? Check out your tongue. Need a hand. But even with that, Wu Jiangyu didn't flinch one bit. Instead, he smiled and accepted the offer cheerfully. Yeah, I'm honestly kind of scared to go in alone. The crowd murmured in disbelief. So this is the kind of coward Red Rose fosters? No one could figure out what he was thinking. Only Wu Jiangyu was silently doing a head count. 2, 3, 4, 5. With blue hair, that's 6 of them. That's one too many. Good bro, don't worry. I brought you something real nice. Wu Jiangyu decided to ask Che Yinju for an open space. At that moment, Che Yinju was watching the news. No way the kid got hurt by monsters. Clearly got beat up by someone. What on earth did Wu Jiangyu do this time? Just then, a woman across from her interrupted. I heard your guild's new recruit isn't bad. How about letting him join my Angel's Crusade? Be real, sis. You can't handle a man like that. That woman was none other than Zhang Xianju, the master of Angel's Crusade, a powerhouse on the same level as Che Yinju. But there was no way Che would give up Wu Jiangyu. I'm sorry, Auntie. Shouldn't you be leaving by now? Auntie? Who are you calling Auntie? Zhang Xianju was furious but managed to calm down. She was mainly here to discuss how to deal with the Wanma sect. She also knew Che Yanju had taken serious losses in the recent operation. Just then, Wu Jiangyu walked in uninvited. Zhang Xianju saw him and had to admit, he was quite the looker. With a smile, since your friend's here, I'll take my leave. But as she passed Wu Jiangyu, she felt a dark aura from him. As a fellow S-rank, Zhang Xianju could tell this guy was dangerous too. Che Yanju handed Wu Jiangyu an S-rank access pass. Now you can go through any portal freely. Wu Jiangyu was overjoyed. Man, big guilds really are something else. So what were you and that Andy talking about? Che Yanju just laughed. Come on, you heard everything outside, didn't you? Why keep pretending now? The 10,000 Demons Church is getting out of control. News about them treating people like commodities has already spread. That's why we're now cooperating with the government to track them down. But we've lost a lot of guild members in this operation. I can't just sit and watch anymore. At this moment, Wu Jiangyu felt true, chilling killing intent for the first time. Yet this killing intent only made him excited. He couldn't wait to fight. Still, Che Yanju spoke up. Wu Jiangyu, we're very short on high-quality players right now. Even though you're not officially a guild member, I still hope you'll help me. She slowly looked up at Wu Jiangyu as she spoke. But Wu Jiangyu suddenly turned serious. Don't worry, I'll help you. You've helped me so much. How could I not be loyal? This surprised Che Yanju quite a bit. He had no real obligation to get involved in this mess. Her face under the cap blushed slightly. But come on, he's a demon king of the world. He's not short on favors like this. The 10,000 Demons Church was full of monsters. How could Wu Jiangyu possibly let them go? After everything was done, Che Yanju generated. Now, the wealthy Wu Jiangyu had entered his fifth awakening. He could now summon creatures from another dimension. Based on his guess, the higher the portal rank, the stronger the monsters summoned. So Wu Jiangyu went straight to an S-rank portal. He hadn't expected the scenery inside to be so beautiful. If it weren't for the S-rank monsters, this place could have been a paradise. Wu Jiangyu gathered all his magic energy, successfully creating a rift in space-time. But the next second, a system notification popped up. Affected by the 10,000 Demon Store, a deeper space-time rift was generated. And this time, the portal was green. Normally, summoned portals were blue. Another system notification came. Due to the Gaia system, connection with other worlds failed. Noel Continent's dimensional portal has been activated instead. Seriously, the system still isn't fixed? What the hell will it summon this time? A flash of green light erupted. A monster was summoned. Wu Jiangyu was completely stunned. It was a monster even the Demon King himself had never seen before. System notification. She is the daughter of the demon dragon, Gas. But looking at her battered body, Wu Jiangyu was speechless. Why the heck did they summon a silk dragon too? Before Wu Jiangyu could finish complaining, the sky suddenly shattered. The portal had summoned not only a dragon girl, but also a group of strangely dressed people, and they were speaking in some incomprehensible language. Wu Jiangyu was dumbfounded. Who the hell are these people? Turns out, leading them was the prince of the Arnan Empire, along with long-eared elves and weapon specialist dwarfs. But Wu Jiangyu didn't care who they were. What mattered now was his newly summoned baby dragon was severely injured and frozen. He immediately activated the power of regeneration. The little dragon's wounds began to heal slowly. On the other side, the prince suddenly panicked. What are you doing? You can't save it. He pointed his sword at Wu Jiangyu. Are you the master of this demon dragon? If you keep healing it, I'll kill you. Apparently, their empire had wounded the dragon because its magic had caused drought and plague in their land. Our empire lost many lives because of it. Meanwhile, the baby dragon let out a weak roar. I told you many times already, it wasn't me. Wu Jiangyu chuckled and said, back off, kid. She already said she didn't do it. But of course, the prince wasn't backing down. The others drew their weapons. Battle was about to erupt. Wu Jiangyu hated people like this the most, always shouting about justice, but never listening to others. He gathered fiery magic in his palm and struck the prince with a blast. But these were the empire's top elites. The prince wasn't even scratched. This demon dragon brings plague and famine. Protect it, and you'll suffer too. Wu Jiangyu finally erupted with demonic energy. I don't care what it did. I only know it's my summon. If you touch it, I'll stop you. Seeing his stance, the prince hesitated. You act just like a demon. Wu Jiangyu smirked. That's right, buddy. I am a demon. The prince no longer held back. Take down these two demons for me. In the next second, a sword slashed toward them. The terrifying energy attached to the sword exploded on Wu Jiangyu's body. Fortunately, he had armor to protect himself. Otherwise, he might not have survived that blow. An enraged Wu Jiangyu punched the ground. Everyone was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Jiangyu unleashed word explosion. But that still wasn't enough. Wu Jiangyu charged at the prince, aiming to finish him instantly. But the prince was ready. His top sword technique, Blade Storm. Within 1 second, he slashed Wu Jiangyu over 10,000 times. Yet Wu Jiangyu blocked every strike with his iron arm. This guy is hilarious. Who announces their skills before attacking? The prince gave Wu Jiangyu no breathing room. He charged again, slashing with his light sword. After several exchanges, Wu Jiangyu felt he was starting to lose ground. If not for his fifth awakening, he might have been in danger. The prince was strong, but he had a fatal flaw. He was too honest. Wu Jiangyu smirked and summoned a blade. He raised his right hand and shouted, "Blade slash." The prince raised both arms to defend, but in the next second, Wu Jiangyu suddenly lifted his leg and slammed a vicious kick into the prince. The prince fell with a look of disbelief. Didn't he just say it would be a sword slash? At this moment, Wu Jiangyu smiled kindly. "Prince, you really are an idiot." Still, the prince lived up to his title, knowing he couldn't win. He urged his companions to flee quickly. "Please, take care of the Second South Empire for us." It was a moving scene for a moment. But in the next second, Wu Jiangyu kicked the prince into ruin. "What nonsense are you spouting?" After all, Wu Jiangyu had survived 100,000 years in hell. There was no sympathy left in his eyes. And of course, no anger either. He killed every day just to survive. Emotions were a luxury he couldn't afford. But in the next second, the saintess stepped in front of the prince. "If you must kill, kill me instead. Our empire can't go on without him. He is the hope of countless empires. And he's the one I love the most." She looked sincerely at Wu Jiangyu. "Just let him go, and I'll give you my life. I'll do anything you ask." But Wu Jiangyu found, "What does your damn empire have to do with me? You started this fight, and now you pull this act? If you pick up weapons, be ready to be killed." Say the sob story for a soap opera. Yet even at death's door, the prince refused to admit fault. "You're a despicable demon. Despicable. You lot attacked without any reason. And now that you lost, I'm the despicable one. Whatever. No point talking to people like you." Wu Jiangyu was getting fed up. He prepared to finish them off quickly. But just then, the system sent out a message. "Gaia's system has been repaired. The group will now be teleported back." This made Wu Jiangyu furious. "No way I'm letting them go now. Just looking at that kid's gear makes me mad." Unfortunately, as his fist swung down, the prince and the others had already vanished. Luckily, the demon dragon he summoned was still here. What the hell is going on with this system? The appearance of hellish monsters must have been caused by the system crash. Come to think of it, wasn't the system crash caused by my forced teleport? Maybe this is partly my fault. Damn it. All I wanted was a bowl of Laotin sauerkraut noodles. How did it come to this? At that moment, the little female dragon let out a roar. "Are they all gone?" "Thank you, master. At least we gained something." Wu Jiangyu continued treating her. "By the way, you're way too big like this. How am I supposed to take you out? Can you make yourself smaller?" In the next second, Xiaolong shrank to the size of a husky. On the way back, the little female dragon talked about his hometown. It was a place where many races lived together. The little female dragon couldn't help but ask, "Master, where are you taking me?" Wu Jiangyu answered shyly, "To our home, our little nest." Xiaolong lay on Wu Jiangyu's lap. "Thank you, master. It's been so long since I shared a nest with anyone. My father disappeared when I was born. I studied in the empire ever since, until one day, that crazy prince insisted I was an ominous being. But I didn't do anything at all. Still, no one believed me. Master, will you believe me?" Seeing the crying Xiaolong, Wu Jiangyu smiled and spoke. "Of course I believe you. Even if the whole world doesn't, at least I still believe in you." No one knew that Wu Jiangyu had a similar childhood. He was also a child abandoned by others. He didn't even know what his parents looked like. But as a child, he also longed for love, wanted to be cared for, wanted to prove his existence was acknowledged. Because of all this, even though he was now an invincible demon lord, Wu Jiangyu still cherished this little nest dearly. Seeing them getting along so well made Wu Jiangyu very happy. "By the way, how's your team's training going?" Shueya happily said it was going smoothly. "We're improving really fast now. We can now hunt C-rank portals. It's all thanks to you, actually. If not for you, I could have never imagined living a life like this even in my dreams. Thank you so much. Also, can I sleep with Xiaolong tonight?" Wu Jiangyu chuckled. "Of course you can." But deep down, he was very envious that Xiaolong could stay with Shueya. The demon lord could never have dreamed that the evil dragon he adopted would turn into a girl overnight. But actually, even Xiaolong himself didn't understand why. He only knew that when he went asleep yesterday, a strange power entered his body. And when he woke up, he had become like this. Only Wu Jiangyu understood. He must have absorbed my mana. No wonder I felt completely drained this morning. But even looking at the cute little dragon, Wu Jiangyu couldn't feel happy. "Can you still transform back and fight with me now?" The next moment, the girl who was eating suddenly stood up and unleashed magic. Terrifying energy gathered around her. Wu Jiangyu could clearly feel she had become much stronger. How much of my mana did she absorb? Wu Jiangyu sensed something was wrong. Wait, don't transform into a dragon yet. But clearly, the little female dragon didn't hear him. The tiny cabin was instantly blown apart, which made their already poor situation even worse. Han Shueya comforted the crying little dragon. Come to think of it, the little female dragon still didn't have proper clothes after transforming. Jiangyu, let's go shopping. Wu Jiangyu scratched his head. How can a mighty infernal demon king go to a place like that? He made up an excuse about going hunting, and immediately ran off to Che Yanju. Now Che Yanju was starting to regret letting Wu Jiangyu in. He kept showing up demanding stuff every day. Now he even wanted an ID for the little female dragon. Wu Jiangyu chatted while helping them pick clothes. Che Yanju was clearly getting annoyed. Just then, a familiar figure appeared. Isn't that the commander of the Flower Corridor unit? Che Yanju quickly introduced them. Unexpectedly, Commander Bai already knew Wu Jiangyu. He said Wu Jiangyu was truly a great and kind man. Che Yanju was speechless. Because of Wu Jiangyu, he had made a complete fool of himself in front of his crush. At that moment, Wu Jiangyu started asking for things again. Get me an official S-rank companion permit. The white-haired captain was stunned. Wasn't he just at a C-rank portal a few weeks ago? What the heck is this guy? Che Yanju chimed in. You know what kind of bosses are in S-rank zones, right? But Wu Jiangyu had already done his research. There are wyverns, moon giants, even ogres and such. And of course, the final sea boss, Urgatro. Wu Jiangyu. Even if you're crazy, don't you dare get near the ocean, got it? Finish off the other monsters, and come right back. Wu Jiangyu waved. Got it. Chairman Che. After he left, the two began talking serious business. The unit had already planted someone undercover in the Wanma sect, and the undercover agent had successfully obtained video evidence. They planned to release it tomorrow near Shuixuanwaxi Station. Che Yanju was shocked. Isn't that near the portal Wu Jiangyu went to? Although the demon lord hated shopping malls, he still accompanied Xiaolong to buy clothes. But he realized he was still wearing Shueya's yellow-haired brother's jacket. Xiaolong, don't transform unless necessary. Kids' clothes are way too tight now. Hearing that Jiangyu was going to take the little female dragon hunting, Shueya felt a little bitter. She still couldn't fight alongside Jiangyu yet. Jiangyu saw her expression and understood. Shueya, go home first and wait for me. I'll take you guys to another dungeon tonight. After a simple farewell, Wu Jiangyu and the little female dragon arrived at the final portal. Xiaolong, your role this time is to lure the enemies. Whatever you do, don't transform and tear your clothes. The next second, Wu Jiangyu unleashed his insight power. He discovered the ogre boss was nearby. Without any hesitation, Wu Jiangyu activated the celestial power. His strength instantly tripled. He charged forward and punched the ogre directly. As expected of an S-rank boss, that punch was devastatingly powerful. In the next moment, Wu Jiangyu unleashed dark extreme power. Unexpectedly, the ogre was extremely fast. Before he could get close, Wu Jiangyu was caught and immobilized. At that moment, the little female dragon activated her dark storm. Her small body unleashed an enormous amount of magic power. The boss's body was instantly paralyzed. Then Wu Jiangyu used thunder power, slamming the monster's head with a brutal spike. The monster died instantly. In the next second, Xiaolong rushed over to claim credit. How was that, Jiangyu? Did I help? Of course you did. He couldn't even move just now. Just as the two were celebrating, a dragon's roar came from the sky. They then realized that their battle had attracted a swarm of flying boss dragons. With too many enemies, Wu Jiangyu had no choice but to retreat, but they were quickly chased down. One of the mouthy flying dragons even tore Xiaolong's skirt. At that moment, Xiaolong trembled all over. The dragon's eye of the demon dragon suddenly opened. It was the skirt Jiangyu had complimented. An angry dragon roar echoed. Xiaolong transformed into a giant dragon without reason. At that moment, the boss dragons finally realized the gravity of the situation. Unfortunately, it was too late. The furious demon dragon charged into the flying dragon swarm, crushing one with each claw, biting one with each snap, crispy and clean. Wu Jiangyu stood there in a daze. System notifications echoed in his mind. Congratulations on slaying the wyvern. Looking at the angry little dragon, Wu Jiangyu couldn't help but sigh. Is he actually stronger than me now? Where does that leave my demon king dignity? It was the first time the man took his summoned beast out hunting. Originally, he planned to deal with them one by one, but the noise from the battle attracted a horde of wyverns. Faced with this situation, Wu Jiangyu immediately chose to retreat. During the chase, a wyvern tore the little girl's brand new dress, which spelled disaster for them both. After an intense battle, the little girl's mana was completely depleted. Now she had completely lost her previous energy. Seeing her like that, Wu Jiangyu offered some comforting words. But then her expression suddenly turned serious. Echidna, I hope you won't transform so recklessly again. I really hate people who lose their minds in a... When Yin Echidna immediately admitted her mistake, she promised not to do it again. She just hoped Wu Jiangyu wouldn't leave her alone. Seeing her like that reminded Wu Jiangyu of his old self. He gently patted the After all, it was her first time fighting side by side with him. As long as she didn't do that again, it'd be fine. All right. Let's go buy some clothes now. Was I too harsh on her just now? But if I don't make things clear now, losing control during a big battle could be fatal. He had expected her to be strong after reverting to her true form. But he didn't expect her to single-handedly wipe out so many dark creatures. To think she's my summon beast. This little girl could seemingly amplify her power directly using my mana. But it also seems to put a heavy burden on her body. As Wu Jiangyu pondered this, a beastly roar came from behind. 2 giant ogres came charging out of the forest. He had planned to call it a day here. Was this the world's way of making him stretch a bit more? Just as Wu Jiangyu was about to strike, 2 players suddenly rushed in. With a single move, they took down the S-rank giant ogres. Wu Jiangyu, who was about to act, stood frozen in place. When he finally got a clear look at them, Wu Jiangyu realized he knew these 2 as well. They were none other than Che Mingyi, the master of the Thieves Guild, and Bai Jiangxian, the master of the Cosmos Guild and the top-ranked player in Country H. He thought his luck was incredible, running into 2 guild masters at once. Seeing Wu Jiangyu silent for a long time, Bai Jiangxian enthusiastically pulled him closer. Clearly, he was another guy who lacked boundaries. Bro, you and your companion both look exhausted. Meeting here must be fate. Let me take you to the entrance. Don't worry. I'm definitely not a bad guy. Faced with his kindness, Wu Jiangyu firmly declined. He didn't want to have anything to do with these 2 right now. He just wanted to quietly level up. Seeing his clear refusal, Bai Jiangxian could only back off. He simply told Wu Jiangyu to be careful. Che Mingyi, standing beside them, remained silent the whole time. While the 2 were talking, he seemed to be searching for something around. In just a short moment, something appeared in his hand. But the 2 people in the distance remained completely unaware. After parting ways with Bai Jiangxian, Wu Jiangyu left the S-rank dungeon with Egyptina. The next task was to buy clothes for the little girl. According to the phone navigation, this should be the closest road to the department store. Looking at the alley ahead, Wu Jiangyu felt a strong sense of unease. Was it because they were near an S-rank portal? That there were so few people around? Just as Wu Jiangyu was puzzled, Egyptina in his arms spoke up. There's a smell of blood up ahead, and it seems like human blood. The scene shifts. In the alley, a seriously injured man was desperately fleeing for his life. This man was the informant Albino Rock had planted inside the demon cult. After a period of investigation, he managed to capture a video containing a huge secret of the demon cult. Unfortunately, there were jamming devices inside the cult, preventing him from sending out the footage successfully. In the end, to make contact, he forcibly reached out to the Flower Corridor troops, and it was precisely this action. His location was completely exposed. Though he had escaped from the demon cult's base, his body was already at its limit. Just as the man was on the verge of death, 2 figures appeared around the corner. It was Wu Jiangyu and Echidna. Before they could say anything, the injured man grabbed Wu Jiangyu's wrist, then handed over the memory card in his hand. Please, you must take this. But before he could finish, he collapsed completely. Wu Jiangyu was at a loss for words. He could have at least finished his sentence. Now what am I supposed to do? I just opened an S-rank dungeon. Wu Jiangyu had planned to take it easy for a bit, but even going out to buy clothes brought in trouble. Why is trouble always coming for him? Staring at the memory card in his hand, Wu Jiangyu decided to figure out who this guy was. Activating his observation skill, the man's basic information flooded into Wu Jiangyu's mind. To his surprise, the man in front of him had actually undergone 6 awakenings. Based on the current situation, he probably didn't come from an S-rank dungeon, because you need at least 7 awakenings to enter one. Now the only clue was the memory card in his hand. Better check what's inside first. Just a single video file. But in the next second, his expression turned to shock. He absolutely didn't expect that the video was actually an adult film. What the hell was this guy thinking? Why hand over something like that with such a solemn face? Did I miss some hidden meaning here? But still, it wasn't a bad flick. Echidna, curious about his expression, leaned in. She asked what exactly he was watching. Hearing the voice behind him, Wu Jiangyu panicked at the thought of a kid seeing the video. He quickly blocked the screen and claimed he was reviewing a very important clue. But just then, a group of demon cult members burst out from the alley. You watched the video on the memory card, didn't you? Judging by your face, you totally did. Since that's the case, you can stay here with him. Seeing their reaction, Wu Jiangyu was a little confused about the situation. He had only watched an action video, but they acted like he had committed some heinous crime. Although he didn't know exactly what was going on, Wu Jiangyu was sure about one thing. This video must not fall into their hands. How dare these people go after the action video he finally got to see once in 10,000 years. No matter what, he would protect this video. Sorry, I can't hand over the video. Hearing Wu Jiangyu's answer, The demon cult members stopped wasting words. They all drew their weapons and charged at Wu Jiangyu. But they clearly underestimated their opponent. With the blessings of Iron Wall and swift power, Wu Jiangyu took down half of them in just one encounter. The leader was stunned at the sight and immediately ordered everyone to lift their power restrictions. If this kept up, everyone here would be wiped out. He didn't know where this guy came from, but the strength he showed was monstrous. As the man's words fell, everyone present underwent a clear transformation. Their auras became extremely violent. Seeing this, Wu Jiangyu was also a little surprised. He didn't expect them all to be able to use demonic tools. Egyptina, who was beside him, also sensed the sudden danger. She said her strength had somewhat recovered and that she could fight alongside him. Don't worry, Egyptina. In this world, no one knows better than me how to deal with them. After saying that, he charged straight into the oncoming demons. To ordinary people, these guys might have been formidable. But for Wu Jiangyu, dealing with them was easy. The demon power they were so proud of was nothing but a joke in his eyes. Seeing Wu Jiangyu's terrifying strength, the remaining demon cult members fled in panic, but it was already too late to run. As he activated his blade skill, sharp blades shot out from all directions. In an instant, all remaining demon cult members were wiped out. After cleaning up the trouble, Wu Jiangyu was still confused. Why those guys wanted to snatch the video from him? Could it be that the video was just that good? Just as Wu Jiangyu was focused on studying the video, a familiar voice called out from above. The moment he saw who it was, Wu Jiangyu quickly and discreetly slipped his phone into his pocket. Both of them were surprised to unexpectedly run into each other here. Wu Jiangyu briefly explained what had just happened. Jiangyu, have you seen a memory card with a video file in it anywhere around here? Are you talking about this? Yes, that's the one. There's a video in there that's very important to us. Hurry and give it to me. I need to use it right now. Hearing Che Yinju say that, a faint blush crept up Wu Jiangyu's face. He needs it now? What exactly is he planning to do? After a fierce inner struggle, Wu Jiangyu successfully guarded the first blockbuster action movie he'd seen in 1,000 years. But before he could study it further, two familiar voices rang out behind him. After a brief conversation, Che Yinju asked him for the memory card. The video inside was important to them, and he needed it right away. Under increasing pressure, Wu Jiangyu finally handed over the video. Surely he doesn't actually want it for that reason, right? There must be something more to this. As he pondered the situation, Che Yinju's voice came from the side. Wu Jiangyu, why don't you come watch it with us? You're going to find out what's in it sooner or later anyway. Wu Jiangyu's expression instantly turned odd. After all, he had already watched it. Luckily, Bai Huayan, having just finished checking on the injured team members, cut in and interrupted them. Jiangyu, can you tell me exactly what happened here? Hearing his question, Wu Jiangyu gave a brief summary of the earlier events. Meanwhile, as Che Yinju watched the video, his expression began to subtly change. Wu Jiangyu, you bastard. Did you swap the video or something? Did you swap out the video, Wu Jiangyu? Seeing his reaction, Wu Jiangyu hurriedly explained that he was innocent. The video was already like this when he got it. Meanwhile, Bai Huayan, after watching the video with interest, gave the two an explanation. This is an encrypted video. Only using the decoder at the Flower Corridor headquarters can they read its true contents. After hearing Bai Huayan's explanation, Che Yinju once again pointed the blame at Wu Jiangyu. Since you've already seen it, why didn't you say so earlier? Weren't you the one who said to use it immediately? Before Che Yinju could continue, Egyptina stood in front of Wu Jiangyu. You're not allowed to bully Brother Jiangyu like that. Seeing the little girl suddenly appear, Che Yinju, who's this little one? Wu Jiangyu gently patted Egyptina's little head and explained to Che Yinju. This is the summoned beast I mentioned to you before. This is the summoned beast you talked about? She just looks like a little kid. Shouldn't a summoned beast be a different type? Don't tell me you summoned the wrong one? While the two were discussing Egyptina's identity, Bai Huayan spoke up. I just contacted headquarters. Since the operative has died in action, we need to confirm the intel as soon as possible. Let's head to the water source station headquarters now. The scene shifts. The three of them had already arrived at Flower Corridor headquarters. Bai Huayan first inquired about the team's work status, and then informed everyone that their undercover agent in the demon cult had died in the line of duty, in order not to let his sacrifice be in vain. I hope everyone will work even harder on this mission. Transfer Juanchi to a higher position. I'll contact the agent's family. Please handle the compensation process afterward. We must treat the family of a national hero with the utmost respect. Also, we have obtained the encrypted video. Please go decode the video now and project it in the investigation room. After giving all the instructions, Bai Huayan sighed heavily. If only the general were here. Maybe then the incident with Jiyuan wouldn't have happened. And the general he referred to was a powerhouse second only to Bai Jiangxian in the nation. Zhang Xianzai quickly finished decrypting the video data. Archbishop, he said, The preparations for the summoning are nearly complete. It should be ready within 3 weeks. 3 weeks. That's faster than I expected. As expected of a major guild, their efficiency truly doesn't disappoint. The members below cheered at the Archbishop's praise. They began celebrating early. The day our grand plan comes to fruition isn't far off. If all goes smoothly this time, the church will reward us even more generously. Enough. You're already talking like we've succeeded? This is only the first step. Are you letting your guard down over such a minor achievement? Remember, we are still far from achieving our true goal. With that mindset, you'll never get there. Until we are fully prepared for the summoning, we must remain cautious. Loose lips are the easiest way to ruin everything. Also, it seems we've got a rat among us. After watching the entire video, Wu Jiangyu fell into deep thought. That guy in the red demon mask. Was he the one spreading demon cult propaganda? Archbishop. From the look of things, they're not a small outfit. And that bishop just mentioned a summoning and a major guild. From what he could tell, that archbishop with the red star mask might be part of an even larger force. They were preparing to summon something onto Earth, and a large guild was secretly providing them with sacrifices. After sorting through his thoughts, Wu Jiangyu shared his insights with the other two. Their next move should be to focus on the major guilds. Because the demon cult had realized there was a spy among them, they would definitely hide the summoning plan more thoroughly. At this stage, it would be nearly impossible to trace them directly, which left them with only one option: identify the large guild. Of course, Red Rose, who was helping investigate the cult, could be ruled out. After hearing his analysis, Bai Huayan couldn't help but praise him. But Che Yanju wasn't so thrilled. How would they find that large guild? Even for the Flower Corridor forces, searching a guild would be difficult to push forward. A single misstep could easily lead to unnecessary conflict. But Wu Jiangyu had already thought of a solution. They could set up a bait. Weren't the demon cult guys trying to find players to use as sacrifices? And they specifically targeted players. If we spread news that a highly talented player is inside a low-level portal, someone said to be above S rank, we can lure those guys out. I believe they'll definitely take the bait. Your idea is good. But with spies among us, would the demon cult really act so recklessly? Don't worry about that. Those guys absolutely cannot resist their inner thirst for power. At this point, they are no different from demons. Even if they try their best to restrain themselves, their primal desires will keep getting stirred up. After hearing this, Che Yinju frowned slightly. But who should we use as the bait? Most players who performed well at low-level portals have already joined large guilds, and there's no way he would let his guild members serve as bait. Even if it sounds selfish. Without a full-scale war, he would never send out his guild members. Wu Jiangyu also expressed his understanding. Actually, as for the bait, he had already chosen someone in his heart. The man unexpectedly got a vivid action video, but hidden within was a vitally important piece of information. After understanding everything, Wu Jiangyu thought of a way to deal with the demon cult. They could prepare a bait among themselves by spreading news that a highly talented player was inside a low-level portal. He believed those guys wouldn't be able to resist acting. And as for the bait, he had already made his choice. After several days of observation, Wu Jiangyu found that Jin Shishuan returned. This deeply moved him, who had grown up in an orphanage. That said, he really didn't expect that the bait operation plan would proceed so smoothly in just 1 week. Although it wasn't an instant success, the current progress was quite good, and the idea for this type of promotion must have come from someone he had met before. It was definitely not the kind of plan Bai Huayan and Che Yinju could come up with. The scene shifts to the entrance of the C-rank portal. Jin Shishuan was gathering with a group of companions as usual, but today, Xueya's condition seemed a bit off. After a conversation, everyone learned from her that Wu Jiangyu hadn't been home for a long time. Although she often kept in touch with him, it seemed he was always busy elsewhere. Even when she asked him, his answers were always vague. Seeing her so down, Yunhui, standing nearby, quickly spoke up to comfort her. Sister Xueya, don't be so sad. Brother Jiangyu probably has reasons he can't share, and it's already been a week. He might be back soon. I hope so. Could it be he's tired of the food I cook, and that's why he doesn't want to come back? Or maybe he's with another woman. Hearing this, the little girl quickly interrupted her thoughts. How could Brother Jiangyu ever think of another woman when he has someone as beautiful as Sister Xueya? But if it were the other way around, who knows? He's a young, hot-blooded guy. Living with a beauty like Sister Xueya must be hard to resist. The two were getting more and more absurd with their talk. Someone gave the little girl a light tap on the head. All right, Xueya, don't take Yunhui's words to heart. Jiangyu probably has his own unavoidable reasons. After all, he's different from us. He's a high-level player. I understand your unease, but I think all we can do is work hard to get stronger, so we can one day fight side by side with Jiangyu. After everyone's encouragement, Xueya finally perked up. The four of them then began their hunting mission for the day. Meanwhile, Wu Jiangyu, hidden among the crowd, watched the group leave, feeling quite excited. Their strength had improved significantly over this period, though the progress wasn't as fast as he'd hoped. It was still impressive, but speaking of which, he hadn't been home for a week, though it was because of work. Seeing her struggling like this, it was hard not to feel heartache. And that little girl at home, who relies on me, must be having an even harder time. Looks like I need to wrap this up quickly. After entering the dungeon, Shueya and the others began fighting the cave giant, facing the immense power in their hands. Uncle Jiang felt it was time to show his skills, as his shield slammed into the ground. The ground beneath the giant's feet shattered. At the same time, Jin Shishuan had already taken an attack stance. With Shueya's skill buffs, his abilities were greatly enhanced. The next second, Jin Shishuan unleashed his Qianlong sword technique, Flying Dragon Slash. This strike clearly inflicted serious damage on the giant. Before the giant could recover, a flying lightning orb smashed hard into its body. After defeating the monster, everyone took some time to recover, as expected of C-rank monsters. Earlier, hunting 5 lizardmen had been easy, but fighting just 3 of these things felt dangerous. Meanwhile, on a cliff in the distance, Wu Jiangyu observed the entire battle. Seeing the team's performance, he was very satisfied. As expected of a team, he trained himself. There wasn't a single wasted move throughout the fight, even without needing healing. Shueya could still provide excellent buffs. Everyone's roles were clear and precise. They no longer needed his help. But speaking of which, shouldn't the fish have taken the bait by now? It's already been a week. Could they really remain unmoved? He had crawled through hell before, and knew how precious prey like this was. By right, those guys should have acted by now. Looks like he needed to search carefully. Activating his observation power, the surroundings instantly became clear. Soon, Wu Jiangyu spotted something suspicious in the distance. 2 players were heading straight toward Jin Shishuan's location, and along the way, the cave giants were easily dispatched by just a single strike from them. Seeing this, Wu Jiangyu revealed a gentle smile. The fish he had been waiting so long for had finally bitten. The man had unknowingly obtained an action video, but hidden inside it was vital intel about the demon cult. After some discussion, Wu Jiangyu came up with the bait plan, and he had already chosen the perfect bait. After days of careful observation, he was finally about to reap the rewards. At the same time, on the other side, Kim Sayan and the team successfully cleared the nearby small stage. Her outstanding performance just now left the team members in awe. However, at that moment, behind Shueya, a lone cave giant suddenly appeared. Seeing this, the team immediately entered combat mode. But before they could act, the distant monster was already cut in half at the waist. The one who made the move was someone she recognized. It was her half-brother. One of the top 5 guilds in the country, Kim Yo-hun, the vice president of the Mir Guild. If one were to describe him in a single sentence, he's the most prominent second-generation rich kid in H country. However, his strength, unlike his father, Kim Jae-hyun, who is unrivaled in the country, is only slightly above average. But backed by his father's power and wealth, he can easily dominate others. His purpose for coming here was none other than Kim Sayan. There have been a lot of rumors about you lately. I never expected you to awaken a skill above S rank. Who would have thought you'd show up at this moment? What a coincidence. I happen to need a sacrifice like you right now, and your companions seem to be of decent quality. That saves me quite a bit of time. As for that beautiful lady, I won't use her as a sacrifice. After all, she has many other uses. At this point, Kim Sayan could no longer suppress her anger, gripping her longsword. However, her brother, with a simple swing of his longsword, easily deflected her incoming strike. This bizarre scene left Kim Sayan puzzled. Even with the level gap between them, how could he counter her attack at such close range? Meanwhile, Kim Yo-hun stopped the black-clad men behind him from intervening. He wanted to deal with the person in front of him himself. As soon as they clashed, Kim Sayan was completely overwhelmed. Seeing her in such a pathetic state, Kim Yo-hun's face was full of mockery. Where's all that bravado you had just now? Are you going to tuck your tail and run? But his smirk didn't last 3 seconds, as his weapon was knocked out of his hand. Seizing the moment, Kim Sayan immediately launched a counterattack. But before her long sword could strike, the opponent had already knocked her weapon away, then delivered a kick straight to her abdomen. The tremendous force sent her crashing hard into the person behind her. After the intense series of battles just now, Kim Se-hoon finally realized that the earlier attacks definitely weren't executed by this bastard himself. There must be something strange about the weapon in his hand, just as she thought. The weapon in Kim Young-hoon's hand was indeed developed by Mir Electronics, a special system created with a huge amount of funding. As long as this system was installed on the equipment, it could detect incoming attacks through internal sensors and allow the user to automatically evade them. However, realizing this now was clearly too late. Before she could get up, Kim Young-hoon had already approached her, swinging the longsword in her hand. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Zhuang Taishu blocked the fatal strike. Although she didn't know what relationship this person had with Sehun, as long as she was here, she wouldn't let anyone bully her weapon companion. After a fierce collision, Kim Young-hoon only staggered back a few meters. At that moment, an energy barrier appeared in front of her without her noticing. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Taishu was completely stunned. Before she could figure it out, a blue light suddenly lit up before her. When she came back to her senses, her body was already suspended midair. Facing this overconfident fool, Kim Young-hoon's eyes were full of mockery. With the equipment you have, you dare come at me? Even if you hadn't made a move, I would have taken care of you soon anyway. Now you've saved me quite a bit of time. However, during their clash, Kim Sehun had already recovered from the previous blow. At this moment, her aura surged around her. With the boost of Shuya's magic, her momentum began to rise rapidly. In the next second, her figure vanished from the spot. A mighty energy formed a dragon-shaped phantom, rushing straight toward Kim Young-hoon. The members of the demon cult lurking in the shadows were drawn out. Our male protagonist had set up a baiting plan, and today was the day to reap the rewards. Just now, with the help of her companions, Kim Sehun unleashed her strongest move. The mighty energy formed a dragon-shaped phantom, slashing straight down at Kim Young-hoon. Facing the strike, Kim Young-hoon didn't dare to be careless. She immediately held her long sword horizontally in front of her. However, what happened next was completely beyond her expectations. The invisible sword aura directly knocked the long sword from her hands. The next moment, her whole body was slammed violently into the back wall. At the same time, Jin Shirsun wasn't doing well either. That last strike had taken quite a toll on her. Before she could recover, Jin Yongshuan emerged from the dust completely unscathed. You've always been like this, never willing to admit defeat. In both studies and everything else, you always surpass me. Even your talent as a player far exceeds mine. But so what? As long as I have money and power to command others, that so-called talent means nothing at all. In the next moment, Jin Shirsun witnessed something unbelievable. The powerful strike she used earlier was perfectly replicated by him. Faced with such a familiar move, she dared not hesitate and immediately raised her sword to block. Though she successfully defended against the attack, the result was shockingly similar to before. Under the force of that massive blow, her entire body was slammed hard against the rocky cliff behind her. Seeing this, Jin Yongshuan burst into laughter. Do you see now? This is your limit. No matter how hard you struggle, there will always be an insurmountable wall in front of you. And at this point, Jin Shirsun had no strength left to fight, though she barely survived. Her body was completely drained of energy. In the end, this is where she would fall. She had once sworn vengeance on the man who abandoned her and her mother. But now, forget about revenge. She couldn't even protect the people dearest to her. All of this was her own fault, for being too weak. Just as Jin Shirsun was drowning in guilt, a voice rang in her mind. Do you desire power? Meanwhile, Wu Jiangyu, up on the cliff, was closely observing the battlefield below. Judging from the current situation, it appeared that the guild colluding with the demon cult was the mere guild. But what was unexpected was that Jin Shirsun turned out to be the illegitimate child of a rich family. He had initially thought they just looked alike, but it turned out they were truly siblings. Now that everything, it was time for him to make his move. But just then, something unexpected happened below the cliff. Jin Shirsun's aura suddenly began to skyrocket uncontrollably. In just a moment, her momentum had multiplied several times over. Seeing the scene from a distance, Wu Jiangyu realized, this kid must have further awakened the martial god talent under pressure. It seems it still isn't time for me to step in. On the other side, with the mysterious power enhancing her, Kim Sehun descended like a god. The entire battle situation was instantly reversed. The one most confused about this was Kim Young-hoon. She had clearly already defeated that brat. How could she now burst forth with such terrifying power? Even the defense system she prided herself on seemed to lose its function under that spiritual energy assault. Whether in strength or speed, she was clearly superior. So why was she the one being forced back again and again? If this continued, defeat would be inevitable. Thinking of this, Kim Young-hoon prepared to retreat. But before she could activate her weapon system skill, Kim Sehun's longsword was already thrusting straight toward her face. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a giant axe blocked the deadly strike. The newcomer was the black-clad burly man who had never made a move. The moment they clashed, Kim Sehun suffered a hidden loss. She hadn't expected this man's strength to be so overwhelming. Just the impact from him swinging his weapon had already inflicted internal injuries on her. Kim Young-hoon she might be able to handle, but the man in front of her was absolutely not someone she could face. At this moment, the black admitted, you could never surpass the vice president. If you obediently acknowledge it and cripple one of your arms, this matter will be settled. After a fierce battle, Kim Sehun further awakened her martial god talent at a critical moment. This caused the original battle situation to turn around. Just as she was about to claim victory, a giant axe blocked her deadly strike. The newcomer was the black-clad burly man who had never acted before. Admit it, you could never surpass the vice president. If you obediently acknowledge it and cripple one of your arms, this matter will be over. Hearing these words, Kim Si-hoon's face was full of anger. There was no way she would ever admit to this. Seeing her reaction, the black-clad man said no more. He swung his battle axe. A heavy blow landed squarely on her chest. As a weakling, all you have is the right to suffer. At this point, Jin Shur-sun had no strength left to respond. Her heart was filled with disbelief. Recalling everything from the past, all she wanted was a fair outcome, to prove her mother was not wrong to give birth to her. But now, she could do nothing, and her troubles had dragged everyone else into this. Just as Jin Shur-sun was resigning herself to fate, a familiar voice rang in her ears. Well said. The weak indeed have only the right to suffer. Your thinking aligns perfectly with mine. Now then, let me help you fully enjoy that right. Seeing the sudden appearance of Wu Jiangyu, Jin Shur-sun was filled with confusion. Why was she here? Faced with the question, Wu Jiangyu herself didn't know how to answer. She couldn't exactly admit that she had been secretly watching her every move lately, hoping each day the demon cult would come and try to capture her like this. Let me deal with this problem first. We'll talk more later. She then told Shueya to take Jin Shur-sun aside and help her recover. Meanwhile, the black-clad warrior had also recovered from the earlier strike. Regarding the youth in front of her, she felt deeply wary. Are you from the Flower Corridor unit? Would the Flower Corridor really send just one person? Besides, I don't think we're the kind of people who greet each other so politely. Cut the chatter. Come at me already. Seeing this person look down on her so much, the black-clad warrior was furious. Raising her battle axe, she charged at Wu Jiangyu. But what happened next was completely beyond her expectations. That boy who suddenly appeared caught her full force strike with just one hand. The weak have only the right to suffer. Let me properly safeguard this right for you. Meanwhile, seeing the situation turn bad from afar, Chae Young-hoon immediately ordered his men to use demonic energy against the enemy. The black-clad, burly man naturally understood the seriousness of it. After some struggle, he ultimately chose to obey the order. As the demonic energy was released, the aura around him began to rise rapidly. In just a moment, his body had fully undergone demonization. Seeing this, Kim Young-hoon's heart was filled with excitement. Very good. With this, we can win. Hurry up and kill that arrogant bastard. No matter how strong he is, the final victory will still be ours. Facing the fierce onslaught, Wu Jiangyu showed a faint mocking smile. Although you're so far, the one who looks most like a demon, your strength is still too weak. With the blessings of Iron Wall and Heavenly Force, Wu Jiangyu took down Kim Young-hoon. Witnessing this, fell into complete despair. Who the hell is this guy? Could he be a player ranked on the leaderboards? Otherwise, how could he effortlessly kill someone who had already unleashed demonic energy? I'd better run. The only one who can save me now is my father. Thinking of this, Chae Young-hoon quickly pulled out a communication crystal. But before he could act, Wu Jiangyu appeared behind him like a ghost. The next moment, a heavy slap sent him flying to the ground. You were planning to use that thing in your hand to contact Kim Jae-hyun, right? No problem. Go ahead and contact him. I absolutely won't interfere. The scene shifted to Mir Guild headquarters. At that moment, the communication crystal in front of Kim Jae-hyun began to glow white. Then Wu Jianyu's voice came from within. May I ask if you are Kim Young-hoon's guardian? Your son is currently my hostage. If you want to save him, come immediately to Mashon Street, C-Clash transfer point. Of course, what I mean is you should come alone. But I know you won't act alone. I know your type very well, so don't play any tricks. Just hurry up and bring your people. Hearing his son's screams, Kim Jae-hyun immediately flew into a rage. Are you insane? How dare the Flower Corridor unit make such a demand of me? Jin Zaishian, can you bear the consequences? No. Don't misunderstand. I'm not a member of the Flower Corridor unit. If you want to know who I really am, then come and pick up your son. After several days of secret surveillance, Wu Jiangyu finally reaped the rewards. And this time, his plan went exceptionally well. Faced with his repeated provocation, Jin Zaishian was absolutely furious. As a regional overlord, when had he ever been threatened like this, he would definitely find this insolent brat and tear him to pieces. After the dreamlike conversation ended, the two parted ways on good terms. Now that contact with Jin Zaishian had been made, it was time to deal with the guy in front of them. Judging from what just happened, Jin Zaishian seemed to truly care for his son. People consumed by love are easily manipulated. After handling everything, Wu Jiangyu led his group out of the dungeon. And outside the dungeon, someone had already been waiting. It was Chae Yinju, and by Huayan, long unseen. You contacted us, and then disappeared? We thought you'd bailed. This time, Huayan and I brought... Don't let our efforts go to waste. Everyone nearby was quite surprised to see the two of them. They hadn't expected Wu Jiangyu to have such wide connections. To know these two, no less. After a brief chat, Che Yinju slowly approached Wu Jiangyu. It was her first time meeting Shuya and the others. After introductions, Wu Jiangyu told everyone to head back, because something big was about to happen here. Staying could get them caught up in it. From a distance, Bai Huayan saw him finish his preparations, and asked about the real matter, the bait he mentioned earlier. Was it the person he was holding? Hearing his question, Wu Jiangyu cooperatively lifted the man he was carrying. Only then did the two realize it was Jin Yongshuan of the Mir Guild. They hadn't expected Wu Jiangyu to take him hostage, but with this, Jin Zixin surely wouldn't sit still. Thinking of the battle to come, Che Yinju could only sigh helplessly. Although they had long expected this day to come, they hadn't thought it would arrive so soon. Because it happened so suddenly, they hadn't gathered all their forces yet. Was it a bit too hasty to start an all-out war now? You don't have to worry about that, because there's nothing easier than dealing with an enemy who has lost their mind and come alone. After all, a father's love for his son is infinite. As far as I know, while Kim Ye-hoon is unpredictable, Kim Jae-yun is different. Even if his son is captured and held hostage, would he really lose his mind so easily? Let's just wait and see. Before long, several business vehicles approached from afar. Inside the cars was none other than Kim Jae-hyun from the Mill Guild. Seeing the two women before him, Kim Jae-hyun became even more convinced of his suspicions. You two reckless fools. You dared declare war on me without deploying your full forces? You think everything's fine just because you took my son hostage. Where's the guy who just talked to me on the phone? Facing the murderous Kim Jae-hyun, Wu Jiangyu greeted him warmly like an old friend. Then, he casually tossed Kim Ye-hoon back. This scene was completely beyond Che Yinju's expectations. How could he return the hostage so easily? Kim Jae-hyun, from a distance, was just as confused. What exactly are you trying to do? Nothing much. I just thought you might be worried about him. So I let you say hello first. Aren't you here to find your son? Looking at Wu Jiangyu's friendly smile, Kim Jae-hyun felt a vague sense of unease. He gently shook his precious son in his arms, trying to wake him up. But after regaining consciousness, Kim Young-hoon showed no recognition of him. He even asked who he was. Hearing that question, Kim Jae-hyun's face was full of disbelief. What kind of torment had his son endured? To not even recognize him? Amidst terrified cries, Kim Jae-hyun completely lost it. His powerful aura even cracked the ground beneath his feet. What the hell did you do to my son? From a distance, Che Yinju saw this scene, and immediately rushed in front of Wu Jiangyu. He wasn't sure whether the guy behind him can he handle the situation in front of him. With a thunderous shout, Jin Zixin vanished on the spot. Beneath the holy path, he had already lost all reason. He activated his 9th awakening skill. His aura materialized. Meanwhile, Che Yinju didn't dare to be careless either. She immediately activated her legendary performance, Bloodlust Romance. A battle between two top-tier powerhouses had officially begun. After several days of investigation, Wu Jiangyu finally identified the guild that was secretly working with the demon cult, and thus a battle between two peak-level fighters erupted. The moment they clashed, a deafening boom rang out. Before he could recover, Che Yinju swung her Bloodlust Romance chain. In the next second, chains from the air bound Jin Zixin tightly. With something like this, you think you can hold me? As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Zixin smashed his fist down onto the ground. In an instant, countless stones flew into the air. Luckily, Bai Huayan, who was assisting nearby, acted just in time. With a single graceful strike at first contact, his blade rode a gust of force, sweeping forward. Faced with such a fierce attack, Jin Zixin didn't try to dodge. A deafening burst echoed. The surrounding wind blades were completely dispersed. You filthy bastards. Get out of my way. Using the residual force from the earlier attack, Jin Zixin sprang forward with both legs. In just an instant, he appeared before Che Yinju. Seeing this, Che Yinju immediately assumed a combat stance. Then the chain in her hand shot forward like a sharp sword. But to her surprise, Jin Zixin completely ignored her attack. With overwhelming force, he blasted her backward. She was clearly outmatched in terms of raw strength, but in terms of overall skill, they were evenly matched. As long as she kept piling on the damage, it wouldn't take long to wear him down. Then, she would strike with a fatal blow, and the fight would be over. However, Jin Zixin had long since lost his senses. He paid no attention to his injuries. At this moment, only one thought remained in his mind: to crush the person in front of him to dust. You bastard! What the hell did you do to my son? Before Kim Jae-hyun's raised fist could fall, a sharp sword pierced through his abdomen. The one who struck was Bai Huayan from the Flower Corridor unit. Now that the situation was settled, the two women chose not to act further. They simply stood by and watched silently. Throughout this entire battle, Wu Jiangyu never lifted a hand. He had already anticipated this outcome. Looking at the defeated man before him, Wu Jiangyu grabbed him by the head. Weren't you going to kill me? Do you know who I am now? He had discovered information about the cult of demons. Thus, the two top guilds had launched a full-scale battle. Everyone brought Kim Jae-hyun back to the Flower Corridor Unit headquarters. Seeing the leisurely Woo Jiangyu, Chae Yinju finally voiced the question in his heart. What exactly did you do to Kim Yo-hoon? Why did he end up like that? Woo Jiangyu had already anticipated his question. He simply said he had tampered a bit with the guy's memory. As for the rest, it was inconvenient to disclose. We're partners now. You've helped me a lot. And I've helped you quite a bit too. As for those cult of demons guys, one day, I'll uproot them all. As long as our goals are aligned, that's enough, right? After hearing his response, Chae Yinju sighed helplessly. Was he raising a tiger that would eventually bite him? But thinking about it now, it was probably too late. He could only move forward to the end. After reaching an agreement, the two headed to the interrogation room. Seeing everyone had arrived, Bai Huanin began the interrogation. Facing everyone's, Kim Jae-hyun just sneered disdainfully, showing no sign of. Kim Jae-hyun, you're no longer the chairman of Mill Electronics, or a guild leader. You're just a criminal colluding with a crazy organization. Stop shouting at me. In my eyes, the Flower Corridor Unit is just a dog raised by the higher-ups. Do you know how many influential people I have ties with? Since when does a dog dare to bark at its master? Before he could finish speaking, Chae Yinju struck from the side. You bastard, I've had enough of you. Answer our questions now. Just as the two of them were at a loss with this guy, Woo Jiangyu finally spoke from a distance. You two have done enough. Let me have a proper talk with him. I believe he'll talk. Hearing that familiar voice, Jin Zaixin was filled with rage. Even if you show up, the result won't change. You think I'll tell you anything? Keep dreaming. Faced with Jin Zaixin's defiant stance, Woo Jiangyu already had a plan in mind. I can restore your son, Jin Yongxuan, to normal. How about it? Speak up. Tell me everything you know about the demon cult. Seeing him use his son as a bargaining chip again, Jin Zaixin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then he cursed at Woo Jiangyu furiously. You bastard. You're going straight to hell. But Woo Jiangyu remained unfazed. After all, hadn't he already come from hell? Soon, Jin Zaixin began confessing everything he knew. It was about 8 months ago. I met a mysterious man wearing a red mask. I don't know exactly who he was. He offered me a deal. If I provided the sacrifices he needed for a ritual, he would turn me into a demon. Chae Yinju interrupted his story upon hearing this. You didn't even know who that man was, and you still accepted his offer? Are you still dissatisfied with who you are now, that you had to go do something so insane? You asked that question because you know nothing about them. As long as one becomes a true demon, they gain the power of immortality. Even if their head is cut off, as long as their heart still beats, they won't die or age. And the demon cult, it has existed for thousands of years. They've been hiding all over the world, secretly growing in power, for reasons unknown. It's only in recent years that they officially began activities. So in order to gain immortality, you kidnapped players and offered them to the cult of demons? Hearing such a foolish question, Kim Jae-hyun burst out laughing. You really don't know anything, do you? A demon's body can preserve consciousness and stimulate even stronger desires. As long as you become a demon, you'll never get tired of life. Not only can you have a youthful body, but you can also attain immortality in spirit. Hearing his talk about immortality, Woo Jiangyu sneered with disdain. Unquenchable desires were far from being as wonderful as imagined. It was an extremely terrifying kind of suffering, one unmatched by any pain in the human world. After getting a rough understanding of the situation, Bai Huayan asked a question that had puzzled him for a long time. That so-called summoning. What exactly are they summoning? They want to summon demons. Just a month ago, I received news that the dimensional barrier that prevents demon summoning had suddenly weakened for unknown reasons. Because of that, they can now summon demons from hell directly. Upon hearing this, Woo Jiangyu broke out in a cold sweat. Wasn't it exactly a month ago that he returned to Earth? After a round of threats and persuasion from Woo Jiangyu, Kim Jae-hyun, who had been unwilling to talk, finally compromised. But as time went on, Woo Jiangyu's expression grew darker and darker. According to Kim Jae-hyun, the cult of demons began their full-scale operations, precisely because when he returned to Earth, he had damaged the Gaia system. Couldn't that thing repair itself? Damn it. At this rate, demons and monsters would recklessly invade Earth, and there were also the people from Elno coveting nearby. Forget it. Stop thinking. This problem couldn't be solved for now anyway. Better to focus on dealing with the cult of demons in front of him. During the subsequent interrogation, Kim Jae-hyun also revealed a lot of useful information. One of the most important points is, the demon cult accepts sacrifices externally, on a commission-based system, which indirectly indicates that Jin Zaixin isn't the only major guild leader in collusion with them. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber, news of Jin Zaixin's capture reached immediately. Seeing the image in the crystal ball, the archbishop was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Jin Zaixin to get caught so easily. Fortunately, there were still other guilds providing sacrifices, so this wouldn't cause too much disruption to the plan. But for someone like Jin Zaixin to appear so recklessly, was it because of him? The last time I saw this guy, he called himself Woo Jiangyu, right? Looks like I need to confirm that properly. What's the status of the cult's additional support? Reporting, my lord. The reinforcements have arrived. Its magic crystals condensed from demonic energy. They'll help us execute the plan and enhance your power as well. Excellent. Since they're here, let's proceed with the original plan. Let's start with the S-Class Lord Orcaro. On the other side, Jean Zishin's interrogation had concluded. Because of Wujianga's outstanding performance this time, the higher-ups decided to reward her specially. After all, if it weren't for her intervention, this matter would not have been resolved so easily. As for the details of the reward, even Bai Huayan wasn't sure. But it certainly wouldn't be just a certificate or medal. They'd be notified once the higher-ups made a decision. Upon hearing that, Wujiangu became rather curious. The reward probably wouldn't be something trivial. After wrapping everything up, Wujiangu returned home. Seeing the one she had longed for finally returned, the young girl's eyes welled up with tears. Jiangnu, where have you been all this time? I'm sorry, Ijadina. I've had some matters to deal with lately, so I couldn't come back. Did I do something wrong and upset you? If I did, I'll fix it. Please don't abandon me, okay? Seeing the girl cry even harder, Wujianga quickly stepped in to comfort her. It's nothing like that. It's not because you did anything wrong, and I will never leave you. You can rest assured. Holding Ijadina in her arms, Wujiangyu couldn't help but feel guilty inside. After all, this child had just escaped a life of loneliness, and she herself had disappeared for many years without a word. It was truly hard on her. Early the next morning, everyone went to the hospital to visit the severely injured Kim Si-hoon. After some conversation, Wu Jiangyu also gave a partial explanation for his sudden appearance that day. He said he had heard some rumors, which led him there. But Kim Si-hoon seemed very concerned about these rumors. Where exactly did they come from? Don't overthink it. The player circle is smaller than you imagine, especially since your squad members are so outstanding. It's only natural that rumors would spread. By the way, Jiangyu, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. What happened to Kim Young-hoon and Kim Jae-hyun? Oh, that. They'll be locked up in prison for life. You don't need to worry about them getting out. After all, this incident isn't something money can solve, and both Mill Electronics and the Mill Guild have been torn apart because of it. Although it wasn't my intention, I did hear some things about you. It said that Kim Jae-hyun pulled some tricks and left you with a massive debt. You can seek full compensation through legal means regarding this. Also, it seems your mother is ill. Hearing this, Kim Si-hoon could no longer hold back his emotions. Thank you. Really, thank you so much, Jiangyu. You are truly my savior. Meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life. From now on, like Tashu, I will recognize you as my sworn brother. I'll treat you as my elder brother. Don't say that. You're making me feel guilty. Jiangyu chuckled awkwardly, thinking of how he had once attacked Si-hoon and forcibly turned him into a poop demon. Jiangyu, you're really a good person. Seriously, don't say anything more. Meeting you is my luck. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Looking back now, turning you into a poop demon was too much. It was like what I did to Taishui. Never really treated you like an older brother. Why would you do that to me? Jiangyu felt like he was burning alive because of guilt. No matter how cunning or ruthless he wasn't devoid of emotion. You made me feel like total garbage. Jiangyu let go of his regret. He nodded and gave an awkward smile. All right then. I'll chat with you guys casually. Thanks, man. Bro. Jin Shursun smiled and bowed. So cool. Even though they were all guys, Shursun's handsomeness made him tremble a little. All right then. I'll tell you something I've been hiding until now. Shursun said he's the successor of the martial god, and he possesses an SSS tier trait. SSS tier trait. No one awakens with that kind of trait on their first awakening, right? I knew Shursun wasn't joking. But, even though Jiangyu knew the details, he still pretended to be surprised. You. How did you awaken as the martial god's successor? Hashu asked. I don't know the specifics, but when I awakened as a player, the system message I received was different from everyone else's. A different system message? The other team members looked at Shursun. Even Jiangyu was hearing about this for the first time, so he watched with great interest. It said I was chosen as a guardian to help restore the damaged Gaia system. The Gaia system. I don't really know what it is either, but when I awakened as a player, I definitely received some information about it. Jiangyu narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected to hear about the Gaia system here. Even Che Yinju hadn't heard of it, and now it was mentioned from Si-hoon's mouth. Si-hoon, what was the exact date you awakened as a player? I remember it was May 22nd. Oh, isn't that the day we met? Jiangyu. Han Shueya said. May 22nd, the day Jiangyu returned to Earth. The day I returned to Earth was also the day Si-hoon awakened as a player. From the information Si-hoon claimed to have seen, it wasn't hard to guess the reason. Because the Gaia system was damaged. The Gaia system, this defense mechanism, was damaged due to Jiangyu's return to Earth. And to compensate for the defect, a guardian was selected. Roughly speaking, it made sense. Jiangyu continued to ponder. Then, Is Sihun the key to repairing the Gaia system? The term supplement in the system information. It's unclear whether Sihun can repair the defect, or if, because the defect is irreparable, he was chosen to take over the role. Judging from the wording, it seemed more like the latter. In any case, one thing was certain. Sihun could take over part of the system's duties. I knew it. Meeting Sihun was my good fortune. Jiang Yu's eyes shone brightly. It seemed Sihun was far more important than Jiang Yu initially imagined. Our relationship is still good up until now. Thanks to the demon cult incident, Sihun's trust in him had deepened. If he continued to grow and fulfill the role of guardian properly, he would become an even stronger ally than Jiang Yu had ever expected. I feel a little guilty, but after hearing that Sihun was the guardian chosen by the Gaia system, Jiang Yu believed making sure Sun, his contracted servant, was the right decision. Because the Gaia system was weakening continuously, no one knew what might happen in the future. To prevent it from deteriorating, Jiang Yu needed to fully investigate and prepare. So then, does that make you a hero protecting the Earth? He asked as well. Saying it out loud feels kind of awkward. To be honest, I'm not really sure either. While my stats were better than others at the start, players like Che Yanzhu and Baek Konghyun were strong too. But SSS tier? I heard the First Lady started with an S tier trait. That's amazing, isn't it? But I haven't fully accepted the martial god's power yet, so I can't Right now, I feel like I'm about on par with those who awaken with S tier traits. But that doesn't diminish my power. Taishu patted Shursun on the shoulder, smiling proudly like a big brother. Shursun shook his head and gave a gentle smile. Even with a gift like this, I still almost lost. The word powerful doesn't really suit me. Right. You are powerful. But Jiang Yu bro is even more amazing, Taishu shouted excitedly. Jiang Yu chuckled, stood up, and said, you take care of the party. If you need anything, just call me. I'll do my best to help. Bro. Shursun's voice carried a firm determination. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Now, everything that had once held him back was gone. He had a new goal to pursue, and that was a good thing. However, once your body fully recovers, take a little break too. Got it? Since I disturbed your rest, I feel guilty about it. I'll head out first then. Jiang Yu turned around. Sihun looked somewhat disappointed. You're leaving? Yeah. I am. I still have things to do, Jiang Yu said, puzzled. It seemed Sihun didn't want him to leave. What's wrong with him? He felt their relationship had already gone beyond simple goodwill. Could it be? Jiang Yu shook his head. He didn't want to think about it any further. It was said that familiars developed affection for their masters because their souls were connected, and they would be instinctively drawn to their master. Please. Jiang Yu's eyes showed despair. He didn't want to believe Sihun was like that. Without looking back, Jiang Yu left the room. After the hospital visit, Jiang Yu became extremely busy. He had to plan the coming days with Yinzhu and Bai Huayan, and also check whether the matters he promised Sihun were progressing smoothly. Then he went to the prison built especially for players to see Kim Jae-hyun and reconfirm the information Kim Jae-hyun provided about the demon cult. Jiang Yu made sure Kim Jae-hyun understood that since Kim Young-hoon had been used as a hostage, they wouldn't tolerate any further cowardice. Jiang Yu also checked how much his mana reserves had increased after his sixth awakening, and how easily he could now use his newly unlocked abilities. It was exhausting. Thinking about the past few days, Jiang Yu sighed. He almost started to hate the fact he only had one body. It's a pity I can't use the cloning ability yet. The cloning ability would allow him to create another self that shared his consciousness, but it required an enormous amount of mana. So even though he had reached his sixth awakening, he still couldn't use it. Even if I had another me, there would still be so much to do. Jiang Yu sighed again. He opened his status window. He had to reach level 59 to confirm whether he, like other players, faced a level up limit, and he needed to understand what the two additional conditions were for achieving the ultimate magic body. However, he couldn't even attempt those quests yet. His schedule had been packed tight. But it was finally over. He'd been constantly busy for the past few days, so most of the urgent matters had been resolved. Once he finished today's tasks, he could finally relax. Jiang Yu, we've finished packing for the move. What about your mom? She said she still had things to pack, so she told us to go ahead. She'll take a taxi later today. All right. Jiang Yu nodded and glanced around the empty 66 square meter apartment. It was the place he and Shueya had lived in after returning to Earth. He probably needed some time to sort out his thoughts. He had only lived here for 2 months, but Shueya's mother, Kim Mijin, had lived here for nearly 20 years. What needed sorting might not be just belongings. All right, we're heading out, Jiang Yu said, getting into the car. Shueya sat in the passenger seat, and Ijidona was on his lap. What is it? Jiang Yu. Without a word, Jiang Yu lifted Ijidona and placed her in the back seat. Jiang Yu's gotten colder toward me. Ijidona lowered her head sadly. Jiang Yu smiled and drove towards Seoul Station. Are you really okay with this? What do you mean? You. Letting me and my mom live in a house you bought? Yeah, I already told you. Don't worry about it. I don't want to live in such a big place alone anyway. But still. Besides, I didn't even pay for it myself. Red Rose helped me prepare it. Miss Che Yenju? That's right. It's written in the contract. Shueya clenched her gloves in frustration. The house was 165 square meters, and ever since the player management office and the Big 5 guild towers were built, land prices around Seoul Station had skyrocketed, so this place was easily worth over 2 billion won. Yenju could give such an expensive house to Jeongyu like it was nothing. She couldn't help but feel envious. It seemed the two of them were very close. Shueya nervously bit her lip. And the house we're moving into is really close to hers too. Just thinking about Jeongyu and Yenju being together made her dizzy. Shueya sighed. The huge gap between her and Yenju made her shoulders slump. The car fell into silence. Ijidona broke the silence. Jeongyu, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Tomorrow? Not really sure. Unlike the past few days, he genuinely had no plans for tomorrow. Will you be super busy tomorrow too? Ijidona asked cautiously. She seemed to want to spend time with Jeongyu, but didn't want to bother him. It was like a little kid asking a busy father if he had a day off. Jeongyu chuckled, finding Ijidona's cautious attitude very cute. Taking a day off wouldn't be a bad idea. After returning to Earth, he had very few days to rest. Considering things might get even busier later, taking a break might be a good idea. I'm free tomorrow. Then. Didn't you say before we go out together? Let's go tomorrow. Yeah. Anywhere is fine as long as it's with Jeongyu. Ijidona hummed happily, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just thinking about going out with Jeongyu made her thrilled. Shueya let out a short cry of surprise. She realized that not only was she losing to Yenju among her rivals, but now she was also losing to the newly joined Ijidona. I met him first. Shueya felt like she was being left behind, which made her anxious. Then I'll go too. Didn't you say you were going to spend the whole day packing? I can do that later. I want to go too. Shueya quickly replied. All right then. Shueya, you can come along too. Jeongyu nodded with a smile. Echidona pouted and glared at the uninvited guest. She clearly didn't approve of Shueya's buzzkill attitude. Sensing Echidona's stare, Shueya gave an awkward smile. She understood Echidona wanted time alone with Jeongyu, but there was nothing she could do. Love and war are both fair games. Shueya was willing to be a buzzkill, as long as she could make Jeongyu hers. Jeongyu, wake up. The next morning, Echidona shook Jeongyu awake. After a quick breakfast, Jeongyu took Echidona and Han Shueya out. He brought the two girls to a large department store in Yongdongpo Mokdong. At first, they seemed wary of each other. But soon, their eyes lit up, and they started picking clothes. They were getting along better than I expected. Jeongyu thought Echidona would stay on guard with Shueya. After all, Echidona was very introverted. Even yesterday, while they were unpacking, she was pouting and glaring at Shueya. But now, they were shopping together, chatting away, like real sisters. This must be the power of womanhood. Jeongyu didn't get what was fun about picking out clothes. To him, they all looked the same. Oh my god, look at this. You look great in this outfit. Echidona, will Jeongyu like it? Kiki, of course he will. Then I'll try it on. Shueya, like a big sister, was helping Ijidona pick out clothes. Ijidona seemed very interested in the clothes too, her eyes sparkling as she followed behind Shueya. As long as the two of them were having fun, it was good. If Ijidona could make more friends, and not rely solely on her, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Too much dependence would only cloud her judgment. Jeongyu, come here for a second. Jeongyu, does this suit me? Turning around, he saw Ijidona looking at him nervously. She was wearing a beige jacket and a very fine plaid skirt. She looked incredibly cute. It was almost like she was wearing a school uniform, regardless of her actual age, because she looked so young. It really felt like she was wearing a uniform. Yeah, it suits you very well. Ijidona blushed and let out a hum, then looked up at Shueya, her eyes shining. I want this one. Kiki, okay, I'll buy it for you. Thank you. You're a really good person. Shueya. Ijidona was easily won over by a single piece of clothing. She grabbed onto Shueya's sleeve and smiled brightly. You're too cute. Shueya, I can't breathe. Shueya hugged Ijidona tightly, rubbing her cheeks against hers. Jeongyu smiled contentedly at the two of them. It's so nice to take a break, seeing the two of them having fun. She couldn't help but smile. After trying on clothes, both girls each grabbed one of Jeongyu's arms, pulling him along. He really was holding flowers in both hands. She could feel people's intense stares falling on her. And Jeongyu followed behind the girls, smiling like a victor. Now this is life. She remembered the days she spent among muscle-bound battle maniacs, and the nights she feared tentacle monsters in her dreams. Jiangyu was genuinely happy. He felt like all the pain he'd endured was for this moment. 1 hour passed. How about this one? Ekidona. Looks great on you. Shueya. MHM. Perfect. They had gotten even closer. 2 hours passed. Hiki, try this one on. Jiangyu. You look so cool. Jiangyu. Yeah. 3 hours passed. Jiangyu. Let's go back to the second floor. I think it was better there. Oh, I want to go back to where we were an hour ago too. What is this? 4 hours passed. Ugh. Just as I expected. We should have gone back to the first place we started. Yeah, totally. I like that place more too. Why is this still going? 4 hours had passed, and they were still shopping. Jiangyu stared at them with a blank expression. The problem wasn't that they wanted to visit every store. It was that they kept going back to stores they'd already been to. This store. We've been to it 4 times. Jiangyu's face was pale. Unlike Jiangyu, who was slowly losing her energy, the two girls were tirelessly looking at clothes. It was like they were using infinite stamina. She felt like she was trapped inside an endless Mobius loop. Is this what life is? It wasn't that walking for hours made her body tired. It was the repetition of seemingly meaningless actions that exhausted her mind. Did I really take a break? Before things got busy again, she thought she'd rest by going to the department store, but instead of resting, she felt more exhausted than during a battle. Just as her brain was about to crash, suddenly, I'm done shopping. Should we take a break now? You're done shopping? Hiki, let's check out things other than clothes this afternoon. Jiangyu felt like she had been struck by lightning under the blue sky. Her face turned even paler. Jiangyu, it's already past lunchtime. Should we go to the food court and grab something to eat? Food court. Jiangyu tilted her head in confusion. This surprised Shueya a bit. Don't tell me you don't know what a food court is? Yeah, never heard of it. Back when Jiangyu lived on Earth, she hadn't even been to a department store, let alone a food court. Shueya looked troubled. Well, it's basically a place where lots of good food is gathered together. There's a wide variety of menus, and the prices are reasonable too. Wow. Jiangyu's eyes lit up. Eating was one of the things she enjoyed most after returning to Earth. Let's go. Jiangyu's tired expression immediately brightened up. She walked toward the food court full of excitement. What she saw next left her stunned. Anything is allowed here. Really? Just say the number of the dish you want, and you'll get a meal ticket. Wow. Looking at the menu with over 100 options, Jiangyu was overwhelmed with excitement. Is this heaven? There were 3 types of kimchi stew, tuna, ham, and pork. If this isn't heaven, Jiangyu didn't know what was. I can't believe a place like this exists. Jiangyu regretted missing out on this kind of place. While obsessed with hunting and leveling up, she'd forgotten what mattered most. The very reason she returned to Earth, wasn't it to enjoy food and fun? She could feel her desires boiling over, but it wasn't normal desire. It was amplified by her demonic nature. She could feel that hunger devouring her sanity. Jiangyu, what do you want to eat? Everything. Everything. Jiangyu walked up to the counter and said seriously, please give me every item from number 1 to number 168. In 10 portions each of number 67, number 68, and number 69. Clearly, the 10 orders she made were all kimchi stew. Jiangyu, calm down. Shueya rushed up to the irrational Jiangyu. Why? There's no way we can eat all that. We'll just take the leftovers home, but they'll go bad if we can't finish them. Relax. I can make sure they don't spoil. As long as Jiangyu activates the effect of Rot Reversal Almighty, we can store all the food without worrying about it spoiling. Shueya's mind started working fast, trying to find a way to calm Jiangyu down. The food court menu is quite diverse, but honestly, the food there isn't that good. How about I cook you whatever you want from the menu at home instead? Just eat enough to be full here. If it doesn't taste good, then, hearing that the food wasn't great, Jiangyu's excitement quickly died down. Disappointed, Jiangyu only ordered 3 things. Kimchi stew, pizza, fried chicken, and sweet rice balls. Even though it was quite a bit, it was far from his original plan. Jiangyu is eating. I want that too. Ijidona, like Jiangyu, had sparkling eyes. Shueya wanted to stop them, but seeing their sparkling eyes, she gave up. I'll just have udon. Not long after they ordered dinner with meal tickets, the order bell rang. Jiangyu and Ijidona had ordered so much food that even a table for 4 couldn't fit it all. They had to add another table next to theirs. All right, let's eat. Jiangyu took a spoonful of pork kimchi stew. Just like Shueya said, compared to what he cooked himself, this was a bit lackluster, but Jiangyu's eyes were sparkling. Even if the taste wasn't great, the sheer variety was incredible. It was the fulfillment of a dream he'd never dared imagine in health. to mix and try all kinds of foods together. It was a precious experience. Jiang Yu turned his head, placing pizza into the kimchi stew. Jiang Yu. Shuya cried out in shock. Jiang Yu ate pizza and kimchi stew at the same time. And not just pizza, he also mixed sweet rice balls and fried chicken into the kimchi stew. Huff huff. Well, it tastes better than I imagined. You should have just mixed them all together. Ekidona tilted her head curiously and asked Shuya, while staring at Jiang Yu eating his kimchi stew, pizza, tangyuan, and fried chicken. No, but Jiang Yu's doing it. That's because Jiang Yu is a total weirdo. He barely held back from saying it out loud, watching Jiang Yu seriously eat his kimchi stew. Just then, whoa, a man suddenly approached them and sat down across from Jiang Yu without asking. The man gave a sheepish grin and spoke in a rural accent. Well, you get it, right? Stew's meant to be a mix of all the worst stuff. Jiang Yu stopped eating and glared angrily at the man across from him. He wore an outdated Hawaiian shirt and a gold chain necklace. His body was jacked with muscle. His skin tanned dark. Looking at him was like seeing a mini version of Kong Taishu. Who are you? Jiang Yu asked angrily. The man grinned. I'm Baek Konghyun from the Hanga Guild. Did you hear what I said? Let me be clear. There probably isn't a single person in Korea who hasn't heard the name Baek Konghyun. You're the newbie from the Red Rose Guild, right? Konghyun sneered and continued. How about this? I'll give you 50 billion won. Equip you with unique grade gear, a car, a house, better than anything you've got now. Join our guild. I'll leave you a senior executive position. Hearing so many outrageous offers and salaries, Shuya's mouth fell open, but Jiang Yu remained calm, letting out a cold chuckle, and leaning back casually in his chair. He spoke lightly. Is that all? TCH. Sweet and sour pork is a Korean Chinese dish, served with a sweet and sour sauce. Oh. Baek Kanghyun's eyes lit up as he looked at the relaxed Wu Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu wasn't bluffing. He genuinely felt the conditions weren't good enough. Kanghyun seemed to find this situation amusing, and laughed. No. You're quite an interesting young man. If you have nothing to say, why don't you leave? Jiang Yu said arrogantly. This wasn't the attitude a player should show in front of Kanghyun, Korea's so-called strongest ranker. Hara. Kanghyun burst out laughing. He couldn't remember the last time someone had spoken to him with such arrogance. I like you. So then, what's your definition of satisfactory conditions? Kanghyun asked. Jiang Yu squinted at Kanghyun, murmuring to himself. Although Jiang Yu looked relaxed, the gears in his mind were spinning fast. Baek Konghyun. He had long grown tired of hearing that name. Although Kanghyun never made it to the world stage, he was still called an unrivaled monster in Korea. He was even stronger than Che Yinju. I didn't expect him to be like this. Jiang Yu had imagined Kanghyun as a solitary martial artist, but reality turned out to be completely different. The image Jiang Yu had of the ultimate player was completely shattered. If he was here now, did that mean he had heard the rumors? Jiang Yu's contribution in the demon cult incident was too great. There's no way he could go unnoticed. Just as Bai Huan-in had warned him, Jiang Yu had to accept that rumors would inevitably spread. But he didn't expect him to show up in person. Jiang Yu was surprised. He figured both Kanghyun and Yinju preferred handling things personally. He looked at Kanghyun and said, Sorry, but it doesn't matter what conditions you offer. I'm not interested in joining a guild. Jiang Yu didn't even have to think about it. He was satisfied with his current alliance with Red Rose and the Flower Corridor unit. What he liked most was that he didn't have to take orders from anyone. They were equal. However, if he joined a guild, that would change. There would inevitably be someone above him. And he couldn't let that happen. Even if they promised him freedom, he still hated being under anyone, and it wasn't necessary anymore. Ever since he accepted Yinju's offer, things had changed. Jiang Yu was now strong enough. He didn't need anyone's support anymore. Are you sure I can give you what? I'm quite satisfied with the money, car, and house I have now. I don't chase after that kind of thing. Then what do you want? No idea. You figure it out. Haha. Not bad. It's been a long time since someone treated me this nicely. Jiang Xian smiled and nodded. How about this then? If you join us, I'll give you a piece of legendary gear. A trace of hesitation flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Jiang Xian noticed it and smiled. Looks like it caught your attention. Yeah, I won't deny it. Legendary gear is something money can't buy. First of all, it's extremely rare. Player gear is crafted by players with unique in collaboration with scientists who study modern weapons. Naturally, the materials used come from monster corpses and magic stones. Crafting legendary gear is nearly impossible, because the materials can only be obtained from S-rank gate bosses. And those materials don't always drop. The most crucial issue is the imprint. Legendary and higher tier gear comes with imprinting. It means the gear will be imprinted to its first user. In other words, no one else can use it afterward. Also, imprinting usually requires fulfilling many conditions, so it's common for players to obtain equipment, only to find themselves unable to use it. That is kind of tempting. Unique items are already quite good. But Kang Hyun is offering something better. I believe Yeonju's chains are also legendary. Yeonju herself is strong, but those chains are even stronger. They're incredibly powerful, especially their passive energy drain. But the most important part is that gear above legendary grade often boosts a stat by a fixed absolute value. But if it's one that boosts mana, I'm definitely out. Jiangyu was interested, but after thinking a bit, he still shook his head and said, "No thanks. As tempting as it is, no offer sweet enough would work. He's just not someone who follows orders." I figured you'd say that. Kang Hyun smiled and stood up. "Here's my number. If you change your mind, give me a call." "All right. Sorry to interrupt your meal." "Oh, and if you're going to host one, you'll need this too." Jiang Xian grabbed the plate of radish kimchi next to the udon. He poured it into the kimchi soup. "This is the real flavor," Jiang Xian exclaimed, putting kimchi in kimchi soup. "Come on, you're missing out. The textures are different." "All right, I'll give it a try." Jiang Yu smiled and ate the kimchi soup with the radish kimchi. That disgusting stuff was no longer just kimchi soup. It was closer to organic waste. Han Shueya couldn't even bear to look at the kimchi soup. She turned away and asked, "Is it good, Jiang Yu?" Shueya asked. "Of course it's good, haha." After finishing the kimchi soup, Jiang Yu stood up. "Let's go, Jiang Yu." "Is it really okay to refuse?" Shueya said. "Why? Do you think not accepting 50 billion won is a waste?" "No, it's not like that. It's not my money. She doesn't seem like the type to hold a grudge. I'm just worried she might." "If she does," Jiang Yu said with a smile, "I'll make her regret it completely." After strolling through the department store, Jiang Yu headed to the parking lot. "Phew, we had a lot of fun today." "Yeah, I tried on so many clothes. And getting compliments from Jiang Yu made me happy." The two girls smiled with satisfaction. "That's a relief," Jiang Yu said with a slightly tired expression. She had been wandering around the department store all day. Mentally, she was utterly exhausted, but her mood wasn't bad at all. She felt that Echidna and Shueya had grown closer. That was a good thing. "I'll drive over. Wait here," Jiang Yu said to the two girls. "Okay, Jiang Yu." Jiang Yu took the shopping bags from Echidna and Shueya and went to get the car. This time, Echidna sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Yu drove away from the department store. His driving skills had improved a lot since he first got his license. But still, it's such a pity, Shueya said. "What?" Jiang Yu asked. "The legendary equipment. You're interested in it, right?" "Oh, yeah, I feel a bit regretful." Jiang Yu pursed his lips. He couldn't help but think of those legendary items. But I'm glad." "You're glad I turned it down?" "Yes, I had a bad feeling about it." Jiang Yu thought of Jiang Xian. Smiling warmly, speaking in a rustic dialect, Jiang Xian himself didn't seem unsettling at all. I guess this is what they call a woman's intuition. Jiang Yu figured he should ask Yeonju about Jiang Xian later. "Anyway, I don't like being controlled," Jiang Yu replied. That's true. I can't imagine you ever following orders. Don't follow anyone's orders," Jiang Yu, Echidna said, anxiously grabbing his clothes. To her, Jiang Yu was sacred. She didn't even want to imagine him obeying anyone else. "Don't worry. That's never going to happen," Jiang Yu answered. He turned the steering wheel. The car fell silent. Echidna and Shueya seemed tired after walking around the department store too long. Legendary gear? In the silence, Jiang Yu naturally thought of legendary gear again. He started to regret it more, because it had been so close within reach. For a moment, he considered asking Yeonju for a piece of legendary gear, but he knew how rare and valuable they were. Even Yeonju wouldn't be able to get him one easily. His smartphone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Jiang Yu mounted the phone on the car dock. "Hello, this is Bai Huayan. Do you have time to talk now?" "I'm driving, but it's fine. What's up?" "I wanted to ask if you could come to the Flower Corridor HQ. Right now? It's located where the S-Rank gate in Suwon is. Right now. It's located where the S-Rank gate in Suwon is. It's not far from Seoul Station, but not close to where Jiang Yu is now. It's not far from Seoul Station, but not close to where Jiang Yu is now. Yes. I promise it's worth the trip." Jiang Yu could hear a hint of excitement in Huayan's voice. He tilted his head. "What is you so excited?" "The government has decided on your reward. You can come pick it up at HQ, so please stop by." Wow. So the government really is giving him a reward. Wow. So the government really is giving him a reward. What for? I hope you realize how much effort I put into giving you a reward worthy of your achievements. I hope you realize how much effort I put into giving you a reward worthy of your achievements. Hua Yan's tone was different from usual. What kind of reward could get him this excited? Let me hear what it is first before deciding if it's appropriate. Haha. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. You will receive legendary grade equipment from the Mir Guild. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. He had just been feeling sad about missing out on legendary equipment, but before he could even recover from his disappointment, he received this unexpected good news. It felt like being scratched in a spot he couldn't reach. He couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. So you should live like a kind-hearted person. Jiang Yu felt that his good deeds had finally paid off. Safe travels, Jiang Yu. Han Shueya said. Jiang Yu, you'll come back soon, right? Ekidona asked. I'm just stopping by to pick something up. It won't take long. Jiang Yu drove Han Shueya and Ekidona to the new apartment. He planned to head straight to the water source station afterward. At that moment, oh, you're finally back. I heard from Hua Yan. You're going to the Warang Corps headquarters, right? I have something to do there too. Let's go together. Yinju lightly opened the front passenger door of Jiang Yu's car. Why you? Shueya stammered in surprise. Oh, you're the girl we met a few days ago, if I remember correctly. You're living with Jiang Yu, right? Yinju asked. Yes, Jiang Yu and I live together. Yinju squinted her eyes and looked back and forth between Jiang Yu and Shueya. Then Yinju leaned closer to Shueya and said, Isn't it hard living with such a weirdo? If you want, I'll buy you an apartment nearby. And I'll make sure it's under your name. Yinju offered. Really? Yinju seemed a little disappointed. She turned around. Chuckling, she sat down in the front passenger seat. What could she possibly see in a guy like you? Yinju asked. Then why are you getting out of a guy like me's car? How about driving your own? Jiang Yu replied. Shut up. I don't feel like driving today. Yanja said. Crossing one smooth leg over the other, the two girls nervously watched Yanju while seeing Jiang Yu off. Then Jiang Yu slowly stepped on the gas. Actually, there's something else I want to ask you. Good timing. She said. Ask away. Sure. Jiang Yu, thinking of the energetic man he'd met earlier, answered. I met Baek Kanghyun today. What? Where? At Times Square Mall. Yanju gave him a faint smile. He asked. What do you think he said? Don't mess with me. She glared angrily at Jiang Yu. He invited me to join the Hanyu Guild, he replied with a shrug. What were the terms? 50 billion won, a luxury house and car, an executive position at Hanyu, and a piece of legendary gear. Damn it, Yanja cursed, eyes wide in shock. That's way too good. Baek Kanghyun must be insane. Yanja said. Those offers are nothing to sneeze at. Yanja said, biting her lip. She figured there was no way Jiang Yu could turn it down. So when are you joining the Hanyu Guild? Yanju asked hesitantly. What do you mean? You mean you turned him down? I have no reason to go bow my head to someone else. Yanju was speechless. From the first time she met Jiang Yu, she'd known he was the kind of man who wouldn't take orders from anyone. Even so, he never thought he would refuse such generous terms, Yinju said. She turned her head to look out the window. A faint smile appeared on her face. So what do you know about Baek Kanghyun? Jiang Yu asked. I've met him a few times. What kind of person is he? I might have the same feeling as you. He completely shattered my impression of him. I could hardly believe he was Korea's #1 player. Yeah, you can tell just by looking at him. But besides that, are there any rumors about him? Rumors? The first time he got really angry. It must have been when he failed the world-class player evaluation. At that time, a lot of people were talking about world-class players for the first time appearing in Korea. You can't blame him. He probably never thought he would fail so badly. How did he fail? There was a Japanese world-class player named Fujimoto Ryoma. Jiang Yu lost to him, and it was a terrible loss. Fujimoto Ryoma was a world-class player from Japan. He was also famous for owning myth-level weapons. Korea and Japan already had bad relations, so in such a situation, Koreans criticized him heavily. They said he didn't deserve to be called a top ranker. that he deliberately lost to disgrace Korea, that he betrayed his own country. All kinds of accusations. I'm surprised he only got angry. If he hadn't been angry under those circumstances, that would have been strange. If it were you, Jiang Yu's voice gradually faded. I would find every single hater and break their wrists. Yinzhu said. Jiang Yu truly believed Yinzhu could do that. Then he asked. So there are no ominous rumors about him? What did I say? Nothing at all. I just wanted to know if he would try to get revenge on me for rejecting his offer. Yinzhu smiled and said he wasn't that kind of person. He might even like your attitude and just laugh it off. He's right. Jiang Yu nodded and pressed the gas. You're here. I've been waiting for you. Bai Huayan said he had been waiting outside the Flower Corridor HQ. Jiang Yu greeted him. Walked up and replied. You could have just waited for us inside. Haha, I got a little anxious waiting inside. Yanja said. I heard it's legendary gear. Yanja said. Yes, there's a piece of legendary gear that hasn't been imprinted yet, so I immediately thought, this must be Jiang Yu's reward. You must have gone through hell to get that approved. Don't get me started. They were totally against it. I nearly exploded. Huayan shook his head, trying to forget the nightmare. Well, that's how politicians are. Yanja said. Humph, you really can't convince them, Huayan said with a frown. He led them to the room where the legendary gear was stored. They passed through a heavy door. Inside was a black long coat. The design was simple. You'd never guess it was legendary gear. This is the legendary gear? Yanju stared at the long coat, eyes gleaming. Jiang Yu leaned in to examine its details. Item info, name, black pearl overcoat. Grade, legendary, nameless wanderer. Base effects, plus 660 physical defense, plus 480 magic defense. Special effect. Wearer can activate Siren's Wrath. Doubles all stats for 1 minute. Usable once every 24 hours. Item description, a coat made from congealed blood, taken from a siren's heart. After reading the item info, Yanju pouted and said, hey, this isn't exactly top-tier legendary gear. He could see why the Mere Guild didn't imprint it, even though the stat boost. Yanja muttered. Even for legendary gear, ones with absolute stat boosts are rare. At most, 3 or 4 points. As players' attribute values increase, their corresponding abilities also improve. However, the higher the attribute value, the harder it is to raise. For example, increasing strength by 1 or 2 points through training is fairly simple. But once it goes above 40, no matter how hard a player trains, it won't go up. In other words, once you reach a certain point, most players can only hope for 1 to 3 points increase per level up. The problem is that even the main attributes are not guaranteed to increase. Why is a 5-time attribute increase almost equivalent to 4 level ups? It's an incredible effect. Considering that leveling up becomes harder over time, having this ability is amazing. But players with unique attributes are extremely rare, Yinzhu said. That's the real issue. Very few players start with unique attributes. So if a player doesn't have a unique attribute, the most amazing effect of the Black Pearl coat is almost useless. But its basic physical and magic defense are still quite high, Huayan answered. Yinzhu turned to Jiang Yu and said something. He thought Jiang Yu would be disappointed. He muttered in confusion. Jiang Yu wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he smiled. Yinzhu tilted his head. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Do you have a unique attribute? Jiang Yu. Yinzhu asked. Yes. Yinzhu could hardly believe what he heard. It was unbelievable that Jiang Yu had a unique attribute. Yinzhu's growth rate was already astonishing. But if he had a unique attribute, that explained his rapid progress. In that case, it was a whole different story. This is one of the best legendary equipment you could have. Not bad, Jiang Yu nodded and said, showing a satisfied expression. His unique attribute was demon energy. I didn't expect him to boost my demon energy attribute by a full 5 points. Moreover, if he uses the equipment skill, the attribute boost will double. In other words, his demon energy attribute, even devouring Oriax, only gave me 3 points. This is more than what he gained from devouring a demon from the 7th hell. Jiang Yu turned and extended his hand to Huayan. He said, thanks for the great item. Since our goal is to take down the demon sect, I'll do my best to cooperate. I didn't know you had a special attribute. It seems this equipment was destined to be with you. We'll be counting on you from now on. Huan smiled and shook his hand. Suddenly, an old man in a suit walked into the special storage room with 4 bodyguards. He shouted, "Don't touch that thing." Red one. Huan said, "Humph. The petition submitted by my party's lawmakers was just approved. That item will be returned to the National Treasury." The old man in the suit, Hong Juntae, said with a smile, "Times Square is a department store in Seoul's Yongdongpo. Please take care of us in the future." Huan smiled and shook his hand. Suddenly, an old man in a suit walked into the special storage room with 4 bodyguards. He shouted, "Don't touch that thing." Red one. Huan said, "Humph. The petition submitted by my party's lawmakers was just approved. That item will be returned to the National Treasury." The old man in the suit, Hong Juntae, said with a smile, "Times Square is a department store in Seoul's Yongdongpo. Please take care of us in the future." Huan smiled and shook his hand. Suddenly, an old man in a suit walked into the special storage room with 4 bodyguards. He shouted, "Don't touch that thing." Red one. Huan said, "Humph. The petition submitted by my party's lawmakers was just approved. That item will be returned to the National Treasury." The old man in the suit, Hong Juntae, said with a smile, "Times Square is a department store in Seoul's Yongdongpo." Hong Juntae is the leader of the United Party. He holds significant power in the country. Bai Huayan was startled by his sudden appearance. He furrowed his brow. "A petition? What are you talking about?" he asked. "My party members submitted a petition. It was just approved." "We can't let you have that legendary equipment," Juntae replied. "This equipment was obtained by the Hwarang team during a mission. Jang Hyun, as the leader, has the right to transfer it." He acknowledged the player Wu Zhang's achievements. He only awakened as a player a few months ago. What achievements could he possibly have to deserve legendary equipment? Bai Huayan. "All I can see is you trying to keep the legendary equipment for yourself." Juntae stared at Huayan accusingly, full of suspicion. Huayan's expression turned serious. "What are you saying?" she demanded. "You greedy youngsters. Always making a fuss like this. You dare think you can treat us like fools, just because you're the captain of Hwarang's 3rd Squadron? Do you know how much that How many times do I have to say that he deserves it? You rude little brat. How dare you yell at your elders?" Juntae roared. "Regardless, the petition has been approved. The president personally appointed me to investigate possible corruption in the reward selection process. The Hwarang team may be part of the government, but technically they're an independent organization. Even so, they can't defy the president's orders." Juntae pretended to casually look around, before finally fixing his gaze on the black pearl coat. Legendary equipment like that coat is priceless. Juntae's eyes clearly betrayed his greed. He finally tore his gaze away from the coat, as if wanting others to hear. Juntae spoke loudly. "What a bunch of shameless people. Daring to frame someone as great as Chairman Kim Jae-hyun. He's a criminal who offered living people to the demon sect," Huan said. "Humph. How can we be sure? Maybe you fabricated the evidence." Red one. Enough. Juntae waved his hand, not wanting to hear what Huayan had to say. "Anyway, I'm in charge of the investigation now. Don't even think about going anywhere else." Jutai finally understood the existence of Jutai. Listening to the two of them talk, Jiangyu sneered. "I bet he was bought off by Jin Zaixian," he thought. It wasn't hard to see why Jutai would act that way. He reeked of insatiable greed. Jutai, pacing around the room, approached Jiangyu. "So you're the new guy in the Red Rose Guild. Don't hurt yourself because of greed. Stay out of trouble like a good man. Got it?" Junai said, raising his hand and patting Jiangyu's cheek. Jiangyu let out a chuckle. Jutai said Jiangyu was the kind of man who bottled up his anger. He responded to evil with greater evil. That's how he survived for over 10,000 years. Jiangyu muttered. "Kid, stop spouting nonsense." "What? How old are you anyway? You little brat. How dare you touch an adult's cheek?" Juntai was speechless. Jiangyu was clearly only in his 20s. So why was he suddenly talking like an old man? "Are you crazy, you little punk?" Jutai yelled. "You little punk. Did you just call me a little punk? You're such a rude little punk. Did I ever call you polite?" Jiangyu pinched Juntai's cheek. He meant it to be gentle. But a superhuman player's definition of gentle is very different. Jiangyu let go of Juntai. The latter fell to the ground. You lunatic!" Jutai shouted. His face flushed red, and he clutched the back of his neck. It looked like it hurt. Jutai yelled at his bodyguards. "What are you all doing? Kill him." Jiangyu assaulted a member of parliament. Jiang Yu and the bodyguards moved into action. Each of them pulled out a weapon. All four of them were clearly fighters. Jiang Yu thought. They were obviously skilled. No wonder, they were bodyguards for a congressman. They were at least 6th-level awakeners. Even so, the bodyguards were no match for someone like Jiang Yu. He possessed power equivalent to or even surpassing that of a superior, Happo. The leading bodyguard charged at Jiang Yu. His weapon was a pair of gloves covered in spikes. He swung one of them toward Jiang Yu. Clack. The bodyguard said in confusion. Jiang Yu caught the bodyguard's fist lightly, as if he were catching a baseball. The bodyguard frowned and applied more force to his punch. What the? But his fist remained unmoving, as if it were caught between two giant steel bars. Jiang Yu pulled the bodyguard toward him, and then kneed him. Thud. Cough. No, I should warm up a little first. It's been a while since I cut loose. Jiang Yu answered. Unlike Juntae. What are you doing? Isn't he a member of the Red Rose Guild? Stop him quickly. If you don't stop him, I'll report that the Red Rose is involved in corruption too. Eyeball helplessly raised his hands. He smiled and said, I'm very sorry. Jiang Yu is not a member of my guild, so I can't order him around. What are you doing? Thud. Cough. Before Juntae could even react, the fight was practically over. Jiang Yu used the Titan's power to throw the bodyguards across the room. They then passed out. That was just the warm-up. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue in disappointment. Then he casually walked toward Juntae. Stay away from me. This is why young people shouldn't be greedy, Jiang Yu said. He squatted in front of Juntae and looked into her eyes. When I was your age, hard work was the only answer. Diligence was the only thing you could count on. Juntae frowned silently. But when I see kids nowadays, damn, it really pains my heart. You bastard. Are you laughing at? Laughing? Do you think I'm joking? For God's sake, kids these days, when an adult gives you valuable life advice, you don't even listen. Why, you bastard? Juntae was trembling with rage. Jiang Yu was treating him like a child. It was driving him mad. I'm 60 years old. You bastard. 60? Juntae said. 60. Jiang Yu laughed in response. I thought you were still a snot-nosed brat. Didn't realize you hadn't even left your... Juntae furiously threw a punch, aimed straight at Jiang Yu. Forget about his age. He wasn't even a player. There was no way he could hurt Jiang Yu. He struck. It was Juntae who hit Jiang Yu, but he was the one screaming in pain. It felt like his finger bones had broken. He held his hand and cried. Does it hurt? Jiang Yu asked. You're still young. That's why it hurts so much. The pain you're feeling now is fertilizer for your growth. Juntae didn't know whether to scream or rage. He turned around with his back to Jiang Yu, back facing Jiang Yu. So what do you plan to do now? Yinjing asked. As he walked toward Jiang Yu, do you realize just how serious what you did just now is? Jiang Yu assaulted a member of parliament, and worse, Juntae is the leader of a political party. In some sense, this might be more serious than offending Jin Zaixian. It's fine. I have a way to handle it. Will you erase his memories? Like you did with Kim Yo-han? That's an option, but it won't solve the core issue of the petition. Then what's your plan? Jiang Yu replied with a beaming smile. I'll do everything I can to make Korea a clean and dignified nation. What exactly are you going to do? You'll see. Jiang Yu placed his hand on Juntae's head. He drew demonic energy from the 10,000 demon box and concentrated it into a stone. His expression turned serious, indicating he was using a highly advanced power. Juntae shouted in panic. W8. W8. You. What the hell are you doing? Not long after Jiang Yu finished using his power, Juntae clutched his head, looking around wildly. Nothing's changed. Yinjung looked down at Juntae confused and said to Juntae, so far, how much bribe money have you taken? From Kim Jae-hyun, Jiang Yu interrogated Juntae. Since 6 years ago, I've been taking 2 billion won in bribes every year. What am I saying? Juntae's eyes widened, and he quickly covered his mouth. However, that didn't stop him from continuing to speak. Besides that, a few days ago, I received 1.3 billion won to help a corporate group evade taxes. And also, he kept talking incessantly. If even one of these things is leaked to the media, it's enough to ruin him. A life as a politician. This is... Yenju said, confused. What I did was to help him live like a decent man in the future, Jiang Yu said, looking down at Juntae. Juntae kept ranting about how he'd done nothing wrong. But once the mask of lies was gone, the face he revealed was pathetic. No. That's impossible, Juntae cried out, his face pale as he ran out of the storage room. Yanju watched in disbelief as Juntai fled. But if he just keeps his mouth shut, won't everything be fine? He asked. Of course not. You really think? I didn't consider that. What I did, was to make sure he'd have no choice, but to talk about himself. Jiangyu answered. Why go that far? Yanju looked at him in confusion. He knew. Jiangyu had countless ways to delete that petition without resorting to all this. Think about it. What would happen if the leader of a political party became a whistleblower? Corruption cases involving corporate groups and major guilds would all come to light. That way, we can prevent others from trying anything clever ahead of time. It's not just a truth bomb. It's more like a political apocalypse. What? Jiangyu asked. Jiangyu, you said corruption cases would be exposed, right? Is that true? I believe they will. Jiangyu nodded. Yanju uneasily avoided his gaze and said, well, to be honest, if that really happens, I'll be in a lot of trouble too. What? You know, I did a background check on you. I issued an S-rank gate pass to a player who hasn't even achieved the 7th awakening. And also, your summoned beast. I believe his name is Echidna. I even forged his identity documents. Jiangyu remained silent. He felt a message pop into his mind, saying, you just killed your teammate. Then Jiangyu turned and rushed toward the door Juntai had run out of. What's the point of making Korea clean and dignified? If it comes to this, Jiangyu realized the grave mistake he had made. Grab that bastard. A clean and dignified Korea isn't for him. They caught Hong Juntai, preventing him from becoming a whistleblower who could destabilize the nation. Instead, Wu Jiangyu turned him into a tool that could be used for any necessary dictatorial and political schemes. Jiangyu breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the special storage room. Chaiyom approached him and asked, how did it go? I made him report that he found no evidence of corruption. Of course, I stopped him from becoming a whistleblower. Jiangyu replied, phew. That's good to hear. Yes. All the corruption in the Korean government, almost everything was exposed. The fact that Korean politics was still corrupt actually made them feel relieved. Baek Hwayan silently stared at them. What? Yanju asked. No, nothing. Hwayan replied, rubbing his forehead in confusion. He didn't know whether to feel happy about the situation or not. The world's a complicated place, Hwayan thought. He found it hard to deal with things like this, since he'd lived his whole life like a soldier. Now that the troublesome issue was dealt with, let's try it on, Jiangyu said, putting on the black pearl coat with anticipation. There. You've equipped a legendary item. Beginning imprint for black pearl coat. In his mind, a faint chime rang like a bell. Whoosh. And then, a complex blue magic circle appeared on the black pearl coat and flowed into Jiangyu. There. Imprint successful. Black pearl coat now recognizes player Jiangyu as its owner. Magic stat increased by 5 points. After several blue prompts popped up, Jiangyu felt something shift inside his body. His magic energy suddenly jumped from 83 to 88. More magic energy seemed to appear out of nowhere and rushed into Jiangyu's body. It was a force of the system Jiangyu still couldn't fully grasp. He stared at the code in awe and thought, amazing. Ever since his magic stat crossed 80, even a single stat point brought a massive boost to his magic. If I add this ultimate skill, my demonic energy value can instantly reach 93, but it can only be maintained for 1 minute. Jiangyu smiled in satisfaction. To be honest, I wasn't expecting much. Just because it's legendary equipment doesn't mean it can dramatically raise demonic energy. Even a slight increase would be enough. Jiangyu put on the equipment and checked his status window. Status window, player name. Oh, Jiangyu / level 54 / 6th awakening. First awakening trait. Predator's omnipotence, level unknown. Most of the power of this trait is currently sealed. Second awakening trait. Uncontrollable hunger, grade C. Third awakening trait. Mana consuming demon, grade A. Fourth awakening trait. Mana dominator, grade A. Fifth awakening trait. Summoner of beasts, grade S. Sixth awakening trait. Trait will be fully unlocked after achieving the perfect demon body. Strength, 38 / agility, 35, HP, 32 / mana, 0, demonic energy, 0, unique attribute, 88, +5 bonus, intelligence, 25 / wisdom, 23, current equipment effects, physical defense, 990 / magic defense, 650, not bad. He only equipped one piece of legendary gear, yet the changes in the status window were very noticeable. Not only did the demonic energy attribute increase, but also physical and magic defenses were greatly improved. The equipment effect is really impressive. Would that really be enough? Jiangyu wondered if he could use This power. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with world-class powerhouses. Even though that was impossible, a single legendary item caused such a sensation. It's not something you can just buy, even if you're rich. But that doesn't mean you can't obtain legendary items. As long as you have the materials and the manpower, legendary equipment can still be crafted. Jiangyu shared his thoughts with Yanju. Yanju chuckled. Not a chance. Forget about item level. You can only equip 5 items at most. Only 5? Yeah. Didn't I already tell you? The magic emitted by equipment covers your whole body. If the magic waves overlap more than 5 times, the effect gets cancelled out. What a convenient rule for mortals. Jiangyu nodded in disappointment. He had originally thought of collecting as many legendary items as possible. However, it seemed he'd have to give up on that idea. Fine. At least I can wear 5. Still, if Jiangyu could get more legendary items that boosted his unique stats, his strength would increase significantly. Why? Do you really like legendary gear that much? I love them. Jiangyu replied without hesitation. So much that I want to see you. Just how strong I've become. Yanju paused and thought for a moment. Could it be? He said. How about we have a light spar? A sparring match? Yes. There's a sparring room at the headquarters of the Flower Gallery Legion. Oh, Huayan. Can we borrow the sparring room? Of course. Huayan replied. All right. Thank you. Yanju said, then turned to Jiangyu. So, want to give it a try? I have no reason to refuse, Jiangyu answered. Yanju was one of the top 10 rankers in Korea. He was a great opponent for Jiangyu to test himself against. He wanted to see how strong he had become after reaching the 6th awakening and equipping a legendary item. He also wanted to see how strong Yanju was. They were allies, so knowing his strength and what roles he could handle was important. Jiangyu wasn't the only one thinking that way. Yanju also observed Jiangyu sharply, wondering just how strong Jiangyu had become. He thought, ever since the first time he met Jiangyu, he had been sure that Jiangyu would surpass him someday. However, he didn't expect him to grow so strong in such a short time. His growth speed had broken every record set by players since the Cataclysm. Even Grace and McCubbin, who were regarded as the saviors of the world, had not grown faster than Jiangyu. It wasn't just about speed. Yanju had heard that. After the Oriax incident, Jiangyu had surpassed level 50 and achieved his 6th awakening. Achieving the 6th awakening in just 2 months was already an amazing feat, but that wasn't the real issue. He defeated him during his 3rd awakening. Jiangyu was truly impressive, not just because of how quickly he leveled up, but because for his level, he was unbelievably powerful. In his fight with Moon Yongo, Jiangyu was only at his 3rd awakening. Yongo was at his 7th. Looking at the numbers alone, the gap between them was massive. Like comparing an adult to an elementary school kid, even if their traits ranked differently. That kind of gap couldn't be bridged, but Jiangyu overwhelmed Yongo. Sure, Yongo underestimated him, but an adult shouldn't lose a fistfight to a grade schooler just because of that. Yanju was convinced that Jiangyu had power beyond just stats and level. I'll use this chance to figure out what that is. There was still so much Yanju didn't understand about Jiangyu. Considering what they'd be doing together in the future, he needed to understand Jiangyu's strength. Let's begin, Yanju said. Of course. Jiangyu replied confidently. Yanju walked toward the training room, clenching his fist slightly. He wasn't planning on saying it, but he knew Jiangyu was already as strong as a ranker. Still, he didn't believe he would lose in his current state. After all, he was the strongest in Korea. However, it wouldn't take long for him to realize he was wrong. Sliding. Dozens of chains scraped against the floor. The training floor was made of special alloy. But it was no match for the magic-infused chains. The chains scattered, slithering like snakes. It was an inescapable web of death, covering the entire room. Crack. Jiangyu broke through the web of death. He used the Omni-Speed ability, moving at supersonic speed with a sonic boom. The chains chased after him quickly. Then he activated the Omni-Sky ability, completely ignoring inertia. He changed direction at a right angle. The chains pursuing him instantly lost track. Boom. Jiangyu used the Omni-Explosion to blast the chains away. He leapt forward without hesitation. The barbs on the chains pierced his skin, but he didn't care. He broke through the net of chains at an astonishing speed. Guh. Yanju let out a sharp scream. He crossed his arms in an X shape. The scattered chains instantly gathered in front of him. Jiangyu spread his arms. Clap. His hands made a deafening sound. Bang. Crack. Boom. Yanju temporarily lost his hearing. He crouched down with his hands over his ears. His consciousness began to fade. His chain shield lost its form. Fist of the Void. Titan's Fist. Jiangyu raised his right fist. It grew denser and denser, until it solidified. His fist seemed to swell in size. He lowered his hips, moved his right arm and leg backward, then rotated his body. Harnessing the power from the spin, Jiangyu launched a punch forward. Break the void, he said. This is a skill that must be activated with Yinyu, a force combining the might of breaking the void and the power of distance, erupted from Jiangyu's right fist. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The materialized energy grazed past Yongju and crashed into the training room's wall. The 1-meter-thick wall was torn apart like paper. The training room collapsed with a roar. Ugh. Yongju let out a groan. Her legs gave out, and she fell to the ground. Yongju looked up at Jiangyu in terror. All her previous thoughts, that she wouldn't lose, that she didn't believe she could lose to him, were complete nonsense. You monster, Yongju muttered under her breath. 78th Palm. Legendary equipment. To make Korea a whistleblower who could destabilize the nation. Instead, Wu Jiangyu turned him into a tool that could be used for any necessary dictatorial and political schemes. Jiangyu breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the special storage room. Cha Yongju approached him and asked, "How did it go?" I made him report that he found no evidence of corruption. Of course, I stopped him from becoming a whistleblower. Jiangyu replied, "Phew. That's good to hear. Yes. All the corruption in the Korean government has almost been exposed. The fact that Korea's political scene is still corrupt made them breathe a sigh of relief." Bai Huayan silently stared at them. "What?" Yinju asked. "No. It's nothing," Huayan replied. He grabbed his forehead in confusion. He wasn't sure whether he should feel happy about this situation. The world is a complicated place, Huayan thought. It was hard for him to adjust to things like this, because for his whole life, he had lived like a soldier. Now that the troublesome issue was resolved, let's try it on, Jiangyu said. He put on the black pearl coat with great anticipation. Right. You equipped a legendary item. Beginning imprint process for black pearl coat. In Jiangyu's mind, the sound of Yuere's bell echoed. Whoosh. Then, a complex blue magic circle appeared on the black pearl coat and flowed into Jiangyu. Right. Imprint successful. Black pearl coat has recognized player Wu Jiangyu as its owner. Magic power increased by 5 points. After a few blue notification boxes popped up, Jiangyu felt a change happening within his body. His magic energy rose from 83 points to 88 points. Even more magic energy seemed to come out of nowhere and flow into Jiangyu's body. This was the power of the system that Jiangyu hadn't yet fully understood. Jiangyu stared at the code in amazement, thinking, amazing. Ever since his magic power exceeded 80 points, even a single attribute point, the magic energy value surged significantly. If I add this ultimate move on top of it, the magic energy value could instantly reach 93. However, it can only be maintained for 1 minute. Jiangyu smiled with satisfaction. To be honest, I didn't expect that just because it's legendary equipment, it would boost the magic energy value. It could be called a lucky coincidence. Jiangyu put on the equipment and checked his status window. Status window, player name. Oh Jiangyu. Level 54. 6th awakening level. First awakening trait. Level. Most of the power of this trait is currently sealed. Level. After achieving the ultimate magic body, the trait will be fully unlocked. Jiangyu thought to himself, if he could rely on the power of dozens of legendary equipment, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with world-class powerhouses. Although that was impossible, even a single piece of legendary equipment caused such a huge sensation. It wasn't something that could be bought just because you had money, but that didn't mean it was impossible to own legendary equipment. As long as you have the materials and manpower, legendary equipment can be crafted. Jiangyu thought, legendary equipment, 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 legendary equipment. It's not impossible to own legendary equipment. As long as you have the materials and manpower, legendary equipment can be crafted. Jiangyu organized his thoughts. He told Yinju. Yinju laughed. Impossible. Never mind the equipment level. You can only wear up to 5 pieces. Only 5. Yeah. Didn't I tell you? The magic released from equipment covers the whole body. If the magic waves overlap more than 5 times, the effects become null. A convenient restriction made for mortals. Jiangyu nodded in disappointment. He had originally hoped to collect as many legendary items as possible. However, it seemed he'd have to give up that idea. Well, at least I can wear 5. Even so, if Jiangyu could obtain more legendary items that enhanced his unique attributes, his strength would still improve significantly. Why? Do you really like legendary gear specs that much? I love them. Jiangyu nodded without hesitation. So much so that I want to see how much stronger I become. Yinju thought for a moment. Then he said, how about sparring lightly? With me? Sparring? Yes. The Flower Corridor Unit HQ has a sparring room. Can we borrow the sparring room? Of course. You can use it. No problem at all. Hualang replied. All right. Thank you. Yinju said. Then he turned to Jiangyu. So, want to give it a try? I have no reason to refuse. Jiangyu replied. Yinju was one of the top 10 ranked players in South Korea. He was a great opponent who could show Jiangyu how strong he had become after achieving his 6th awakening and equipping a legendary item. He also wanted to see how strong Yinju was. They were allies, so understanding his strength and knowing to what extent he could handle things was important. Thinking this, Jiangyu was also being observed by Yinju with sharp eyes. He wondered just how much Jiangyu had grown. From the moment he first met Jiangyu, Yinju was convinced that one day he would surpass him. However, he hadn't expected that it would happen in such a short time. His growth speed had broken every record that players had set since the day of the catastrophe. Even Grace McCubbin, who was regarded as the world's savior, did not grow as fast as Jiangyu. It wasn't just about speed. Yinju had heard that Jiangyu broke through level 50 after the Oriax incident, achieved the 6th awakening. He reached his 6th awakening in just 2 months. Reaching the 6th awakening in itself is already impressive, but that's not the real issue. Jiangyu, when facing Wen Yonghao, was only at his 3rd awakening, yet he still defeated him. Jiangyu left a deep impression, not just because of how quickly he leveled up, but because his strength, compared to his level, was unbelievably high. In the battle against Wen Yonghao, Jiangyu was at his 3rd awakening, while Yonghao was at his 7th. Purely based on stats, the gap between them was enormous, like comparing an adult to an elementary school student. Even if their traits were ranked far apart, such a gap couldn't be bridged. But Jiangyu completely— It's true. Yonghao did hold back a bit, but an adult shouldn't lose a fist fight to an elementary schooler because of that. Yinju was convinced that Jiangyu had strength beyond just levels and stats. I'll use this opportunity to figure out what it is. There was still so much about Jiangyu that Yinju didn't understand. Considering what they might do together in the future, he needed to understand Jiangyu's power. Let's begin, Yinju said. Of course, Jiangyu answered confidently. Yinju walked toward the training room, clenching his fist slightly. I'm not going to say it out loud, but he knew Jiangyu was already as strong as a ranker. Still, he didn't believe that in his current state, he would lose to him. After all, he was one of the strongest rankers in South Korea. However, he would soon realize he was wrong. Sliding dozens of chains scraped against the floor. The floor of the training room was made of a special alloy, but it couldn't withstand the chains infused with magic power. The chains scattered everywhere, and Jiangyu slithered like a snake. It was a death net that was impossible to evade, covering the entire room. Crack. But Jiangyu broke through the death net. He used the omnipotence of acceleration to move at supersonic speed, producing a sonic boom. The chains quickly chased after him. Then he used the omnipotence of sky, completely ignoring inertia, and changed direction at a right angle. The pursuing chains instantly lost track of him. Bang! Jiangyu used the omnipotence of explosion to blast the chains apart and leapt forward without hesitation. The spikes on the chains pierced his skin, but he paid no mind. At an incredible speed, he broke through the net of chains. GH. Yinju let out a sharp scream. He crossed his arms in an X shape, and the scattered chains instantly gathered. In front of him, Jiangyu spread his arms and clapped. His palms released a deafening sound. Bang. Crack. Bang. Yinju temporarily lost his hearing. He covered his ears and crouched down. His consciousness began to fade. His chain shield also lost its form. Fist of the Void. Titan's Fist. Jiangyu raised his right fist. Dark energy gathered. His fist seemed to expand like a lock. He lowered his waist and pulled his right arm and leg backward. Then he spun his body. Jiangyu used the force from the spin to hurl a punch forward. Fist of the Void, he declared. This was a skill that had to be activated verbally. A force combining Fist of the Void and Titan's Fist burst out from his right fist. Rumble. The solidified energy brushed past Yinju and crashed into the wall of the training room. The 1-meter thick wall was torn apart like paper. The entire training room collapsed with a boom. Ah. Ugh. Yinju let out a groan. His legs gave out and he fell to the ground. Yinju looked up at Jiangyu in terror. All those thoughts he had earlier, that he wouldn't lose, that he believed he wouldn't be beaten in his current state, were complete nonsense. You monster. Yinju muttered quietly. Ring. Siren's Wrath. Has ended. Available again in 24 hours. That was amazing. Jiangyu looked down at the black pearl coat, his eyes sparkling. As expected, the special effect Siren's Wrath is incredible. This coat's ability really is something else. Although it only lasted for a minute, it boosted his magic energy value to 93. Thanks to that, he was able to overwhelm Che Yinju. The higher the attributes, the greater the effect. If his attributes increased, the effect of absolute attribute boost would be even better. Now he understood why people were so obsessed with legendary equipment. For high-level players, the increase of absolute attributes was an irreplaceable enhancement. Besides that, Yinju was very strong. If they had fought before he obtained the black pearl coat, he wouldn't have been able to overwhelm him so easily. After fighting him, he had somewhat grasped his strength. He seemed to be hiding something. He wasn't sure, but when he used Skybreaker, he tried to do something, but then decided not to. Perhaps it was because he noticed that his way of using the skill would miss the target. Jiangyu reached out his hand to the fallen Yinju. He grabbed his hand and stood up. You monster, Yinju said. At that moment, he was weary of disbelief. Jiangyu shrugged. That's thanks to legendary equipment. I also have legendary equipment. Yinju showed him his bracelet. Are you really human? Why? Didn't you expect that I would surpass you in just 2 months? Isn't it obvious? My head hurts. Yinju held his forehead. But it's not bad news, right? At least I'm not your enemy. I can't call you a trustworthy comrade either. Yinju sighed and turned around. Jiangyu also turned around. Their gazes fell on Baek Hua-yin. Her face turned pale. She was trembling, as if something other than the fight itself had frightened her. Hua-yin was staring at the massive hole in the training room wall. Do you have any idea how expensive this training room is? It cost us billions of won. How could you destroy it like that? Jiangyu stared at the wall that had taken a direct hit from his heaven-splitting fist. It was so wrecked it barely qualified as a wall anymore. He looked around the destroyed training room. Well? Jiangyu was speechless. Honestly, he didn't need to use the heaven-splitting fist on the wall. Since Yinju was a high-level player, he should have been able to estimate the power of his punch. So, the reason he used it was simply greed. He wanted to test the strength of his new legendary gear. Because of a poor decision, he ended up destroying it. Naturally, he felt guilty about it. I didn't do anything. Yinju was the first to pretend he saw nothing. He insisted solemnly that he was innocent. What are you talking about? You also damaged the training room. Jiangyu said. You mean the scratches I left on the floor with my chains? Technically speaking, that's also damage. Fine. I'll chip in for the repair costs too. Yinju said casually while nodding. We're both responsible, so let's split the cost. Jiangyu suggested. Do you even have a conscience? You bastard. That was harsh criticism, and after hearing that brutal truth, Jiangyu faltered a bit. But he wasn't about to back down. It's just because you were too strong that I had to use such a powerful attack. Fine. But if you were someone I could have beaten with just a few light hits, I wouldn't use such an attack. Disguising fallacies is logic. Are you trying to say that breaking the wall was my fault? Jiangyu nodded without hesitation. Your attack was too strong. It forced me to unleash such a powerful move. Come on. To be honest, you didn't have to use the final blow. Yinju was right. Jiangyu really didn't need to use the final blow. Nonsense. You know better than anyone how much precision it takes to instantly retract accumulated energy. Jiangyu firmly refuted. Jiangyu looked confident, making it hard to believe he was lying. You know, I've only been a player for 2 months. I gained powerful strength through luck and talent, but I still can't fully control my power. He was lying. He had once controlled the infinite energy of the 10,000 grind river. There's no way he couldn't control this little bit of power. Yinju trembled. He suspected Jiangyu was lying, but couldn't refute it. After all, a player awakened for only 2 months clearly wouldn't fully control his powers. Bastard. Jiangyu smiled. All right. Let's split the repair cost. We're both responsible. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Yinju glared at Jiangyu and sighed. The cost of repairing a training room made of special alloy would easily exceed 10 billion won. If he used guild funds, he could easily pay for it, but he couldn't do that. I can't use guild money for something like this. Even if he was the leader of one of the top 5 guilds, he couldn't take hundreds of billions of won from the guild for personal reasons. Jiangyu said, I have a great idea. While training, he came up with a brilliant idea. Of course, he didn't expect that coming up with this idea would lead to such trouble. A great idea? Yongju asked. How about we go hunting together? Hunting what? Yongju tilted her head. Jiangyu continued. El Cuero. El Cuero is a boss monster that appears at the S-rank water source gate. It looks like a giant yellow snapper. El Cuero is notorious among players. The S-rank water source gate. When it was first opened, it wiped out the entire investigation team. After that, players established an unwritten rule. If players want to hunt at the S-rank water source gate, they must absolutely avoid the lake. You know what kind of monster El Cuero is. And you still suggest this? El Cuero is powerful. But that's not the only reason players struggle against it. First, El Cuero is a monster that lives in the water. It sometimes comes ashore, but most of the time, it attacks by firing poisonous stingers from the lake. Melee warrior players can't even get close enough to attack it. Water-based monsters are already hard to hunt, but it also has high magic resistance, blocking most ranged attacks. The S-rank water source gate has been open for 5 years, but since then, no one has ever defeated El Cuero. Of course, El Cuero isn't an invincible monster. If someone gathered a large group of high-level players, they could probably defeat it. But for El Cuero, no one has ever organized a raid team. More precisely, there's no need to organize one. Usually, when monsters come out of gates and attack civilians, they would organize a large-scale subjugation team. Since El Cuero is a water element monster, it's impossible for it to leave the gate and attack civilians. These two facts, being difficult to defeat and having no need to defeat, made El Cuero a monster that remained undefeated for 5 whole years. I know it's hard to kill. Not just hard. If it's just for money, is it really necessary to hunt El Cuero? Even though hundreds of billions of one is astronomical, for players like Yinju and Jiangyu, it's not that high. By hunting giant stone blade demons diligently, they could earn that much by selling magic stones. It's not just about money. And then, you said that S-rank boss monsters, while rare, could drop materials needed to craft legendary equipment, right? Yeah. But even with the necessary materials, crafting isn't easy. So is all this just for legendary gear? That's one reason, but I believe it might also be the key to breaking the level cap. Oh right. You're still on your 6th awakening. Yinju looked at him in disbelief. He had completely forgotten that Jiangyu hadn't yet reached the first major wall for players, the limit of effort. Compared to his level, he was simply too strong. He had forgotten that Jiangyu was still in his 50s in level. Does that mean I lost to a player around level 50? Thinking about it, he realized how bitter his defeat truly was. Yinju sighed, showing a sorrowful expression, but the method to break through the cap is different for each player. Did you know that? I've heard that killing a boss monster is the most common way to break the limit. Oh, that's true. The most common way to break through the level 59 wall is to kill a boss monster, acquire a significant opportunity, or experience life-threatening danger. Of course, there are other ways to overcome it, but most people overcome it through one of those 3 methods. They have the highest success rate. Naturally, the most common method people attempt is killing a boss monster. Very few are willing to risk freezing themselves to death or endless training just to reach a miracle that may never come. I can break through the level cap, and at the same time, we can pay for the repairs. What do you think? Aren't you the only one benefiting from this? Of course not. It's to make our alliance stronger, isn't it? I suppose I can't argue with that. Yinju chuckled. Defeating El Cuero would benefit him too, as he was facing the 2nd-tier talent limit all players eventually encounter. Alright. Let's go hunt El Cuero. Yinju nodded at Jiangyu. There was a trace of fear and anticipation in his eyes. If Jiangyu pushed past his limits and leveled up even further, his heart burned with the desire to witness firsthand just how powerful this monster could become. Bai Huayan asked, then, can I join this party too? Huayan, you too? Che Yinju asked. Huayan nodded. Yes. I was the one who allowed outsiders to use the training room, so I'm responsible too. If possible, I'd like to split the repair costs with you too. Yinju, touched, grabbed Huayan's hand. I knew you weren't like that jerk. I can hear your heart. You know that. Jiangyu said. You're kind, understanding, and responsible. That's how people should be. What is it? Jiangyu asked. Thank you. With you here now, I really feel like we have a chance. Jiangyu remained silent. He felt like the situation was unfair. I thought we understood each other. If Yinju heard what he was thinking, he'd probably be furious. Jiangyu turned to look at. Baek Huayan held a sword nearly 2 meters long. A melee class. Yeah. A player class. When hunting El Cuero, it was considered the most useless class, unless the player could move freely underwater. This evaluation was only natural. However, Jiangyu's eyes lit up. To execute the strategy he had in mind, they would need a powerful melee player. Baek Huayan would be of great help. I guess this is what they call a blessing in disguise. He had unintentionally destroyed A training room that would cost billions of won to repair. But thanks to that, he managed to persuade Yinju and Baek Hwayan to join him in hunting El Cuero. He never really cared about money. What he needed was something that money couldn't buy. Even with billions of won, he couldn't buy equipment above legendary grade. There simply wasn't any equipment to sell, so it couldn't be bought. The same went for level caps. Money couldn't break limits. Money couldn't buy strength. This wasn't like a mobile game, where you could pay to win. There were limits to what money could do. Besides money, he needed something else, to regain his former power, and become even stronger, including Baek Hwayan. There were 4 of them in Jiang Yu said. 4. Who's the other one? Ekidona. You've seen him before. Oh right. You have a summon beast, Yinju said, as if he was tired of being surprised. Jiang Yu nodded. He was confident that Ekidona would be very useful in the hunt for El Cuero. Play a key role. Yinju asked. So it's just the 4 of us? Yeah. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. He considered asking Jin Shirshuan and the others to join, but the risk was too high. It was still too soon for them to be involved. True. They were all genius players, especially Shirshuan. If not for Jiang Yu, he probably would have become a heroic player who broke every record. But for now, their team's average level was still too low. Jiang Yu couldn't take them to hunt an S-rank boss. Too many people would just get in the way. According to the plan he had in mind, having too many people would only make things harder when hunting a boss monster. Focus was critical. Too many participants would just lower the efficiency. 2. No. We can bring one more person. What class? Range DPS? Or a healer? If possible, a frontliner. A frontliner? To fight El Cuero. Why? Yinju looked at him in confusion. It's well known that frontliners are the least effective against El Cuero. If we had to pick one out, then someone who can protect the range DPS while they're attacking, a tank, would be the most useful. I have a plan. A solid one. Only when we have multiple top-tier professional players will this plan work. Yongja fell into deep thought. The members of the Red Rose Guild are all exceptional. Some of them are close to becoming rankers. But the opponent isn't an ordinary monster. It's El Cuero. Yongju couldn't think of any guild member who could help kill an S-rank monster. What about Captain Zhu Xima? Oh, the captain of Orang's 2nd Squadron? Zhu Xima has short golden hair and always wears sunglasses. Though he looks like a third-rate gangster, he's definitely got the skills. Jiang Yu nodded at Hwayan's suggestion. Considering Xima's performance in the battle against Oriax, he's not bad at all, though his primary attribute isn't strength. That's a bit of a problem. Chuanmu is a warrior specialized in agility, dual-wielding short swords. His skills are different from what Jiang Yu wants, but since he's a melee class and strong enough to be 888. 00:20:29, 00:20:30, 000. Arrival to Warang's 2nd Squadron. His strength attribute can't be underestimated. I'm quite close to him, so I don't think recruiting him will be an issue. Hwayan said, if you can pull that off, that'd be great. All right. Hold on. Hwayan took out her smartphone. He made a phone call. Hey. Hwayan, what can I do for you? On the other end of the call, Xuanma's flustered voice came through. He clearly wasn't expecting Hwayan to call him. I want to ask a favor from you. If it's a favor from you, I'd do anything. It wasn't just that. Xuanma's voice was trembling slightly from excitement. Jiang Yu smiled at his obvious reaction. Captain, you did it. Are you finally getting out of your single life? Shut up. Voices of Xuanma and his squad came from the other side of the call. It was hard to believe this conversation was between a captain and his squad members. Xuanma cleared his throat and continued. So, what kind of favor? If it's dinner, I know an incredible... No, not dinner. Oh, right. Of course not. He sounded a little disappointed. Hwayan explained the situation. He told him he wanted help hunting El Cuero. El Cuero. If you think it's too much, I can ask someone else. No. If it's for you, I'll do everything I can to help. I've always wanted to hunt El Cuero at least once. Glad to hear that. I'll hop on a helicopter right now. No need for that. If we arrive too early, we could grab dinner and stroll around Seoul. I need to write a report about the destroyed training room, so I don't think I'll have time. Oh, right. Got it. Of course. You must be busy. Give me a call when you're about to head out. Someone from the 3rd Squad will come pick you up. All right. I'll definitely call. The call ended. Captain Giant Evil suddenly looked deflated. No idea what happened. Baek Hwayan tilted his head in confusion, unable to understand Giant Evil's reaction. Jiang Yu and Yinju silently watched him, as if asking if he really didn't know why. Why are you looking at me like that? Oh well. Aside from that, I didn't expect him to be so excited about hunting El Cuero. I'm just glad I didn't cause him any trouble. He's serious. Yeah. He really doesn't know. What's wrong? Baek Hwayan asked, looking at the two of them. The two of them stared at him in disbelief. Jiang Yu and Yinju exchanged glances. Let's just leave it at that. Yeah. I don't want any more trouble. A silent alliance was formed. What are you two talking about? Nothing. Jiang Yu replied. More importantly, when are we going? Yinju changed the subject. As soon as possible. I need to notify the guild members. There are still things to organize, so I'll probably need about 3 days. Hwayan said. It'll also take a few days to write the report. As for the training defense committee, I'll come up with a reason that won't negatively affect you. Then let's go in 3 days. I'll review everything again and send the strategy guide to you. Jiang Yu nodded and turned to leave. He had 3 days. Aside from finalizing the plan, he had something else to do. First of all, I need to reach level 59. Right now, he was at level 54. He hadn't yet reached the limit of effort. To find out if hunting El Cuero would break that limit, he had to reach level 59 first. Alright then. Let's meet in front of the gate at 2 p.m. 3 days from now, Hwayan said. Hearing this, Jiang Yu and Yinju both nodded. Successfully killed S-rank normal monster. Giant ogre. Level increased. Level reached 59. Level cap has been reached. All future experience points will now be accumulated. After lifting the cap, the stored XP will be applied at once. So I'm affected too. This level cap applies to me as well. Jiang Yu looked at the blue notification window. TSK. Players with higher talent have a greater chance of breaking through the cap. And Jiang Yu's talent was above all others, so he thought maybe the level cap wouldn't apply to him. But life doesn't always go as planned. Jiang Yu closed the notification window, turning around. Jiang Yu. It's time. The timing is perfect. Let's head back to the entrance. Are we going to kill the monster you mentioned today? Yes. I'll do my best to help you. Echidna, who had been helping him hunt for the past 3 days, clenched her fists. Jiang Yu smiled and patted her head. Echidna grabbed his hand, rubbing it against her cheek. I believe in you, Jiang Yu said. If I do well this time, will you give me a reward? Echidna looked up at him with anticipation. Jiang Yu nodded. Of course. I'll do my... Echidna let out a hum, full of energy, accompanied by the spirited Echidna. Jiang Yu walked out of the gate. Yongju, Hwayan, and Xianmu were already waiting at the gate. You're already here? Yongju asked. Yeah. I want to make a call, Jiang Yu replied. You didn't waste your stamina pointlessly before facing the boss monster, did you? Don't worry. I hunted with restraint. After greeting Yongju, Jiang Yu also greeted Xianmu and Hwayan. Then he said, all right. Let me explain the strategy. Over the past 3 days of hunting, Jiang Yu had figured out the strategy for hunting El Cuero. The core of this strategy is, well, 3 giant ogres. Letting out ferocious roars, they charged toward them. These 5-meter-tall giants. Their very bodies were weapons. They were still terrifying. No one panicked. However, not a single person present was afraid of the giant ogres. Che Yinju furrowed his brow, raising his hand. Barbed chains shot from his wrist. Clank. Snap. The chains engulfed the giant ogres. You're in the way. Ajidona opened his mouth, let go of Wu Jiangyu's shirt, and drew demonic energy from his body. Dark energy gathered, forming a ball of burning power. 3 fireballs shot out, each aiming at a different giant ogre. The chained ogres struggled violently. Then, by Hwayan, the giant scorpion demon, and Jiang Yu leapt onto the ogres' bodies, just like characters from a famous manga about slaying giants. They swiftly moved behind the ogres' necks and slashed again and again. Boom. Bright red blood spurted out. The ogres' corpses collapsed one after another. Xianma landed gently on the ground and whistled. That guy's Jiang Yu, right? I heard he's a rookie from the Red Wall Guard Guild, but he's definitely no joke. Wait. He's a rookie? Jiang Yu's skills were so refined that calling him a rookie felt a bit embarrassing. Xianmu glanced at Jiang Yu, her eyes sparkling. She had thought Jiang Yu was only part of the plan because of his intelligence, but after seeing Jiang Yu hunt the ogres, she realized she was wrong. Hwayan said, well, about that player, I'll explain later. Just know, he's as strong as Yongju. As strong as Lady Cha Yongju? That's a bit of a stretch. Xianmu looked at Yongju, with a puzzled expression, seeing that she didn't deny it. Xianmu speculated that Huayan was telling the truth. Really? How? Rumors say he's been a player, but how could such a player be as strong as Korea's top player, Cha Yongju? Xianmu looked at Jiang Yu, wondering if she had misheard. But she didn't see any reaction from him, as if Huayan had stated something obvious. I can see the lake, Huayan said. It's quiet. Jiang Yu noted. The lake's edge is El Cuero's territory. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. The surroundings were eerily silent, making it hard to believe. They were at the heart of the gate. However, amid the silence, they heard heavy footsteps. Jiang Yu turned his head toward the source of the sound. Over the past 3 days, while investigating the gate, he had seen this place. This way. Will this really work? Yongju asked. Do you have a better idea? No. Yongju looked at the giant boulders by the lake, her expression tinged with a headache. Next to the boulders, golems covered in green moss were moving slowly. They were mountain giants, the third type of monster. Found in the S-rank water source gate, mountain giants are rarer than other monsters in the gate, and unless attacked first, they never initiate an attack. They are closer to spirits than monsters, with bodies made of stone, rather than flesh and bone, perhaps because they are made of stone. El Cuero doesn't consider them food, so they are the only monsters that can roam near the lake. All right, let's begin, Jiang Yu said. Understood. You know, the core of this strategy is you. Yongju nodded, her face heavy with responsibility. Dozens of chains surged from her bracelet, glowing red, as Yongju prepared for her part of the strategy. The others had their tasks as well. Let's get started. Jiang Yu raised a portion of the chains Yongju had crafted. Unlike the spiked chains she usually made, these chains had smooth surfaces. Yongju and Xianma nodded. Their expressions were tense. Cuff asterisk. Each of them took a deep breath. The air was thick with anxiety. Jiang Yu gazed at the lake's surface. It's such a beautiful lake. It's hard to imagine that it hides such a terrifying ancient beast. All right, here we go. He lifted his foot, channeling demonic energy into it. And then, he stomped the ground with all his might. Boom. He activated the authority of sound, a sound so powerful, it could temporarily deafen anyone. Spread across the water's surface and into the lake. Rumble. It's coming. El Cuero reacted quickly. The lake's surface rippled. Something enormous emerged from the water. A giant red fish, about 30 meters long, raced across the lake's surface at a terrifying speed. Whoosh. Echidna. Got it. El Cuero's massive body twisted, firing hundreds of palm-sized poisonous stingers toward them. Echidna stepped to the front, spreading her arms, forming a black barrier of demonic energy in the air. Crack. The stingers struck the barrier, making a sound like a torrential rain hitting a window. Echidna furrowed her brow, her slender hands trembling slightly. Forward. Jiang Yu stepped forward, passed through the barrier created by Echidna, and soared into the air using Fist of the Sky. This is insane. Huayan and Xianmu grabbed onto the chain in Jiang Yu's hand. Jiang Yu was lifted into the air, and the two of them followed. In an instant, the three shot dozens of meters into the sky. Xuanma screamed. We're going down, Jiang Yu shouted. I'm afraid of heights. Though Xuanma was yelling, he still clung tightly to the iron chain. Jiang Yu climbed onto Cuero's back. We have to drag him out, or he'll slip back into the water. Got it. Their voices lacked energy, but no one cared. Cuero struggled fiercely. Xianmu lost balance and fell. His back is so slippery. Xianmu drew a short sword and stabbed it into Cuero's back. Why is Yellow Seabream screaming so much? Though Xuanma grumbled, he still followed the plan perfectly. He grabbed one of the iron chains Jiang Yu had brought and stabbed it into the wounded skin cut by the short sword on Cuero. Slash. Huayan did the same. She balanced herself incredibly well while swinging a long sword. She cut open Cuero's skin and reached into the wound slashed open by the chains. Blood spurted from Cuero's wound. Red chains embedded into his body. Cuero struggled. He tried hard to pull out the chains, but slipped on the slick rock and blood membrane. He was pushed back slightly. Jiang Yu floated, completely dodging his attack. Cuero stopped struggling. He bent down. He was trying to dive back into the water. The vast lake was a natural fortress. Cuero was absolutely safe there. But Jiang Yu dove in faster than Cuero. His vision blurred. The intense water resistance swallowed him. Once underwater, he headed straight for Cuero's abdomen. where that huge mouth and gill pouch were. KRGG. Jiang Yu twisted underwater. A powerful aura began to gather around his fists. Skybreaker. He chanted underwater, letting out a series of bubbling sounds. Jiang Yu thrust his aura-charged fist forward. Boom. A massive geyser exploded from the water, like a bomb going off. Within the fountain, Irquero's body shot into the air. Despite the strong attack, he didn't seem to be seriously injured. Because it was underwater, Jiang Yu couldn't fully resist it. He couldn't even unleash a tenth of his strength. Now, Jiang Yu glared at Irquero. He kicked underwater, launching himself skyward with a massive shockwave. The immense water pressure overwhelmed him. Ugh! Irquero flapped his fins, letting out a terrifying roar. Flowers burst from his fins, coming off his back. Jiang Yu, Huayan, and the Evil Alliance jumped into the air. A surge of electricity engulfed Jiang Yu. Crackling. Gurgle gurgle. The voltage was so high that it turned his vision white. Jiang Yu's face twisted severely. Jiang Yu. The barrier formed by Echidna in the distance enveloped Jiang Yu. The effect of the electric current weakened. Omnipotence of ice. The water surface froze instantly. Irquero landed on the ice, but the ice couldn't bear the weight of the 30-meter monster. The battle began. Jiang Yu had been waiting for this moment. He grabbed the chain and started running. While running across the ice, he charged at Irquero. He lunged at its abdominal gills. Crack. Dark red blood seeped from the forcibly torn open gills. Blood gushed into Jiang Yu's mouth, but he didn't care. Gripping the chain, he tore apart the skin covering him. Thanks to the omnipotence of Titan's power, he forcibly tore through Irquero's flesh with brute strength alone. He dug deeper. Jiang Yu ripped Irquero's flesh as much as possible. Then he dug even deeper into Irquero's body. The monster struggled madly. His vision was dyed black by blood. He couldn't see anything, but he ignored it. Even without sight, he could still move. Jiang Yu tore through Irquero's flesh and moved forward. Crunch. Jiang Yu pierced through its body. He emerged from its back. He wrapped the chain around it with his hands. Then he lay on top of Irquero. He grabbed hold of it. Ah! Jiang Yu shouted. Hold on tight. From afar, he heard Yanzhu shout. Rumble rumble. Irquero let out a sound like an earthquake. It was dragged toward the land. Jiang Yu grabbed Irquero's back and looked toward Yanzhu. Dozens of chain-bound mountain giants were chasing him. Perfect. Jiang Yu, covered in blood, smiled. Slash. The sound of water being cleaved rang out. The splash washed the blood from Jiang Yu's body. Glug glug glug. His hands grabbing Irquero, and the chains wrapped around him. Irquero was under immense pressure. Without using invincible mode and titanic force, that power might tear him apart. Just a little more. He could see the mountain giants chasing Yanzhu. They were pulling Irquero toward the surface. Bang! Bang! Yua! As Irquero twisted his body, one of the chain-bound mountain giants lost balance and fell. Even though dozens of mountain giants were pulling, they were losing in strength. Irquero was incredibly strong. His strength matched his massive frame. No, he surpassed even that. He was resisting with full force. The mountain giants chasing Yanzhu turned to look at Irquero. What are you looking at? You damn pile of rocks. Yanzhu struck a mountain giant's head with a chain like a whip. Echidna also attacked the mountain giants. The mountain giants shifted their gaze from Irquero to the two girls. Kid. You go that way. Yanzhu shouted. I'm not a kid. Echidna pouted, but still ran in the direction Yanzhu pointed. The mountain giants, split into two teams, began dragging Irquero to the surface again. Die. The chains piercing Irquero were now being pulled from both sides. The monster's blood dyed the lake red. Irquero started thrashing and roaring. Countless poisonous spines engulfed the mountain giants. Crunch. Crunch. They weren't poisoned, because they were made of stone, but the physical damage caused by the true fish falling on them was undeniable. The bodies of the mountain giants were destroyed. They collapsed to the ground. Damn it. Irquero's resistance was much stronger than expected. Jiang Yu glanced back. Bai Huayan and the giant demon both jumped off Irquero. While dodging its electric shocks, they fell into the lake. They were now swimming toward him. I guess I can't count on reinforcements, since they couldn't fly like him. There was no way for them to catch up to him and Irquero by swimming. So, I'll have to handle this myself. Jiang Yu frowned under the immense pressure. He needed to use 3 powers, whether it was invincible omnipotence or Titan's power. He couldn't give up. He had to use 3 omnipotences to stop Irquero's actions. The difference between using 2 omnipotences and 3 was massive. The magic energy needed for multiple omnipotences was multiplied. Using 2 omnipotences at once required 4 times the magic energy of 1, and using 3 simultaneously required 8 times more. Siren's Wrath. His jacket began to glow with a deep blue light. Its attributes were tripled. It also granted an additional 5 points of magic energy. Jiang Yu focused. He activated the third omnipotence. Omnipotence of the sword. He grabbed El Cuero. A black blade shot out from one of his hands. The black sword pierced into the boss monster. It expanded inside. Ugh. El Cuero screamed in agony. Blood gushed, covering Jiang Yu along with the water from the lake. Not enough. This alone wasn't enough. El Cuero continued to struggle violently as always. He needed to attack once more. To make sure it wouldn't move, Jiang Yu shouted to Yinju. Make thorns. What? Create thorns on the chains. Are you crazy? If I do that, you'll... Hurry up. Yongju's expression turned serious. He swallowed hard and nodded. As her bracelet began to glow red, thorns started sprouting from the chains. Honestly, this was a special effect of the Tin Ghost armor Jiang Yu obtained from winning Hal. The effect doubled physical defense for 10 seconds. Although his defense was doubled, Yongju's chains were of legendary grade, so the chains pierced through his physical defense, stabbing into Jiang Yu's iron. He could feel intense pain spreading through his entire body. Even under such pain, Jiang Yu only furrowed his brow, maintaining his triple omnipotence. He was accustomed to pain, so he wouldn't scream because of it. After being pierced by the thorns, El Cuero began to lose strength. Due to the chain's energy-draining effect, roar, El Cuero's massive body was dragged onto the shore. Jiang Yu swiftly cut the chains, escaping from El Cuero. Jiang Yu, are you okay? Echidna ran over, worried. Jiang Yu nodded. We don't need the giants anymore. Echidna, clear out the remaining. El Cuero has extremely high magic resistance, so Echidna isn't very effective against it. On the other hand, taking out the mountain giants would be more helpful. Got it. Echidna unleashed magic toward the mountain giants. The mountain giants were already exhausted from dragging El Cuero to the shore. They began to fall under her magic attacks. Yongju, stop running. Join the fight. I'm not running because I want to. Yongju had been drawing the mountain giant's attention, and now she was back. Jiang Yu turned to look at El Cuero. I don't think he'll die just because he's on land. Of course. Even though he looks like a giant yellow sea bream, he's not actually a real fish. El Cuero is a monster. More importantly, he's a boss monster from an S-rank gate. He wouldn't die just because he's out of the water. Huff, huff. Swimming all the way here was no joke. This strategy really worked. Xuanma and Huayan also arrived. Jiang Yu raised his right arm. A black blade shot out from it. Let's finish this. El Cuero was on the surface of the water. This was a perfect chance to hunt him. The wind blew over Huayan's longsword. Xuanma reversed his grip on 2 short swords. I'll go first. This isn't the same as fighting you in the water. You radioactive yellow sea bream. Huff. His cries made it hard to concentrate. Xuanma seemed to have a lot to say about El Cuero screaming. But he knew now wasn't the time for jokes. He lowered his stance and ran toward El Cuero. Huff. Panting, El Cuero whipped his long tail like a whip. Although he moved like a whip, considering he was a 30-meter-long monster, his tail was over 2 meters thick. Xuanma dodged. The tail brushed past his head. Back off. Huayan raised her sword high, where El Cuero's tail couldn't reach. Wind gathered at the blade of the white sword. She swung downward. The wind shot out along the sword's path. Slash. Swoosh. The wind sliced through its tail. Blood gushed out. The sword circled around. El Cuero's attention was entirely fixed on Huayan. Jiang Yu and Yinju seized the chance and rushed in. Slash. I'll block his tail for you. Just charge straight in. Yinju shouted. Jiang Yu nodded. If he deactivated his invincible mode, he could unleash even stronger attacks. Though he had said this to Yinju, Jiang Yu didn't charge immediately. Instead, his sunken eyes scanned El Cuero. He had weakened. He wasn't like a fish. He didn't suffocate immediately after surfacing. But as an aquatic monster, he was clearly weaker on land than in water. Not only that, he was severely wounded. If El Cuero died from his injuries after being dragged ashore, it wouldn't be surprising. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. All that's left is to finish him. He gently closed his eyes. He could feel the mass of demonic energy gathering in his heart. The 10,000 demon core. The ocean of magic he had accumulated over 10,000 years. Vaster and denser than anything else. An ocean made of pure demonic energy. It was both boundless and bottomless. Even Jiang Yu, who created it, didn't know its limits. Even after unleashing so much of it, he still had no idea what lurked in its depths, what might be happening within. He lifted his head and looked around. He saw 3 gates surrounding the sea. I don't need that much. He turned his gaze away from the gates. He reached out over the sea, scooping up a handful of demonic energy. Compared to the ocean of magic, it was a mere speck, but for now, it was enough. Twin Trident. He activated Dark Spear mode and Hellfire mode. A long spear wreathed in black flames appeared. Jiangyu grabbed the spear. He crouched down and aimed the spear at the monster. He could feel the powerful energy transferring into his hands, but he still felt it wasn't enough. Compared to the vast ocean, he was too small and too weak. Greed welled up inside him. The fire of greed had been ignited, and it burned at a terrifying speed. One more. Omnipotence of disintegration. Armor breaker. The destructive omnipotence that could tear apart armor was imbued into the python. The two sharp tips of the spear twisted like snakes. A heavy sense of exhaustion and a feeling of soul separation overwhelmed Jiangyu. The cost of using 3 types of omnipotence at once was steep. He felt he could faint at any moment. Jiangyu smiled. Split. He murmured softly. The dark red spear was completed. Jiangyu stomped heavily on the ground with the spear. Spirit. You have perfectly fused 3 types of omnipotence. Second condition for ultimate magic body achieved. A message box appeared. Jiangyu couldn't care anymore. He gripped the spear tightly. El Cuero's massive tail swung at him, but it was deflected by the shield made of red chains. The dark red spear pierced into El Cuero's body. Chapter 82. El Cuero Piercing Strike. He heard the sound of water splitting apart. The splash from the sword cavalier washed the blood off Jiangyu. Gurgle gurgle. The hands gripping El Cuero and the chains wrapped around him were under immense pressure. If he wasn't using invincible omnipotence and titanic power, the force could have torn him apart. Just a little more. He could see the mountain giants chasing after Yenju. They were pulling El Cuero up to the surface. Bang. Bang. Whoa. As El Cuero twisted his body, one of the mountain giants entangled in the chains lost balance and fell. Even though dozens of mountain giants were pulling, their strength was losing out. El Cuero was incredibly strong. I admit it. His strength matched his massive frame. No. He exceeded his size. He was resisting with full force. The mountain giants chasing Yenju turned to look at El Cuero. What the hell are you staring at? You damn pile of rocks. Yenju lashed a chain like a whip at the mountain giant's head. Echidna also struck the mountain giants. They turned their attention away from El Cuero and toward the 2 girls. Hey kid. You go that way. Yenju shouted. I'm not a kid. Echidna pouted. As she moved in the direction Yenju indicated, the mountain giants split into 2 teams and began die. The chains piercing El Cuero were now. The monster's blood turned the lake red. El Cuero thrashed, screaming and flailing his fins. Countless venomous spines engulfed the mountain giants. Crack. Crack. They weren't poisoned, because they were made of stone, but the physical damage from the rain of spines couldn't be ignored. Their bodies were shattered, and they collapsed to the ground. Damn it. El Cuero's resistance was far stronger than expected. Jiangyu glanced back. Bai Huayan and Giant Demon had jumped off El Cuero. They avoided the electric shock, but fell into the lake. Now they were swimming toward him. I guess I can't count on backup, since they can't fly like I can. There's no way they can catch up to him and El Cuero by swimming. So, I'll have to handle it myself. Jiangyu frowned under the immense pressure. He had to use all 3. Whether it was invincibility or titanic force, he couldn't give up any of them. He needed all 3 almighty modes to stop El Cuero's movement. There was a huge difference between using 2 and 3 almighty modes. The mana cost of multiple almighty modes multiplied quickly. Using 2 at once required 4 times the mana of 1, and using 3 meant 8 times the mana. Siren's Wrath. His coat began to glow with a deep blue light. The equipment's attributes were tripled. An additional 5 points of magic energy were added. Jiangyu focused his mind. He activated the 3rd omnipotence, omnipotence of the sword. He grabbed onto El Cuero. A black blade shot out from one of his hands. The black blade pierced into the boss monster. It expanded inside. Arg. El Cuero let out a painful scream. Blood gushed from its wounds, covering Jiangyu together with the lake water from the airship. Not enough. This alone wasn't enough. El Cuero continued struggling violently as usual. He needed to attack one more time, to ensure it wouldn't move again. Jiangyu shouted to Yenju. Create thorns. What? Create thorns on the chains. Are you crazy? If I do that, you will. Hurry. Yenju's expression turned serious. He swallowed hard, then nodded. As his bracelet began to emit a red glow, thorns started to appear along the chains. Honestly, this was the special effect of the 10 ghost armor that Jiangyu got from the 1-ing. This effect doubled his physical defense. It lasted for 10 seconds, even though his defense doubled. Yenju's chains were of legendary grade, so the chains pierced through the physical defense and stabbed into Jiangyu's body. He could feel intense pain spreading throughout his entire body. Even amid such pain, Jiangyu only furrowed his brows and maintained the 3. He was already used to pain, so he wouldn't scream because of it. After being pierced by the thorns, due to the chain's energy absorption effect, El Cuero began losing strength. Boom. El Cuero's massive body was dragged to the surface. Jiangyu quickly severed the chains and escaped from El Cuero. Jiangyu, are you okay? Ekidona ran over, worried. Jiangyu nodded. We don't need the giants anymore. Ekidona, take care of the remaining giants. El Cuero has extremely high magic resistance. Ekidona wasn't very effective against him. On the contrary, clearing out the mountain giants would be more helpful. Got it. Ekidona fired magic at the mountain giants. The mountain giants were already exhausted from dragging El Cuero to shore. They began falling. Yinju, stop running. Join the fight. I wasn't running for fun. Yinju had been keeping the giants distracted. Now he was back. Jiangyu turned and looked at El Cuero. I don't think he's going to die just because he's on land. Of course, even though he looks like a giant yellow sea bream, he's not a real fish. El Cuero is a monster. More importantly, he's the boss monster of an S-class gate. He's not going to die just because he's not in the water. Huff. Swimming all the way here wasn't easy. This strategy really worked. Xuanma and Huayan are here too. Jiangyu raised his right arm. A black blade shot out from it. Let's end this. El Cuero is on the surface. It's the perfect opportunity to hunt. The wind swept past Huayan's longsword. Xuanma reversed his grip on his twin daggers. I'm going first. This won't be like when you were in the water. You radioactive yellow sea bream. Yua. His cries made it hard for me to concentrate. Xuanma seemed to have a lot to say about El Cuero's cries. But he knew now was not the time for jokes. He lowered his stance and ran toward El Cuero. He charged. Huff. Panting. El Cuero swung his long tail like a whip. Although he moved like a whip, considering he was a 30-meter-long monster, his tail was over 2 meters thick. Xuanma quickly dodged. The tail brushed past his head. Fall back. Huayan raised her sword high, above El Cuero, out of the tail's reach. The wind gathered at the blade of her white sword. She swung the sword downward. The wind shot out following the sword's path. Slash. Swoosh. The wind severed part of his tail. Blood gushed out. Sword swept across. El Cuero's attention was completely focused on Huayan. Jiangyu and Yinju took the opportunity to charge in. Slash. I'll block his tail for you. Just rush in. Yinju shouted. I believe in you. Jiangyu nodded. If he canceled invincible omnipotence, he could unleash a stronger attack. Although Jiangyu had said that to Yinju, he didn't charge immediately. Instead, with deeply sunken eyes, he scanned El Cuero. He had weakened. Unlike fish, he didn't suffocate immediately after surfacing. But because he was an aquatic monster, he was noticeably weaker on the surface than in the water. Not only that, he was seriously injured. If El Cuero died from his injuries, after being dragged to the surface, all that's left is to finish him. He gently closed his eyes. He could feel the cluster of demonic energy gathering in his chest. The 10,000 Demon Core. A cluster of magic he had gathered over 10,000 years. Larger and denser than anything else. An ocean. An ocean made of demonic energy. Boundless and bottomless. Even Jiangyu, who created it, did not know its limits. Even after tapping into its full potential, he still couldn't tell what lay in the deep or what was happening inside. He lifted his head and looked around. He saw 3 gates surrounding the ocean. I don't need that much. He turned his head away from the gates. He reached his hands into the sea, scooping up a handful of demonic energy. Compared to the sea of magic, it was insignificant, but for now, it was enough. Twin Trident. He activated Dark Spear mode and Hellfire mode. A spear engulfed in black flames materialized. Jiangyu grasped the spear. He lowered his body and aimed it at the monster. He could feel an immense power flowing into his hands. But he felt it wasn't enough. Compared to the vast sea, it felt far too small and weak. Greed began to swell within him. The fire of greed had been lit, and it now burned at a terrifying pace. One more. Disintegration mode. Armor Breaker. A destructive almighty mode capable of tearing through armor and flesh was infused into the trident. The twin prongs twisted like serpents. A crushing fatigue and soul-draining weakness overwhelmed. The cost of using 3 almighty modes was no joke. He felt like he might pass out at any moment. Jiangyu curled his lips into a grin. Split. He chanted softly, and the dark red spear was complete. Jiangyu stomped heavily on the ground while holding the spear. Spirit. You have perfectly fused 3 types of omnipotence. Second condition for the ultimate magic body achieved. A message box appeared. Jiangyu couldn't bother with it and gripped the spear tightly. El Cuero's massive tail swung at him, but was deflected by the shield formed from red. The dark red spear pierced into El Cuero's body. Crack. The dark red spear stabbed deep into El Cuero. Flames exploded from within the spear. Hellfire spread inside El Cuero, greedily devouring the monster's vitality. He's dead now. Oh. Jiang Yu was certain. There was no way El Cuero could survive this attack. He could feel his fingers that threw Gi Bulb trembling slightly. It felt great. This was the first time since returning to Earth that he successfully created a technique combining 3 different authorities, although he used to do similar things casually in Hell. It felt amazing to use such a technique again. It felt hot. It felt thrilling. His desire for power, weathered over thousands of years, was burning again in his heart. So this was the second condition for the ultimate magic body. Jiang Yu's eyes shone brightly. He didn't know exactly what the ultimate magic body was, or what changes it would bring, but one thing was certain. It was a brand new power that had never existed in Hell. No rush to find out. He didn't know what the last condition was. He couldn't recall it, but since it was the ultimate magic body, it should be related to demonic energy. Jiang Yu fell into thought. While he was thinking, Jiang Yu sensed a strange feeling of danger. He furrowed his brows. Something that should have appeared did not. The message window hadn't popped up. The message indicating El Cuero's defeat had not appeared. Jiang Yu hurriedly turned his head to look at El Cuero. Huff, huff, huff. He's not dead. Even though half of El Cuero's body had been blown apart, but there was still a chaotic light flickering in his eyes. Even his unique cry had turned into a feral beast roar. Regardless, what mattered was that El Cuero wasn't dead yet. Impossible. Jiang Yu felt the sensation at his fingertips. 10,000 years of battle experience told him. El Cuero should already be dead. Debug was a powerful technique capable of killing even 7th Hell demons, and El Cuero had taken it head-on. There's no way he's still alive. Xuanma asked in confusion. What was that attack just now? Jiang Yu, what the hell just happened? None of that matters right now. What did happen? After that, is he still alive? Yinju shouted in confusion. When Xuanma and Yinju saw the crimson spear pierce El Cuero, they both broke out in goosebumps. Even though El Cuero was an S-class boss monster, they hadn't expected that he could survive such an attack. He's escaping. The remaining half of El Cuero's body darted toward the lakeside. Damn it. So, Yinju reached out and wrapped a red chain around El Cuero, but due to his low-strength stat, he was dragged along by El Cuero. Jiang Yu moved quickly and grabbed the chain between Yinju and El Cuero. Jiang Yu's face twisted in pain. His palm was torn open. He wanted to use Almighty Mode, but after using his magic chain, his mana was nearly depleted. The chain. If El Cuero made it to the lake, all their efforts would be in vain. Bai Huayan and Xuanmo rushed over to them and grabbed the chain. So strong. Is he really going to die? How can he still move so swiftly? El Cuero dragged all 4 of them quickly toward the lakeshore. The monster seemed even stronger than when they first faced it. The strength it exerted was abnormal for an aquatic creature on land. We're losing him. Jiang Yu felt anxious. Pain from his palms spread up his arm. If he could use titanic power, the situation might have been different. But he had no other way to stop its charge. Hold on tight. Yinju said. Magic surged within him, and the chains wrapped around El Cuero began to glow red. Gra. El Cuero thrashed, struggling wildly. A furious roar, black energy burst out from the remaining half of his body. Ugh. Demonic energy. Jiang Yu frowned. The energy bursting out of El Cuero was undoubtedly demonic. What's happening? He couldn't understand it, nor did he have the time to. Are we losing him? Jiang Yu bit his lip, watching El Cuero as he neared the surface. There was no longer any way to stop him. Leave it to me, Jiang Yu. A voice came to his ears. It was Echidna, bathed in blue light. She returned to her dragon form. Then, swinging her tail, she whipped El Cuero like a lash, forcing the monster back. Don't move, she said. Even though Echidna was only a young dragon, she was still a dragon. Returning to her original form was enough to prevent El Cuero's escape. Humph. El Cuero thrashed violently as he was dragged back into the water. From his torn-in-half body, blood spurted out in massive jets. Humph. Humph. Boom. 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 Echidna slammed her massive tail down onto El Cuero. After being hit, his body jolted violently. Huff. Huff. His ferocious roars gradually faded. The crazed light in his eyes dimmed. 0. Successfully defeated S-class boss monster, El Cuero. Top contributor. Ranked first. Final blow. Additional reward granted. Experience gained multiplied. Level maxed out. Extra experience will be stored. A blue message window popped up before Jiang Yu, confirming that El Cuero was truly dead this time. No breakthrough in level cap. Jiang Yu left the disappointment behind and turned to look at Yinju. Right now, something more important than the level cap was at hand. Finally, what was that? Jiang Yu asked. I'm not sure either. Yinju shook his head. They couldn't comprehend Irquero's final desperate struggle. It was the first time they had seen a monster keep moving with half its body blown off. Maybe it was a unique trait of Irquero's. Yinju tilted his head and said, some monsters have traits that defy logical explanation. Considering no one had ever killed Irquero before, it was within the realm of possibility. No, that might not be it. Jiangyu shook his head firmly. Why not? Because I received the final blow bonus reward. If Irquero didn't die from being struck by Gibalg, I wouldn't have received the final blow reward. After all, Irquero died not long after being struck by Echidona's tail. So, we need to check. Jiangyu stared at Elquero's corpse. He walked over to the body. He searched around the place where he had previously sensed demonic energy. It was exactly where the brain should be. He touched something. Grabbing it, he pulled it out. It was a black gemstone about the size of 2 fingers. It was filled with demonic energy. What is this? He had never seen anything like it before. It was like a demonic version of a magic stone. The biggest difference was that it seemed artificially crafted. It was too refined. Unlike the rough surface of normal magic stones, this black gemstone's surface was incredibly smooth. It didn't look naturally formed. Could this be the reason for Elquero's sudden abnormal behavior? He thought it very likely was. What is that? Yinju asked. I'm not sure, Jiangyu said, frowning as he looked at the black gemstone. He used the authority of the observer. But aside from confirming that it was made from extremely dense demonic energy, he couldn't find any other information. He looked carefully again at Elquero's corpse. After inspecting the area where he found the black gem, Jiangyu became certain of one thing. It wasn't there originally. He saw traces showing it had been deliberately implanted. Jiangyu's eyes gleamed. The gears in his mind turned rapidly. He had a good guess as to who had implanted the black gem into Elquero's brain. I get it now. Get what? Yinju asked. I'm not 100% sure, but it's very likely the work of a demon cult. Demon cult? Yinju's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Suddenly, a fierce killing intent emanated from his entire body. What does that mean? This black gemstone was planted in Elquero's brain by someone. It's infused with demonic energy, and only the demon cult could create something containing such dense demonic energy. Demonic energy is different from magic power. It can't be obtained naturally. On Earth, only Jiangyu and the demon cult. No one will ever be able to make a gemstone like this again. Jiangyu looked at the black gemstone with interest. He could feel the dense demonic energy through his fingertips. He stared at the gem for a long time, then activated Devourer's right on. Ring. You have absorbed a demon crystal. Magic stat increased by 3. Seeing the notification window, he immediately felt his magic rise. Jiangyu's eyes widened. A +3 increase? Without the stat boost from the Black Pearl Cloak, his magic stat was 83. After 3 days of slaying nearly 100 giant ogres, his magic hadn't increased at all. That's how difficult it was to raise it. But in just a moment, he gained 3 points. Jiangyu couldn't help but smile. Ever since he used Gibalg, that craving for power and frost of liquor surged again. It was like a splash of cold water down his throat. He didn't know why the cult had put something like that inside Irquero, or what would happen when a demon crystal was embedded in a monster. But one thing he was sure of. The demon crystals created by the cult were filled with dense energy, enough to raise even stagnant magic stats. Now that his level had maxed out, items that increased his magic stat were especially valuable. Let's hope they didn't only make one. Jiangyu smacked his lips. Suddenly, he felt like the cult was a restaurant that only served gourmet delicacies. Wait, what? Why did it suddenly disappear? Yinju asked in confusion. The black gemstone Jiangyu had found, that might have helped them better understand the cult, had suddenly vanished. The moment I grabbed it, it melted, Jiangyu said. He lowered his head in feigned shock as he looked at his hand. In truth, the black gem disappeared because he used the power of the 50. But he couldn't say that. He had to hide the fact that he wasn't human, but a demon. The pinnacle of all demons, the Demon King. Yinju looked disappointed. Is that a property of demonic energy? He asked. Now that I think about it, Oria's body also turned to dust and disappeared. The giant demon commented. But it's good. After receiving the giant demon's perfect assistance, Jiangyu smiled brightly. Yinju nodded. Nan said. Then it's decided. Anyway, let the guild members investigate. Check whether this item only exists in Elquero, or if other monsters have it too. If they find a gemstone inside a monster's brain, tell them to bring it here immediately, Jiangyu said. If the demon cult had implanted a gem into Elquero, there was no way it was just him. Other monsters might have had gems implanted too. If he could get more demonic crystals, Jiangyu could make a huge profit, while also disrupting the demon cult's plans. It would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But if the black gem disappears upon touch, even if we find, can we still bring them here? Yinju asked. It was a sharp question. but Jiangyu didn't panic. He answered smoothly, since it disappears only upon contact. We should be fine if we use vacuum packaging or something similar. All right. I'll have my guild members investigate. I'll also have the Flower Wolf team investigate. Did you find it inside the monster's head? Hua Yan asked. Yes. They'll see the traces of it being implanted, Jiangyu answered. I understand. If his hypothesis was correct, then he would be able to use the manpower of both the Red Rose Guild and the Flower Wolf team to collect a large number of demonic crystals, Jiangyu thought while trying hard not to laugh. Echidna, having returned to her human form, tilted her head while looking at Jiangyu. She commented, Jiangyu, you look like you're having a lot of fun. Not at all. How could I be having fun at a time like this? Echidna looked confused. The two were so linked, so she could sense a bit of Jiangyu's emotions. She knew that deep down, Jiangyu was filled with anticipation and joy, seeing the confused look on her face. Jiangyu quickly said, more importantly, you helped out a lot just now. Really? Jiangyu, how did I help? That's my Echidna. I'll make sure to reward you properly when we get back. MMM. Echidna hummed proudly, her head full of ideas about what reward Jiangyu might give her. Jiangyu smiled and gently patted Echidna on the head. I'll go take a look too, he thought. Absorbing a demon crystal was far more effective than killing hundreds of giant ogres. His level had already hit the cap. Gaining more EXP was meaningless. Compared to hunting, looking for demon crystals saved much more time. Thanks to them, I can sleep soundly tonight. Jiangyu had reached max level. He still didn't know what the final requirement for the ultimate magic body was. Moreover, even after using Devourer's Right, his magic stat hadn't gone up. He had hit a growth bottleneck. Then, the cult appeared. The timing was too perfect. He almost wanted to thank them. Just thinking about the demon crystal he got from the cult made Jiangyu feel satisfied. Burp. He let out a foul-smelling belch. TCH, Irquero's been killed. What? In a dark room. The man in the red demon mask asked softly. What happened? We're not entirely sure. We went to check the level of corruption from the demon crystal, but all we found were signs of battle and what we believe was Irquero's blood. Bang. Crack. The man in the red mask slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the solid wooden table into pieces. What about the other monsters? We're still checking on them. It seems the hunters had no idea what our plan was while hunting. Damn it. Quiro. He was a monster that had never been killed since the gates appeared 5 years ago. And yet, right after we implanted the demon crystal according to plan, Quiro was hunted down and killed. The red-masked man was too drained to even be angry. He just felt disheartened. How's the rest of the plan going? Due to this setback, it's been delayed quite a bit. The red-masked man narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning cold. What if we use another method? He asked. My lord, that is I'm not saying to use it immediately. I just want to know if it's viable. If we use that method, the plan could be executed immediately. But my lord, if we do that, the consequences will be dire. World-class powerhouses are already stepping in. It's far too risky. I know. The red-masked man replied. The demon crystals. Do we still have some left? Implant them into other monsters. Move the plan forward as quickly as possible, and find. The man in the red mask glared angrily at the priest and said, none of you are safe either. The clergymen lowered their heads and responded in fear. Why yes, sir. Other than that, who killed Irquero? We're not sure, but we suspect it was the Red Rose Guild. The Red Rose Guild? Yes. We found traces of the red chains used by Che Yanju at the scene. So he's meddling again. The man in the red mask remarked. A fierce killing intent radiated from him, sending shivers down the priest's spines. Prepare the shadow, the man in the red mask ordered. Are you planning to eliminate Che Yanju? Yes. He must pay the price for interfering with our plans. Che Yanju is strong. He's one of Korea's top rankers. Moreover, he's also the leader of the powerful Red Rose Guild. Assassinating him is nearly impossible. The man in the red mask chuckled. Che Yanju seems to care about a newcomer, a rude young man named Wu Jiang. We'll take him hostage. Understood. He's just an inexperienced kid. It shouldn't be hard. Yes, sir. Capture him alive at all costs. Oh, there's also a child with him. Capture him alive too. A child? You mean? The masked man nodded and replied. I sense demonic energy coming from that child. I must conduct a more thorough examination. Yes, sir, my lord. The priests left the room. The masked man took a deep breath and let it out. Who? Then he placed his hand on his face and removed the red demon mask. They really make me frustrated. The man wearing the red devil mask by Kang Xian placed the mask on the table and furrowed his brows. Huayan called Jiang Yu and Yinju to the Flower Gallery core group and handed each of them a bank book. 1. This is the money left after deducting repair costs, Huayan told them. After selling the magic stones and they gave us a lot of money because it was the first successful hunt of El Cuero. So, you're giving each of us 50 billion? Yinju asked. Yes. What about you? Huayan. I don't need it. Besides, you and Jiang Yu did most of the work. You're a natural-born soldier, Yinju said with a smile as she accepted the bank book. Huayan said, I have more good news. Good news. Is it about the magic crystal? Jiang Yu asked. Huayan shook her head and replied, No. The members of the Flower Gallery Corps are investigating, but they haven't found it yet. It's about something else. What is it? Inside El Cuero's corpse, we found materials suitable for crafting legendary equipment. They say, you can forge a sword using the spike on his tail. Wow. We actually got materials for a legendary item, Yinju said. Both Yinju and Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Legendary grade equipment is priceless to high-level players. Having personally experienced the stat boost from the Black Pearl Coat, Jiang Yu showed even greater interest than Yinju. But I don't need to meet. He didn't use any specific weapon. He simply created weapons based on the situation using his authority. However, as long as he equips a sword, he gets attribute bonuses. So it doesn't matter. Roughly estimating, it's likely a legendary item that boosts strength or agility, Huayan informed them. Oh, then it's useless to me. Jiang Yu and Yinju clicked their tongues in disappointment. Jiang Yu mainly uses magic energy, and Yinju's primary attribute is mana, so neither of them needs a boost in strength or agility from legendary gear. You can't use it either? Huayan, Yinju asked. Haha. Unfortunately, the imprint conditions are a bit special. I can't use it, Huayan replied. In some cases, certain conditions must be met to imprint an item. It's not determined during crafting, but by the material itself, so the conditions can't be altered by the forger's will. What kind of conditions? You seem to need a unique attribute, called Qi. Qi. The kind of thing from martial arts novels? Yes. Only a few among the warrior class have this attribute, and most of those players are in China. In Korea, such players are extremely rare. So this is basically Fishman essence. How about we sell it to China? I'd like to hear your thoughts first. After all, you two were the biggest contributors in killing your Cuero. Jiang Yu and Yinju nodded. The one who played the biggest role was Jiang Yu. Second was Yinju. The others also contributed a lot, but they couldn't compare to those two. There's no one in our guild who has the Qi attribute. As long as you offer a high price, you can sell it, Yinju said. In that case, I'll buy it, Jiang Yu declared. You. Jiang Yu nodded. Unique air attribute. He knew someone who possessed it. Kim Se-hoon. That kind-hearted young man who often followed Jiang Yu with Uncle Jiang Tae. Kim Se-hoon was very handsome, but his talent was even more incredible than his looks. Although we're not related by blood, you're my little brother. After all, Jiang Yu and Se-hoon's souls were connected. As your big brother, I want to give this sword to you. Jiang Yu clenched his fist. 1. This is a booklet containing a bank account's deposit and withdrawal records. Some countries' banks provide this service to their account holders. Hunting El Cuero. 2 weeks later, Jiang Yu received a call from Huayan in the morning. He hurried to the water source. It had just been completed, Huayan said. She placed a sword with an impressively blue edge on the table. Is legendary equipment always crafted this fast? Jiang Yu asked as he touched the sword. Hunting El Cuero. It's only been 2 weeks, yet the sword was made so quickly. Jiang Yu was a little worried about its quality. The hard part is obtaining materials that only S-rank boss monsters drop. Once you have the materials, crafting equipment isn't that difficult. But I heard it still costs a lot of money. Huayan, you didn't force yourself, did you? Cha Yinju asked. So what if I did? You two have contributed more to national security than the Flower Wolf Corps. If we are stingy with compensation, that would be too embarrassing, Huayan said firmly. Right now, the demon cult is more dangerous than monsters. At the moment, only players have fallen victim to their crimes. But there's no telling when civilians might be affected too. I'm not doing this for public safety, Yinju said softly, avoiding Huayan's gaze. I'm chasing the demon cult for world peace, Jiang Yu said. I never thought you'd actually say that. Don't lie. From the moment we met, I knew. You're not that kind of person, Yinju replied. Well, you don't believe me? Jiang Yu shrugged. He said it half-jokingly, but he was telling the truth. To him, Earth itself was something that had to be protected, though recently he'd found other goals as well. The way the demon cult used magic, the benefits Jiang Yu gained while hunting them far exceeded his initial expectations. He was doing it purely for his own gain, not to selflessly protect the world, regardless of your reasons. You two helped us capture members of the demon cult. That's an undeniable fact. The outcome doesn't always justify the means. But in this case, I think we can look at it positively, Huayan said with a smile. Jiang Yu was impressed by how smoothly he spoke. No wonder the scorpion demon fell for him. Putting aside his position, Huayan was a rather charming woman. She seemed a bit old-fashioned, but she was flexible and had a clear sense of justice. Huayan was the kind of superior Jiang Yu would want if he ever joined the military, though that was something that would never happen. Don't fall in love with him, Yinju warned. What? Jiang Yu said. Don't start having weird feelings for Huayan. He would be wasting himself on a jerk like you. What are you suddenly saying, Yinju? Huayan asked. I saw it in his eyes. Huayan, be careful. If you get involved with a jerk like him, your life will be ruined. Calm down, Yinju. You're overreacting. Because it's something worth overreacting to. Yinju shouted angrily. Jiang Yu looked at him in disbelief. Neither of us even thought about doing that kind of thing. Why are you overreacting? Jiang Yu said. Just in case. Yinju shouted, blushing. You sound jealous, Huayan said with a smile. What? Haha. I'm just joking. Humph. Why would I be jealous of someone like him? Where did you learn such a cliché line? Jiang Yu shook his head and said. He turned his back to Yinju and reached for the sword. Equipment information. Equipment name. El Cuero blade. Grade. Legendary. Unmarked. Marking conditions. Unique attribute. Air. Holder. Basic effects. Plus 700 lightning attack. Plus 2 strength. Plus 2 agility. Special effect. Allows the holder to freely walk on water. Equipment description. A sword forged from the spike on El Cuero's tail. Extremely powerful. Allows the holder to unleash attacks filled with the power of lightning. A total boost of 4 points. The first thing Jiang Yu checked was the attribute bonuses. This is the most important aspect of legendary gear. This sword increases 2 attribute stats by 2 points each. A total boost of 4 attribute points. That's considered a high bonus for legendary gear. Do you like it? Huayan asked. It's great. If I could, I'd use it, Jiang Yu replied. I agree. Honestly, I want it too. But it's better than letting a great sword I can't even use go to waste. You made a smart investment. Kim Shur-sun will become an incredibly strong player. I guarantee he'll soon help us fight the demon cult. You said he's your brother? Yes. But we're not related by blood. If you speak so highly of him, I'll look forward to his achievements. He won't let you down. Jiang Yu said confidently. Discovering Kim Shur-sun was like hitting the jackpot for Jiang Yu. After all, he was the heir of the martial god. If not for Jiang Yu being such a one-of-a-kind existence, Shur-sun would have rewritten the history of players. Jiang Yu was full of curiosity and anticipation for Shur-sun's growth. Oh, one more thing I wanted to say, Huayan said. Go ahead. Shouldn't you be a little more casual when talking to me? Huayan said as she leaned back in her chair. I'm pretty casual with anyone who's not my boss, but aren't we equal allies? I think it's unfair that only you speak formally. In that case. Alright then, I'll speak casually too. Jiang Yu didn't think formal speech was unfair, but when it came to discussing his relationship with Huayan and Yinju, speaking casually felt more comfortable. Did you guys find the demon crystal? Jiang Yu asked. The Legion members are still searching hard, but nothing yet. Huayan replied. My guild members are the same. In the past 2 weeks, the number of monsters we've killed is almost 5 times the usual, but we haven't found a single demon crystal. Yinju said. Was my reasoning wrong? Jiang Yu wanted to know. In the past 2 weeks, he had also been searching multiple gates, but he hadn't found anything either. It was as if the demon reef is likely an El Cuero or other monsters. The demon crystal was implanted, but we can't be sure yet, so please keep investigating, Jiang Yu pleaded. Got it. Then I'm leaving, Jiang Yu said. He stood up. Yinju followed him out. Don't you have anything better to do? Why do you always follow me to the water source? Jiang Yu asked. You didn't defeat El Cuero alone. I gave up a legendary weapon. But I want to make sure I get the reward I deserve. I want to see how valuable that weapon is, so I can demand a fair price. Yinju replied. Jiang Yu had no response to that. He took a deep breath, nodded, and Yinju followed behind him, in a good mood, humming a song. Hey brother. Oh brother. Jin Shurxuan greeted. Oh, brother Jiang Yu. Long time no see, Jiang Taishu exclaimed. Shurxuan's group had just come out of the gate and waved at Jiang Yu, except for Han Shui. Jiang Yu hadn't seen Shurxuan and his group for days. After chatting for a while, he brought them to his house, so he could discreetly hand over the legendary weapon to Shurxuan. Taishu exclaimed in surprise. Well, so, this is your new house? Buddy. Akadona, who was at home, cheerfully ran out to greet Jiang Yu. Welcome back, Jiang Yu. And Fei's eyes lit up. Who's this adorable girl, big brother? He asked. I'm Jiangyu's summon beast, Akadona replied. Summon beast? Yes. Fei, trembling with disbelief, asked, Big brother Jiangyu, are you into playing these role-playing games with such a young girl? What are you talking about? Jiangyu responded. Aren't you afraid of the police? That's a crime. Even though she looks like that, she's probably 10 times older than you. She's not even an adult. Fei looked at Akadona, who radiated too much charm, with a horrified expression. Jiangyu lightly tapped Fei's head and walked toward the living room. I called you here because I wanted to give you something, he said to Shishuan. For me? Shishuan replied. Yes. Jiangyu handed him the L. Quero Bois, obtained from the garden. What's this? Check it out, and you'll see. Shishuan examined the weapon's details. His eyes suddenly widened. A legendary weapon. Isn't this a legendary weapon? Bro, You're giving this to me? Jiangyu nodded. Shishuan stared at the sword in confusion. Stammering, he said, how can I accept something so valuable? Because you deserve it. Bro, Shishuan said with red eyes. His trembling hand touched the sword. I don't deserve this weapon. That's for me to decide. What level are you now? Level 38. Shishuan was close to his 5th awakening. Though his leveling speed was slower than Jiangyu's, it was still much faster than most others. You know you're much faster than other players, right? But that's not because I'm exceptional. No, you are exceptional. Of course, to Shueda, and Fei probably helped a lot. But the biggest reason is that you're exceptional. You'll get stronger. It's never too late to prove your worth. Brother, trust me. Yes, I trust you. I'll do my best to prove my worth. Shishuan said with determination. Jiangyu nodded in satisfaction. All that was left was to imprint the weapon on Shishuan. As if responding to Jiangyu's thoughts, Shishuan extended his hand. But his hand didn't reach for El Cuero blade. His hand passed over the He held Jiangyu's hand. What's gotten into him all of a sudden? Jiangyu wondered. To be honest, the first time I saw you, I felt this strange discomfort. It was like my entire body was rejecting you. Shishuan explained. That's because you're the guardian of this world. And I'm the one who caused the Gaia system to collapse. Shishuan continued. But when I saw you again, that feeling was gone. That's because I made you my familiar. Now, this might sound a little weird, but it feels like our souls are connected. It really does. Bro, don't look at me like that. Rocket. Jiangyu gave an awkward smile and pulled his hand away from Shishuan. Shishuan looked a little disappointed. Jiangyu felt a chill and wondered, did I go too far? He gave Shishuan the sword to build trust between them and to ignite a fire of motivation in his heart. But things had taken a strange turn. Jiangyu felt he needed to draw the line before things got out of hand. Shishuan, why don't you? Oh, bro. Speaking of which, hey, I've got something to show you. Shishuan pulled something from his pocket. When Jiangyu saw what it was, his eyes widened. While I was out hunting recently, I noticed some monsters acting strangely, so I checked their corpses. And found this, Shishuan said. He held out 2 small black crystals. Jiangyu immediately held them up to his eyes. These were the magic crystals he had been searching for the past 2 weeks. Even better, there were 2 of them. Jiangyu grinned. Let's be together forever. Shishuan. How did you get this? Oh. Jiangyu touched the 2 magic crystals that Shishuan handed him. Compared to the one inside El Cuero's head, these were much smaller and contained far less demonic energy. However, that didn't matter. Jiangyu. The Red Wall Guard Guild and the gallery team have been searching for 2 weeks. They haven't found even one. But Shishuan found not just 1, but 2. I got the first one yesterday. While I was hunting with my teammates, I suddenly felt a chill down my back. How should I put it? I once said that the first time I met you, I had an Right? Yes. It was similar to that. Oh. So I followed that feeling and saw a strange monster. A strange monster? Yes. We were mainly hunting minotaurs, but its appearance was a bit odd. It looked like it had been dyed black, and it seemed a bit insane. Then, you found this after killing it? Yes. Shishuan nodded. You found 2 inside the same monster? No. While hunting today, I felt the same discomfort. I followed it and found another strange monster. This one came from that monster. Shishuan pointed at one of the 2 gems. Jiangyu's gaze darkened. The gears in his mind started spinning rapidly. The first time he met me, he felt that same discomfort. Jiangyu thought. What Shishuan sensed first was the demonic energy. When Sihuan is near someone with demonic energy, he might instinctively feel discomfort. Sihuan. When you first met Anicap, did you feel the same discomfort? Vutrake pointed at Anicap sitting beside him. The topic shifted. He tilted his head, looking at Vutrake. Vutrake. Did I make you uncomfortable? Of course not. No. Although today is my first time meeting Miss Akida Nap, I didn't feel any discomfort at all. I see. It's not demonic energy. Although Akida Nap is different from demons, she still has demonic energy. So, putting demonic energy aside, what do I have in common with monsters? He couldn't think of anything right away. He continued to ponder. At that moment, he recalled Si-Hwan mentioning that the Minotaur's back had turned black. Could it have been corrupted by demonic energy, gradually turning into a demonic beast? If demonic energy can turn a person into a demon, then turning a monster into a demonic beast isn't surprising. Thinking of evil beasts, he naturally recalled killing the Hellhound. At that moment, he let out a short exclamation, as if completing a puzzle. Rift fragments. When killing demonic beasts, Si-Hwan received information about rift kills. And when crossing the dimensional barrier to Earth, Si-Hwan also heard a voice detecting the rift core. Rift core and rift. These two terms must be connected. Si-Hwan instinctively felt discomfort toward the existence of rifts. That makes sense. Si-Hwan was chosen by the Gaia system, a transcendent being capable of sealing the power of Jiangyu. Si-Hwan's role is that of a guardian, one who can mend the rift core. After crossing the barrier and arriving on Earth, the damaged Gaia system was present. If it was the Gaia system that blocked the rift fragments, it wouldn't be surprising that Shishiyuan instinctively felt discomfort. Then, was the cult deliberately creating rift fragments? He began to understand why they were implanting demonic crystals into monsters. A smile appeared on his face. Could Shishiyuan find them? He wasn't sure why the cult was creating rift fragments, but he was certain that Shishiyuan could find them. Rather than blindly searching for a needle in a desert, using a metal detector was much more efficient. If it was Shishiyuan, he could locate monsters with implanted demonic crystals from afar. Shishiyuan. Jiangyu grabbed Shishiyuan's hand. Jiangyu had never felt so proud of Shishiyuan as he did now. It was the first time Jiangyu felt that all he had invested in Shishiyuan was worth it. Brother, I need you to help me a little. As long as it's within my ability, I'll help you with anything. But what exactly do you want me to do? Just follow me. You don't need to do anything else. What? You just need to stay by my side. Shishiyuan was like a humanoid GPS. All he needed to do was guide Jiangyu in the direction where he felt uncomfortable. Of course, in the near future, he would be able to do more than just act as a GPS. But for now, this was enough. Jiangyu. Han Shuya asked in shock. Ah. I knew it. Ever since the hospital, they had been acting strange. Yes. Chui and Fei exclaimed. Ah. The two girls reacted before Shishiyuan did. Shuya trembled, her face pale. And Fei, on the other hand, was extremely excited, her nose bleeding. Jiangyu replayed his words in his mind. Damn it. Jiangyu quickly let go of Shishiyuan's hand. Since you said that, don't blush. I'll do my best. After all, I've already decided to follow you. I told you not to blush. Man. Jiangyu covered his face with both hands, regretting what he just said, but it was too late. How do I explain this? In Jiangyu's mind, Shuya's pale face kept flashing. In that case, let's meet again tomorrow morning. Shishiyuan said. All right, be careful on your way back. Buddy, are you sure I can't come with you? Jiang Taishu asked. I've said. We might enter gates above A rank. The more people I need to protect, the more dangerous it gets. Or are you confident that you won't be a burden? When fighting monsters in an A-rank gate? No. Then you know what you need to do, right? Yeah, alright. Jiangyu, buddy. I, Jiang Tishu, will step back this time, but I won't give up. Alright. I'll wait for you. Jiangyu smiled. After clarifying the situation to resolve the misunderstanding, she saw Si-Hwan, Tai Tuk, and Enfi out, if possible. She really wanted to search for the gate right now, but before that, she had other things to do. I need to plan an efficient route. Aimlessly. Searching for nearby gates would be very inefficient. It's best to explain things clearly to Xa Nam Chao and Bak Hoa Nam first, then determine the most efficient route. I need to visit the Red Rose Guild. Even if it doesn't work out, it won't take much time to reach the Red Rose Guild's headquarters. Jiangyu turned to look at Tuet and Akida Nap beside her. I'm going to visit the Red Rose Guild. It might be a long journey. Is there anything I can help with? Tuet asked. Not at the moment. Too many people might complicate things. Planning an efficient route doesn't require a crowd. Tuet and Akida Nap looked disappointed, but they nodded. In that case, we'll head back. Safe travels. Thank you. Jiangyu waved at them. She turned around. Akida Nap and Tuet awaited at the apartment entrance, watching Jiangyu's figure fade into the distance, until she was out of sight. Tuet, you look sad. Huh. It's nothing. Tuet patted Akida Nap's head. Akida Nap grabbed Tuet's clothes. It's okay. Jiangyu is grateful for you. I know. Because I'm connected to Jiangyu. Really? Is that so? Tuet blushed and smiled. She took a kite in Nap's hand. Let's go inside first. I'll let you pick dinner tonight. Ekidona. I want beef. Ekidona snorted. Hee. All right. Let's go to the supermarket then. Shueya suddenly fell silent. Her expression turned serious. Who are you? 10 men wearing red masks, dressed in robes that blended into the darkness, surrounded them. Who are we? You don't need to know. They continued. We only want one thing. Your lives. What you need to do now is call her. They spoke in turns, as if the 10 of them were a single being. Call? Who? Shueya asked. Oh, Jiangyu. Call the one you follow. Then your role will be over. Shueya bit her lip. I won't call him. I don't know who you are. But I won't become like you. So all I have to do is call Jiangyu? Ekidona asked. Hey, Ekidona. Hold on a sec. I'll call him now. Ekidona closed her eyes, as if she couldn't quite grasp what kind of situation they were in. Through her summon beast, she connected with her master and called for Jiangyu. Jiangyu will be here soon. I'm glad you reacted quickly. The man wearing the red mask smiled. Jiangyu, heading to the Red Wall Guard Guild, soon appeared. Who are you? Jiangyu looked at Shueya and the man standing beside Ekidona, asking in a low voice. You don't need to know who we are. Just follow our orders and do as you're told if you want a painless death. Jiangyu looked with interest at the man in the red mask. Are you from the cult? Jiangyu asked. We have no obligation to answer that question. One of them replied. You must answer. Another added. What a foolish way to talk. Jiangyu said with an incredulous smile. Ekidona and Shueya were surrounded by the men, but they weren't worried at all. The men wearing red masks, seeing their calm attitude, fell silent. You're just as rude, like an ignorant child. You think that just because you're under Che Yinju's protection, you have everything? But we'll make you understand how big the world really is. The men moved behind Ekidona and Shueya. Grabbing them from behind, they pointed sabers at their necks. Be careful, Jiangyu said. The men laughed. It's too late. Even if they're careful, it won't change anything. No, they won't. Jiangyu had a smile on his face. You guys. Asterisk snap asterisk. Ekidona transformed one of her arms into a dragon's and struck hard at the man who had grabbed her from behind. The man was blasted backward. The sound of bones breaking echoed out. Don't touch me. Ekidona glared. Only Jiangyu can touch my body. Kurg. TCH. What? What's going on? Your little trick just failed. Oh, Jiangyu grinned. Because the masked men had completely lost their composure, Ekidona turned her massive hand back into a human one and cast a spell. A black vortex spun around her hand. You interrupted us, Ekidona said angrily. The black vortex in her hand began to expand. Back away. The masked men scattered to avoid the vortex. Ah! Shueya screamed. The men were yanking her forcefully. Jiangyu stomped his foot and jumped toward the man holding Shueya. He pulled his arm back and punched the man, sending him flying with a terrible cracking sound. Awesome. Surround him. Attack. The masked men drew their weapons. Their weapons were strange. Hooked iron claws, linked together with chains. 9 hooks came swinging at Jiangyu. Jiangyu narrowed his eyes. The energy radiating from the hooks told him everything he needed to know. Facing them head-on would be dangerous. He grabbed Shueya and used Sky Fist to fly down from the air. Crack. Snap. Jiangyu. Don't move, Jiangyu said to the struggling Shueya. He moved away from the masked men and landed safely. Wait for me here. I can help too. Shueya stretched out his hands, and white light began to gather around him. Blessing of light. He chanted briefly. The light flowed into Jiangyu. Ring. You have received the blessing of light. Strength +3. Agility +3. Magic power +2. Wow. Jiangyu looked curiously at the white light surrounding his body. Strength and agility aside, the increase in magic power was quite significant. His magic surged within, though it felt strange to have magic rise due to a blessing of light. The important thing was, his buff skill was even more useful than he had expected. He looked forward to its upgraded effects. But before that, Jiangyu narrowed his eyes and saw 9 masked men staring nervously at him. Take him down first. He raised his right arm, and a black blade flew out from the back of his hand. Lowering his body, he unleashed accelerated fist and shot forward like an arrow. Crack. Several people fired iron hooks at Jiangyu. Although 9 hooks were fired at once, none of them tangled with each other, showing that these men were well-trained killers. Jiangyu swung his blade and cut down 2 hooks. 1 hook aimed at his head. He ducked to dodge it. Stepping hard on the ground, he shot upward. 2 hooks aimed at his legs crossed paths. A golden light flashed in several men's eyes. as if they had anticipated Jiang Yu would leap. 3 hooks shifted their trajectory. Jiang Yu canceled his accelerated fist and used Sky Fist instead. He overcame inertia and shifted direction at a sharp angle. Slash! 3 hooked chains grazed his black pearl coat. The sharp hooks barely scraped it. Hooks latched onto Jiang Yu's coat, but the power of the black pearl, countless spear tips, rained down like a storm. The enemies scrambled to dodge. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk. Asterisk gulp, asterisk. One of them couldn't escape the barrage and was pierced by dozens of spikes, falling in a pool of blood. The others quickly prepared to counterattack. Scattered chains pressed down on Jiang Yu. Though the attack was decent, Jiang Yu looked around calmly. The chains pinned on him. He smiled at them. It reminded him of another attack. The chains of Che Yanzhu. Jiang Yu lifted his right leg and stomped hard. Wave force, spreading outward from him, rippled in all directions. All the chains pressing on him were blown away effortlessly. He could tell the strangers were confused. Retreat. The intel was wrong. The player Jiang Yu is not some arrogant rookie just because he serves under Che Yanzhu. We thought he was just full of himself. We must inform the Archbishop. Jiang Yu's presence is an unexpected variable in their plan. If they don't report this, their entire plan is bound to fail. The men turned around. But where do you think you're going? Jiang Yu spread his arms wide. An overwhelming aura enveloped the men, causing their movements to slow noticeably. Ekidona. Leave it to me, Jiang Yu. Ekidona extended her hand. A black barrier enveloped the entire area. It wasn't defensive magic, but magic meant to trap prey and prevent their escape. The masked men desperately swung their weapons at the barrier. Too late. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. A powerful surge of magic energy coursed through him. He pressed his hands to the ground. Sword field. The ground split open, and black blades shot up from the cracks. Not just 1 or 2, but hundreds of black blades swept toward them. Slash. Crack. Damn it. The blades pierced deeply into their flesh. The masked men tried to escape, but there was nowhere to run. In front of them was the black barrier, and behind them was the sword field. 4 masked men died on the spot. The other 4 were seriously injured. Despair filled their eyes. Boom. Jiang Yu lunged at the remaining masked men. He couldn't let them escape anymore. He had to stop them before they could either kill themselves or turn into demons. Jiang Yu grabbed the head of the one giving orders to retreat. The fist of fear flowed from his hand into the masked man's head. Gurgle. Ah. The man trembled all over, foaming at the mouth. Jiang Yu frowned. I failed. Jiang Yu felt a large amount of magic energy draining from his body, but they didn't notice those hazy eyes. That signaled a fully activated omni-power. Fear-type omni-powers like this one, their effectiveness drops drastically if the target is even slightly stronger, considering the attackers weren't weak. Failure was inevitable. The fear fist wasn't the only option. Jiang Yu removed the man's mask, revealing a man who looked about 35 or 36 years old. Jiang Yu punched him hard in the face. Who gave you the order? Heh. 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 Kill me. Asterisk crack asterisk. Jiang Yu twisted the man's arm without hesitation. The man screamed in pain. You're out of chances. Talk. Who gave you the order? Kill me. Heh heh heh. Jiang Yu twisted the other arm, broke his leg, and ripped off his ear. The man trembled from the pain. Who gave you the order? Jiang Yu's voice was eerily calm. The man's eyes were filled with terror. I don't know. That's impossible. Tell me, and you'll find peace. Death is nothing. You know that, don't you? Jiang Yu whispered softly. The man swallowed hard. He did understand that death was nothing. When facing real agony, death is a blessing. Overwhelming fear, enough to devour sanity, flooded his mind. He slowly opened his mouth. Lao. Lao. Just as he was about to name the mastermind, one of the fallen men swung his hook. But the hook wasn't aimed at Jiang Yu. It pierced the neck of the man who was about to speak. Asterisk stab asterisk. Cult glory. The man's body began to swell. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue. Seriously. He used the special effect of the 10 Ghost armor to double his physical defense. And on top of that, he used Invincible Fist for protection. Boom. The swollen man's body exploded, killing everyone around him. Jiang Yu walked out of the explosion unscathed. He picked up a red mask from the ground. It was a demon-faced mask. What a waste of time. He hadn't been able to uncover the chief bishop's identity. A bell rang in his heart. Jiang Yu took a deep breath to calm himself down. So you're not going to come out, are you? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Then I'll drag you out. No need to rush. Time is running out. He crushed the mask in his hand into fragments. We failed. What? We just confirmed all the shadows have been killed. Was it Che Yanzhu? We can't be sure, but it's very likely. It must be. Other than Che Yanzhu, there aren't many players who could face 10 shadows. Bet Kangyeon frowned. He hadn't expected the shadows to be wiped out so easily. It seemed other Red Rose members also assisted Yinju. What a waste. In trying to eliminate Yinju, he had lost valuable strength. He was furious over repeated failures. How many rift fragments have we collected? About 30%. The collection rate is still acceptable. King then took a deep breath and calmed himself. There was no need to rush. He wasn't the one who needed to panic. They had no way to find the demonic crystals. Time was on his side. Unless the Red Rose Guild had a demon crystal detector, they wouldn't be able to find them. The crystals of the Red Rose Guild, embedded deep inside the monsters' bodies. Kang Hyun smiled, stroking his red demon mask. Suddenly, a loud bang. The wall was destroyed. Baek Kang Hyun's eyes were full of rage. What the hell is going on? It had been 10 days since the shadow failed to kill Che Yenju. What shouldn't have happened, what couldn't have happened, was happening. The number of demon crystals secretly planted in monsters was dropping at an alarming rate, as if the Red Rose Guild actually had a crystal detector. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the room. Every time it happened, the priests before him trembled. They couldn't hide their fear. How many fragments have we collected? We've only managed to collect 50%. The crystals we planted, they were discovered before the monsters were fully corrupted. Damn it. Another explosion shook the room again. The man in the red demon mask trembled in the eyes. The plan had gone wrong. He couldn't understand. Aside from cult members, no one could control demonic energy. But who could locate the crystals with such precision? Is there a traitor? He naturally began to suspect the sect members, but then shook his head. He had handpicked the members involved in this operation, precisely to avoid such scenarios. The odds of a traitor among them were low. Cancel the plan, my lord. We'll try another method. Boom. The priests turned pale. Aside from harvesting the demon crystals planted in the monsters, there is indeed another way, but it's way too insane. Kidnapping and sacrificing living players would seem trivial compared to it. This method would be outright self-destruction. Even if it worked, it would make the entire world their enemy. The cult's forces in Korea aren't strong. They can't compare to Japan or China's influence. Using such a method would be equivalent to declaring war on the world. They couldn't possibly do something so reckless. It's way too dangerous. We should seek more support from the cult and make a new plan. Kurg. Kang Yeon tightly grabbed the priest's neck. A new plan. Do you really think that will solve anything? Huh? Kurg, you're still asking me to come up with a new plan under these conditions? Just the mention of Japan fills his eyes with anger and impatience. His pathetic failure, the endless ridicule, and the look from Bai flood his mind. Asterisk crack asterisk. The sound of the priest's neck snapping echoed through the room. He looked madly at the remaining priests. Get ready. I won't repeat myself. Why yes, sir. The priests began to move quickly. So far, so good. Oh. Jiangyu was satisfied. He looked down at the priest with lowered eyes. Oh. Jiangyu was satisfied. He looked down at the 3 demon crystals in his hand. In a single day, he had acquired 3 of them. Ever since Jin Shursun joined the search for demon crystals, everything had changed. Jiangyu had just recklessly charged in to find them, but thanks to Shursun, things had become much more efficient. With his help, Jiangyu had found 14 demon crystals in the past 10 days. Considering that in the 2 weeks prior, Jiangyu couldn't even find one. This was quite an achievement. Brother Jiangyu, is that all for today? Yes. We've already searched all the gates here. So tomorrow, we'll check the remaining ones. But what are these demon crystals? How can things like this affect monsters so much? I don't know either. Jiangyu was unsure. How demonic artifacts or turn monsters into demons? That's not what matters. What matters is, they disrupted the cult's plan to use the crystals, and the crystals greatly helped his growth. They might have brought this on themselves. Because they didn't know Shursun's identity, the magic crystals of the cult were easily discovered, so they probably didn't know what to do. It was as if someone believed their treasure hidden from the world had been found. It would be strange if the cult wasn't panicking. In any case, I'm glad I could help you, brother. Shursun smiled, a smile so innocent it was hard to look at directly. Let's go home. Jiangyu averted his gaze and got into the driver's seat. On the way home, he started thinking. It was about time they made some move. He wasn't sure how many magic crystals the cult had, but the magic energy contained in them was immense, enough to boost Jiangyu's magic power by nearly 90%. He didn't think they had hundreds or even thousands of crystals. If that were the case, they would be cultivating more of them. With Shursun's help, Jiangyu had found 14 magic crystals. Since he had scoured gates all across Korea and only found that many, they likely didn't have that many crystals. What would they do next? Jiangyu didn't believe they would just give up. They would definitely take action, either by dispatching large numbers of assassins, or by forcibly implementing their plan. If only he could get more information. He knew their target was the rift shards, but he wasn't sure what they intended to do with those shards. Even if he tried to guess, he couldn't figure it out. There was simply too little information. The cult members knew more about it than he did. The cult understood the rift better than Jiangyu, considering how the Andres Guild used magic stones to create rifts, and how the cult summoned demons from the infernal realm. It was obvious. It was obvious. I thought if I kept waiting, I'd eventually find the answer. At that time, trying to guess might have been dangerous. Tunning. As they passed by the water source heading to Seoul, Shursun spoke with a heavy expression. What happened all of a sudden? A system window suddenly popped up. Huh? Jiangyu looked at Shursun, confused. We're not fighting monsters, so there shouldn't be any system notifications. What's going on? Before Shursun could respond, Jiangyu's phone rang. It was Che Yanzhu. Hold on. Jiangyu answered the call. You. Where are you right now? What's wrong? What's going on? Answer me. Where are you right now? She shouted urgently, hearing the panic in her voice. Jiangyu's expression turned serious, as if he had lost his rationality. I just passed the water source, now heading to Seoul. What happened? Go to Lishu village right now. Hurry. Che Yanzhu, Jiangyu said in a low voice. Calm down. Now's not the time. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Focus. Get a grip on yourself. Panicking won't help anything. Silence. He could hear her taking a deep breath. Jiangyu nodded. Now. Explain the situation. What happened? At the center of Ishu Space Station, a gate appeared. A gate? No. Honestly, I'm not sure if it's a gate. Rather than a gate, it's more like a rift. It looks very similar to the black rift that Liao emerged from. Very similar. A rift. Jiangyu began to have an ominous feeling. Did demons appear? No. It's not like that. Then what? A brief silence. Xie Yinchao spoke, trembling. Black energy flowed out from it. Devouring people. And then, the people. Xie Yinchao couldn't bear to finish the sentence. He could guess why Xie Yinchao fell silent. Demonic energy flowed out from the rift, and that demonic energy had already devoured people. In such a situation, there aren't many possible outcomes. The people turned into monsters. They weren't true monsters, because they were completely defenseless when exposed to the demonic energy, so they likely turned into demonic beasts, not intelligent demons. Or they died. Not many humans can withstand exposure to demonic energy. Even players with superhuman physiques can't resist excessive amounts. So ordinary civilians have no chance. It's as if someone dropped a biological weapon in the city center. No. It's even worse than a biochemical weapon. People who turn into demonic beasts. People who turn into demonic beasts. They'll definitely attack others. Hurry, hurry. Huayan and I are already rushing there. I'm on my way now. He hung up the phone. Jiangyu turned to the passenger seat's Bison. What did the system window say? The rift fragment is growing larger. I have to stop it. Jiangyu squinted his eyes, gears turning rapidly in his mind. A rift suddenly appeared in the middle of a densely populated area. People who came into contact with demonic artifacts turned into demonic beasts. The rift fragment is growing larger. There are 3 puzzle pieces, so they've made progress in numbers. Is that so? Jiangyu frowned. The cult had originally planned to obtain rift fragments by turning monsters into demonic beasts, but thanks to him and Bison, that plan failed. Backed into a corner. They chose quantity over quality. The problem is, what they used to make up the numbers weren't monsters, but helpless civilians. Those insane bastards. Jiangyu didn't consider himself a good person. He didn't feel sorrow or sympathy for others' suffering. He always took out others before they could get in his way, making use of anything he could. He was ruthless and cold. He had lived far too long in a place where you couldn't survive otherwise. But even he had a line he wouldn't cross. Even if they could help him, he wouldn't step on the powerless. That was the final bastion protecting the humanity left in him, no matter how little of it remained. However, the cult had crossed that line. Asterisk rumble asterisk. He stepped on the gas. The car accelerated, struggling like a rat cornered. And that struggle was even more painful than he had imagined at first. Asterisk crunch asterisk. Screams echoed through the entire area. Buildings were burning. Thick smoke filled the air. Mom, hurry. A middle-aged woman, holding her elementary school-aged son's hand, started running. Asterisk huff huff asterisk. Mom, I'm tired. The son was panting heavily. Hearing her son's gasps, the woman stopped. She turned to look at her son, tightly gripping his hand. Asterisk crunch asterisk. Asterisk crunch asterisk. Asterisk roar asterisk. Aya. One by one, Creatures with pitch-black skin, sharp teeth, and long claws, demonic beasts, charged toward the people. One of them, like a starving beast, pounced on a man lying on the ground, tearing a chunk of flesh from his neck. The man's wound spurted a gush of blood. He let out a final scream. The middle-aged woman's face turned pale. "Don't look," she said to her son. "Mom." The woman turned her son's head away from the horrific scene. Then they started running again. A scorched smell drifted into his nose. His heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would explode. But he couldn't stop running. If he stopped, they would become food for the monsters. Why is this happening again? He recalled a terrifying moment from the past. Scenes of people being killed by monsters. This wasn't his first time experiencing such a thing. The day of calamity, 5 years ago, when a gate suddenly appeared, and wave after wave of monsters. It emerged from within. It was just as terrifying then as it is now. "No. It feels even scarier now," the woman muttered. How could this happen? Black energy flew into the area. Those who came into contact with it suddenly twisted and turned into monsters. Even the monster he just saw kill someone with his own eyes was a young man shopping at the supermarket, just moments before all this happened. Huff, huff. "Mom, I'm so tired. I can't run anymore." The boy's lips began to turn blue. The middle-aged woman bit her lip and held her son tightly in her arms. "I'm scared," the boy said. "Huff, huff. Just a little farther. It'll be okay. Mom will protect you." The woman kept running for their lives. "It was already hard enough to escape alone," she said. "Mom, hurry." The middle-aged woman picked up some stones from the ground. She knew those couldn't stop a monster. But if she did nothing, she wouldn't be able to buy enough time for her son to escape. Dear God, the woman prayed for someone to help her. She hoped for a savior who could pull them out of this hell. She didn't need to be saved herself. As long as her son could be saved, that would be enough. Father, 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 Mother, Mother, please run, the woman shouted. She threw a stone at the monster. Bang. Thud. After being hit by the stone, the monster slowed slightly, but it only lasted for a moment. Soon after, the monster screeched and leapt forward. Seeing the monster charging toward her, the woman screamed and raised her arms to shield herself. Look. Look. At that moment, the monster was sliced in half. A handsome young man, wielding a blue longsword, killed it. The woman gasped. Who are you? Hurry and evacuate, the woman whispered. She swallowed hard, grabbed her son, and ran away. The young man who saved her, Jin Sun, stared at the street near East Station, which had turned into a hellscape. It was total chaos. People had turned into demons, attacking those still human. Sun's hands trembled. Those demons, just moments ago, had been humans. He wasn't sure whether he should kill them. In his hesitation, Sun recalled what Wu Jiangyu had told him. Listen carefully. Those who turn into demons can never return to normal. You can think of it this way. The moment they were exposed, they're controlling the corpses. They're practically zombies, undead monsters like skeletons and such. Sun clenched his fist, biting his lip until it almost bled. Don't hesitate. Every moment of hesitation only makes things worse. Use the time you'd waste hesitating to keep moving forward. Use the time you're sad to swing your sword. Don't be emotional for no reason. Use this time to do as much as you can. Okay, brother. Sun thought of Jiangyu, who wasn't there, and replied, then kept moving forward. Unique mission for Guardian has begun. Mission info E. Mission info. Kill demonic beasts. Eliminate rift fragments. Target count, 2,789. Reward. Greatly increased. To be distributed if the mission is completed with teammates. P.S. Guardian. Please stop this from happening before an even greater catastrophe strikes. This. Sun looked at the mission window and frowned. The first thing he noticed was the sheer number of beasts, 2,789. That means the number of civilians turned into beasts has already reached 4 digits, considering that the medical station is located in one of the most densely populated areas of the country. However, when you think about the value of each civilian life, this number is not insignificant. P.S. Jin Sun tilted his head, reading the last line of the message window. It seemed as if the system had its own will. He had never seen anything like this in the system window before, nor had he heard of it from other players. Now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Regardless, he had no time to think about it now. Sun gripped his sword tightly. The longer he hesitated, the greater the damage. Cloud Dragon Step. He focused the chi in his dantian beneath his feet. A faint mist began to seep from Sun's body. He shot forward, splitting through the mist. Slash. PSHH. Sun swung his sword, cutting a monster cleanly in half. The demon beasts weren't strong. Their strength was only equivalent to Earth-grade orcs. However, that was just Sun's view. For ordinary people, each demon beast present was a walking catastrophe. There were too many of them. Sun thought, I have to be faster. He dashed across the streets, killing one demon beast after another. However, even killing them with a single slash was still not fast enough. Faster. Sun's body screamed from the excessive strain, but he ignored the pain and continued splattering the beast's blood. He could feel his meridians, ending energy operating far beyond their limits. The overload was becoming constrictive. Even so, Sun didn't care at all. Slash, slash, P. He just kept on killing. He couldn't even hear what the people he saved were saying. Sun was solely focused on slaying as many beasts as possible, as if in this world only his sword and his enemies existed. Come on. He entered a trance-like state and acquired a unique trait, Blade and Man. One of the transformation conditions was fulfilled. A loud ringing filled his ears. Asterisk huff, huff. Sun panted heavily. He finally came to a stop and turned to look around. What's this? AAA hero. Thank you. Thank you so much. Before Sun could react, the people he had saved had already gathered behind him. They instinctively knew that the safest place was near Sun. Damn it. Sun muttered. It looked like, even if he told them to stay away, they had no intention of leaving him. Sun stared at the burning buildings. He could still hear people screaming. I knew it. I can't do this alone. He couldn't face thousands of nightmares by himself. Brother Sun. Sun. It's you, right? Sun. Taishu. Enfei. I'm here too. You too. Shueda. How did you get here so quickly? Sun wondered. Then, a little girl suddenly approached him. It was Ekidona. At first glance, she looked like an adorable little girl, but in truth, she was a dragon from myths and legends. Sun quickly realized how Jiang Tishu, Han Shueya, and Choi Yunfei had arrived here so quickly. But it wasn't just those three. Che Yinju and Bai Huaden also emerged from the mist. Where's Jiangyu? Yinju shouted sharply. Brother Jiangyu. Sun murmured. He stared at the enormous rift that had appeared in the sky. The area around the rift was shrouded in black energy, so they couldn't see what was inside. Sun concluded. He started walking toward the rift. Jiangyu stomped on the ground, rushing forward. In doing so, he shattered the concrete beneath him. He raced across the magic-infested ground. The area around the rift was corroded by magic. Seeing the scene, Jiangyu felt like he had returned to hell, where he had spent 10,000 grueling years. Isn't that Jiangyu? Why are you here? Standing next to the rift, Jiangyu spotted a familiar face. That Kong Yan. That's Bok Kang Huen, Korea's undisputed #1 player. Even Nam Chao and the captain of Hoa Lang's first squad, Trong Hien Tae, are no match for him. Jiangyu narrowed her eyes, scanning her surroundings, where what seemed to be players' corpses lay. You must have seen this strange rift and rushed all the way here. This place is dangerous, so stay safe. I'll close this rift. Jiang Huan walked toward the rift, smiling kindly as usual. Despite hearing Jiang Huan's words, Jiangyu raised her right arm, not stopping her charge. The authority of the iron axe. Demonic energy gathered in her right hand, forming a pitch-black axe. She fused the fist of the iron axe with the fist of frost, creating a suffocating chill that emanated from the axe. Power for strength. Jiangyu let out a shout, channeling her energy and swinging the axe toward Jiang Huan. Asterisk boom asterisk. Pain. A thunderous roar echoed as Jiangyu's attack sent Jiang Huan flying. Jiang Huan's kind smile had vanished behind his arms. Jiangyu raised her axe, answering. Because there are no demonic beast corpses around, only players' corpses, and no bodies of the one who killed them. A single demonic beast couldn't kill so many players, so it's likely you. Well. Jiangyu let out an exclamation, her eyes sparkling with immense interest. Jiangyu rested the axe on his shoulder and said, Stop talking nonsense. Put on your mask. Bet Kang Yun burst out laughing. He nodded in acknowledgement. All right. Since you seem to know everything, I guess there's no point in hiding anymore. Kang Yun took out a red demon mask and put it on. A crazed look appeared in his eyes. He clenched his fists. Seeing this, Jiangyu narrowed his eyes, gripping his axe tighter. Let's begin. Kang Yun said, Let's talk now. Jiangyu replied. There was no need for pointless words. Since they had already confirmed they were enemies, talking was meaningless. Jiangyu pulled back the arm holding the axe, then stomped the ground, and swung his arm at lightning speed. Jiangyu's axe covered in a cold aura. Spun at an incredible speed. The moisture in the air froze along the axe's trajectory, leaving behind a trail of frost. Kang Hyun lowered his body, clenching his fists. Magic energy gathered around his fists, forming a gauntlet. It wasn't just ordinary magic energy. It was vaporized magic. This proved that Kang Hyun was not some mindless lunatic consumed by demonic energy. On the contrary, he had perfect control over his power. Kang Hyun struck upward with an uppercut, hitting the axe and knocking it away. However, Kang Hyun muttered. Jiang Yu's axe strike was far stronger than Kang Hyun had anticipated. Kang Hyun watched the axe warily, but Jiang Yu completely ignored his caution. He swung his left arm. He didn't even notice the axe. As the axe vanished, a black blade appeared on Jiang Yu's left arm. He swung it like a whip. Clang, clang, clang. As Kang Hyun's gauntlets clashed repeatedly with Jiang Yu's blade, the sound of clashing weapons echoed throughout the area. Each time their weapons collided, shockwaves rippled in every direction. The ground cracked like glass. Cars bounced like pebbles skipping across water. It's no exaggeration to say, this was a battle between two giant monsters, not between humans. Boom. Kang Hyun hurled a nearby truck. The several-ton truck flew toward Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu quickly raised his blade and sliced the truck in half. Then, as Jiang Yu was distracted by the truck, Jiang Xian used the opening to close the distance between them. Jiang Xian lowered his body, withdrawing slightly, then charged forward. Tremendous force gathered in his fist, but Jiang Yu didn't dodge. Sky Piercer. He combined the power of the Titan with the power of Shatter, as the skill name implied. Jiang Yu's fist contained the power to pierce the sky. Kang Hyun's fist collided with Jiang Yu's. Boom! The ground collapsed, forming a massive crater. It looked like a giant sinkhole had formed, but Kang Hyun and Jiang Yu leapt out of the pit and resumed their battle. Their movements were so fast they were barely visible. Slip. Jiang Xian was pushed back, the concrete underfoot cracking beneath him. Kang Hyun looked down at his trembling hands. He recalled the moment. The impact made it feel like his whole body had shattered. I see now. Kang Hyun nodded in understanding. It's not Che Yinju. It's you. Me? Jiang Yu asked. The one who's been interfering with our plans isn't Che Yinju. It's you. Che Yinju is powerful, strong enough to be one of the top mystics in Korea. But that's all. Kang Hyun thought. He had never fought Yinju, but he had a rough idea of his strength. Yinju alone couldn't have derailed their plans. Who exactly are you? Kang Hyun looked at Jiang Yu with suspicion. The first thought that came to Kang Hyun was that the rumor about Jiang Yu awakening 3 months ago was a lie. A rookie who awakened 3 months ago couldn't possibly possess the kind of strength Jiang Yu had shown. Based on that, Kang Hyun couldn't reach too many conclusions. Jiang Yu was either a player who had hidden his identity for a long time, or a foreign player who had illegally obtained a local identity. Among the many possibilities, Kang Hyun believed the most likely was that Jiang Yu was a foreigner. He didn't seem like one of the world-class players, those recognized as the top 8 players globally. Kang Hyun didn't believe any of them would do something like this. Kang Hyun narrowed his eyes, but world-class players weren't the only strong players. World-class players were simply the most famous. There were others who were on par with them, or even stronger. For instance, some archbishops of the demon cult were stronger than world-class players. Who knows? Jiang Yu replied. Humph. I didn't expect him to answer honestly anyway. Kang Hyun snorted. He resumed his combat stance. His muscles bulged, ready to explode. In that case, I'll just force it out of you, Kang Hyun said. If you think you can. Jiang Yu calmly replied. Kang Hyun frowned. Boom. The two monsters clashed again. The massive shockwave shook the area like an earthquake. As the battle dragged on, what had been an even match began to tilt to one side. Crack. Kurg. Kang Hyun was forced back. His figure staggered. Cracks formed on his red demon mask. He tossed it aside. You're strong, he said. Kang Hyun had to admit it. The twisted player would. He chuckled to himself. This won't happen again. Kang Hyun recalled his loss to Tengen Ryoma. That defeat had plunged him into a deep despair. Once again, he stood before a seemingly insurmountable wall. How fun, Kang Hyun said with a smile. Then he turned his gaze toward the rift. Kang Hyun felt that facing such a wall at such a critical moment was actually quite fortunate. After all, he had sacrificed so many just to surpass that wall. Hehehe. Kang Hyun laughed darkly. He looked at Jiang Yu with eyes full of madness and said, You're the opponent I've been waiting for. Let's see how much power I can gain from this. Jiang Yu looked confused. He had no idea what Kang Hyun was talking about. Come on. The rift fragments are enough now. Kang Hyun shouted, arms wide open. The magic crystal supporting the rift shattered, releasing massive demonic energy. At the same time, black energy flowed out from the people who had turned into beasts. Then it streamed into the rift. Each person only had a little demonic energy, but when combined with thousands upon thousands of beasts, that's no small number. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. Kang Yun laughed. Ha! Come and find me. A plan that sacrificed thousands of lives was finally about to bear fruit. Rumble. A surge of powerful magic energy burst from the rift and poured into Kang Hyun's body. His maniacal laughter grew louder. Creak, crack. Kang Hyun's bones and muscles twisted violently. Massive bat wings tore through his skin, unfolding from his back. His muscles swelled grotesquely. Finally, crack. Two horns grew out from his forehead. Grumble, grumble. Kang Hyun let out a roar. His yellow, reptilian eyes locked onto Jiang Yu. Excellent, Kang Hyun said, trembling with excitement over his boundless power. It was a strength that surpassed anything he had ever known. A power he had never dared to even imagine. Hurrah! Kang Hyun laughed like a madman again, even though achieving the plan had cost thousands of lives. He felt no guilt. On the contrary, he believed sacrificing those worthless lives was a fair price for such infinite power. After all, life was survival of the fittest. The strong prey on the weak. It was the natural order, the law of the world. In Kang Hyun's obsession with strength, thousands of lives meant nothing. Where? Here. A quiet voice echoed in Kang Hyun's mind. You seem to have awakened. Who are you? My name is Baek Kang Hyun. I am your host, and will also become yours. What do you mean by that? A smile appeared on Kang Hyun's face. You'll find out at the right time. He turned to face Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu stared in disbelief at Kang Hyun, who had turned into a demon. How? Could something like this really be possible? Jiang Yu asked. Somewhere deep down, he knew what Kang Hyun had done, but he had never imagined it was actually possible. Jiang Yu felt like his head had been hit multiple times. He summoned a demon into his body. Jiang Yu thought. He wasn't sure whether Kang Hyun had summoned a demon's soul, or just its body. He also wasn't sure if doing either of those would have the same effect as merging with a demon. The only thing Jiang Yu was sure of was that Kang Hyun had tried something utterly insane and succeeded. Now, why don't we continue our little conversation? Jiang Yu stomped the ground and started to run. Powerful magic burst from his body. It was so dense that it made Jiang Yu tremble for a moment. It seemed the demon Jiang Yu had summoned was incredibly powerful, or perhaps fusing with a demon made one much stronger. Jiang Yu thought. This was the first time Jiang Yu had seen anything like this. He had never imagined such a thing was even possible, so he wasn't sure what kind of effect it would have, but it didn't matter. However, whether it was possible or what effects it would have, none of that mattered. Jiang Yu glared at Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian charged at him, roaring. Jiang Yu spread both arms out to his sides and distributed his mana across his body. He took a deep breath, focusing his energy. Die. Jiang Xian hurled a punch at Jiang Yu, transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall demon. Jiang Xian's fist was a weapon in and of itself. Jiang Yu rolled on the ground to dodge the blow, then stood up. Wrath of the Siren. Smash. He slammed his magic-infused fist into Jiang Yu's head. Bang. Oh. Jiang Yu countered, punching Baek Kang Hyun's head with a fist full of magic power. The blow sent Kang Hyun flying. He crashed into the concrete ground, destroying it as he slid across. Bro. You're really something. Even after merging with demonic power to strengthen his body, Kang Hyun's head still shook from Jiang Yu's punch. He couldn't figure out where someone as strong as... I guess I'll find out. After you run out of surprises, Kang Hyun grinned. Explosive power surged from his body. He no longer even looked human. But he didn't care. He didn't care that he no longer needed food or water, or that he had gained immortality. Kang Hyun only cared about power, the endless strength that his demonic body provided. So tough. Jiang Yu muttered with a frown. His hand throbbed in pain. It had been a clean hit, yet he had barely inflicted any damage. That was the terrifying power of Kang Hyun's demonic body. I need to end this within a minute. His coat's special effect, Wrath of the Siren, boosted his demon energy, but it only lasted a minute. For him, that wasn't nearly enough to defeat Kang Hyun. Humph. Jiang Yu let out a soft grunt. He wasn't cornered yet. He had a way to turn the tide, to shift the advantage to himself, but not yet. That method was too risky. He couldn't use it recklessly. Anyway, for now, I'll try to end this within a minute. Jiang Yu lowered his stance. If he wanted to defeat Kang Hyun within a minute, there was only one thing he could do. Huff. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. He focused and drew a twin trident. He fused the power of the Spear of Darkness and the power of Hellfire to create a spear burning with black flames. Jiang Yu poured even more mana into it. The two prongs of the spear twisted, forming a coiled, serpentine-tipped debug. He called out the name of the spear in his heart. He gripped the spear crafted from 3 distinct powers. The mana within him, was being consumed at an alarming rate. Even so, Jiang Yu assumed his attack stance. You really are something else. Kang Hyun's tension was evident in his eyes. He instinctively sensed the terrifying energy. Not bad. Not bad at all. Kang Hyun grinned. Jiang Yu was, indeed, a perfect opponent to test his overflowing power. You're absolutely perfect. Jiang Yu screamed wildly and spread his arms wide. Mana gathered around his fists, forming gauntlets. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xian, two monsters, rushed at each other again. Jiang Yu lowered his stance and swung Galov, as if sweeping with an arm. Jiang Xian stomped the ground and leapt up, but Jiang Yu redirected Galov's angle and swung it upward toward the airborne Jiang Xian. So stubborn. Jiang Yu clenched both fists together and brought them crashing down toward Jiang Xian. A massive shockwave exploded, blasting Jiang Yu backward. Kurg. Jiang Yu's body was flung away. He convulsed, his vision turning dark. Spurred asterisk. Jiang Yu coughed up blood. His vision quickly returned to normal. In terms of raw strength, I'm no match for him. Without the authority of Titan's power, Jiang Yu wouldn't be able to withstand Kang Hyun's overwhelming might. However, if he used it, he would lose the modification. He would lose his only chance to land a fatal blow on Kang Hyun. Boom. The fierce clash continued. Every second, each of them unleashed dozens of deadly strikes that narrowly missed. At a glance, they seemed evenly matched, but as time passed, Jiang Yu would gradually fall behind. 5 seconds left. Not much time remaining. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. It was time to decide. He withdrew the modification, half-turned, and lowered his stance. Jiang Yu took a step forward, thrusting the modification toward Kang Hyun. No. You don't have to. Kang Hyun reached out to grab Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu instead thrust his hand toward Kang Hyun's hand. Jiang Yu was determined to land this blow, even if he had to use his arm as a shield. Jiang Yu frowned in confusion. His strength was rapidly declining. The low tackle aimed at Kang Hyun's neck turned into black smoke, dispersing into the air. You fell for it. I knew you would do that, because you were so desperate to attack me. What did you do? Jiang Yu asked with a frown. The moment Kang Hyun's gauntlet wrapped around Jiang Yu's arm, Jiang Yu suddenly lost control over his magic energy, as if he had been magically bound. Caught off guard by the sudden shift, Jiang Yu gave a light laugh. This is the authority of the demon. Authority. Yes. The power of authority. Jiang Xian, as if drunk, raised his gauntlet with a dazed expression. Anyone touched by this gauntlet, imbued with the power of sealing, will be unable to use their powers. In other words, yes, players cannot exert their powers. Jiang Yu, with a stiff expression, tried to channel his demonic energy, but the demonic energy didn't budge. Not only the powers gained as a player, but also the powers accumulated in hell, seemed to be sealed as well. The current Jiang Yu was no different from an ordinary person before he fell into hell. Thud. Gurgle. Jiang Xian gave a light kick, and Jiang Yu pitifully fell to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth. His vision blurred. Serves you right for being so arrogant, acting like the whole world is in your hands. Jiang Xian burst into laughter, looking down at Jiang Yu on the floor, grinning widely. Yes, facing you so calmly is quite something. Jiang Yu tried to force himself to stand, but the gauntlet wrapped around his left arm was incredibly heavy. Now that he couldn't use his demonic energy, it felt like a massive boulder was pressing down on his arm. This was the worst part. The situation was worse than when he first returned to Earth. At least back then, he could use his demonic energy. Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the gauntlet on his arm. He needed to find a way to get it off. He tried to pull it off with his right hand, but the gauntlet binding his left arm didn't budge at all. Jiang Yu even used his legs, but the result was the same. Huh. Once it's on, you can't take it off. Jiang Xian laughed and kicked Jiang Yu again. Jiang Yu rolled on the ground, coughing up more blood. Jiang Xian walked up to Jiang Yu, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him off the ground. Jiang Xian, standing over 3 meters tall, he lifted Jiang Yu's body high into the air. I know guys like you, full of arrogance, better than anyone. You idiots, think the whole world belongs to you. Arrogant and rude, crude and impudent. Jiang Huin's eyes, filled with anger and resentment, weren't directed at Jiang Yu. It's time for you to pay the price. Jiang Huin trembled with excitement. He recalled the name of the person who made him taste the bitterness of failure. Dang Ban Long Ma was the one who pushed Jiang Huin's life into the abyss. Before the world ranking evaluation, Jiang Huin's life had been on a fast track to success. The thought of trampling over that man made Jiang Huin so thrilled he wanted to dance. So, Jiang Huin grabbed Jiang Yu's collar, throwing her onto the pile of players' corpses, scattered chaotically. Where's that cocky attitude of yours now, huh? Jiang Huan mocked Jiang Yu, watching her roll pitifully on the ground. Feeling a rush of satisfaction. Let's end this. It's been quite fun. Jiang Yu silently looked up at Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan burst into laughter. Jiang Yu. At that moment, a kaidanap emerged from the smoke, calling out urgently. Seeing Jiang Yu on the ground, and the demon looming over her, a kaidanap quickly understood the situation. Shut up. Stay away from Jiang Yu. A kaidanap glared fiercely, trying to summon her power, but... Like Jiang Yu, the demonic energy within her didn't budge. After all, a kaidanap's power stemmed from Jiang Yu's demonic energy. So, his power was sealed together with Jiang Yu's. Jiang Yu. Ekadona's face turned pale. You're the little girl sitting next to him. Jiang Xian shifted his focus to Ekadona, grinning as he walked toward her. Kacha. Jiang Xian grabbed Ekadona with his huge hand. She punched at his hand with her small fists, but it was useless. You're really cute, Jiang Xian said, mocking her futile attacks. They weren't even enough to make him flinch. Then Jiang Xian gradually tightened his grip. You seem pretty close to this girl. I wonder what face you'll make when you see her body explode. Let go of me. Only Jiang Yu is allowed to touch me. Ekadona struggled desperately against Jiang Xian's grip. Jiang Xian laughed again. Jiang Yu silently glared at by Jiang Xian. He picked up a sword lying among the corpses. Haha. You really think you can fight me when you can't even use your powers? Jiang Xian sneered at Jiang Yu's struggle. However, Jiang Yu ignored Jiang Xian's taunts. He gripped the sword in reverse. You asked me earlier who I was, right? Jiang Yu said. He swung the sword, but not at Jiang Xian. Instead, he slashed at his own left arm bound by the gauntlet. However, with his current strength only comparable to an ordinary adult man, he couldn't sever his arm in one swing. Even so, he didn't hesitate. Like chopping with an axe, he swung the broken sword straight into his own flesh. Blood gushed out. Blood gushed out. The skin on his left arm was slashed open, revealing red flesh. His muscles were severed, and his bones were... It didn't seem like Jiang Yu was just cutting off his arm. He was cutting through himself. What the hell? Jiang Xian's eyes widened in shock. But Jiang Yu didn't stop there. Crack. Crack. Fragments of glistening flesh fell to the ground. A wave of searing pain surged from Jiang Yu's arm, but he ignored it. With his arm broken and completely slack, Jiang Yu stabbed the broken blade into his own arm, forcefully driving it through. Muscles tore apart, and blood spurted from the ruptured vessels. The flesh connected to the severed area was forcibly ripped off. Wu Jiang Yu's left arm, still wearing a gauntlet, detached from his body. Now let me show you who I really am. Wu Jiang Yu bared his white teeth and smiled. You think this will change anything? Baek Konghyun shouted, trying to act composed. But he couldn't hide the surprise behind his laughter. Madman, Konghyun thought. Cutting off someone's arm isn't easy. Bones are too hard. You'd need a hammer to smash them. At the same time, the muscle and flesh had to be crudely hacked like a tough piece of meat. Only a lunatic would sever their own arm this way. And yet this guy did exactly that without even screaming. But nothing will change. Indeed, seeing Wu Jiangyu injure himself left Konghyun momentarily stunned. However, once he regained his rationality, he realized there was no reason to be afraid. Now, the iron gauntlet on Jiangyu's body was disabled. The sealing fist no longer worked, and he had lost an arm because of it. Considering how deadly losing a limb is in battle, Konghyun still held the overwhelming advantage. Well then, I guess we'll find out soon enough. Wu Jiangyu said as he clenched his severed mouthpiece. He could use demon energy again. But just as Konghyun said, nothing had changed. No, Jiangyu's situation was now far worse than before. He had already used up his special effect, Siren's Wrath, and he had lost an arm. On top of that, he had used 3 different powers at once. So he barely had any demon energy left. I guess I have no other choice, Jiangyu thought with a... He had nothing else to rely on. He didn't want to resort to this. It was too risky. But he had no other way out. What can a body like this even do? Jiang Shue suddenly flung Ekidona away from his side. Wu Jiangyu had regained his magic, and so had Ekidona. He gently floated down using magic. I'll protect you, Wu Jiangyu, Ekidona said, stepping in front of Jiangyu. But Jiangyu grabbed his slender shoulder and said, leave the rest to me. Wu Jiangyu, don't move. Wu Jiangyu gave Ekidona a direct order. It made him completely immobile. A summoned beast cannot defy its master's command. Ekidona bit his lip and looked up at Jiangyu, with eyes that looked like he was about to cry. Jiangyu ignored him and kept walking forward. All right, I know I'll need him someday. He said as Jiang Yu placed his right hand on his chest. His commonly used omnis included blade, acceleration, and dark spear. These omnis were simple and effective, but none of them were the most suitable for him. The most suitable omni was the inside omni. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and focused. The blurry image in his mind gradually became clear. There were 3 doors in the middle of an ocean. Jiang Yu walked toward the smallest door. He grabbed the doorknob. His hand trembled slightly. The giant ocean behind him formed a massive wave. It could have easily swallowed him whole. He hesitated for just a moment. Then he gripped the doorknob even tighter. Jiang Yu opened the door. A sea of grinding currents burst out from inside. The first door of the river of 10,000 grindings had opened. The blood flowing from his severed arm turned black. As the thick black blood dripped onto the ground, his skin began to melt. His entire body started to melt. His chest, neck, shoulders, arms, and legs all turned into black liquid. What is this? Seeing this bizarre scene, Kang Hyun's expression grew serious. He felt an ominous chill running down the back of his neck. Kang Hyun couldn't help but wonder if something had gone wrong. What is that? He thought as Jiang Yu transformed into a massive blob of black slime. It looked even more terrifying than Jiang Xian's demon form. I don't know. But Jiang Xian only had one thing he needed to do now. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath, gathering mana into his fists. A new gauntlet quickly formed around them. He was ready for battle. He stomped heavily on the ground. A 3-meter-tall giant demon shot toward Jiang Yu at astonishing speed. Jiang Xian punched the slimy body of Jiang Yu. His punch created a large hole in Jiang Yu's body. Parts of his slimy body splattered everywhere. Jiang Xian laughed. Huh. I was wondering what you were doing. Turns out you just turned into slime. Your body exploded. Now, Wu Jiangyu is much easier to deal with than when he held that crimson spear. Hey. At least try to fight back. Jiang Xian shouted, as if shaking off the unease in his heart. He watched as half of Jiang Yu's body blew apart. Ekidona turned pale and tried to rush to him. He cried out, Jay Jiang Yu. But he couldn't move toward him, because Jiang Yu had ordered him not to. Ekidona bit his lip anxiously, but his anxiety only lasted a moment. Jiang Xian's body returned to normal. Some sticky black slime crawled up from his fist. Something emerged from the fist. A mouth full of sharp teeth. And there wasn't just one mouth. From the slime clinging to Jiang Xian's arm, hundreds of mouths appeared simultaneously. What is this? Jiang Xian let out a pained scream. The slime mouths bit off his flesh. Each one tore out chunks the size of 2 fingers. For Jiang Xian's large body, that amount wasn't much. But hundreds of mouths doing it all at once was an entirely different story. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Jiang Xian's skin was ripped apart. Chunks of flesh fell off one after another. The sharp teeth dug deeper, piercing into his muscles. Jiang Xian hurriedly tried to tear off the slime with his other hand, but they wouldn't budge. He then focused his magic into his other fist and punched the mass of slime on Jiang Yu. With just one hit, the slime burst. However, a single drop of slime splashed into Jiang Xian's eye, and a mouth emerged from the slime and devoured his right eye. Jiang Xian was racked with pain all over his body. What the hell is this? Jiang Xian had never heard of such a thing before. He didn't know if it was a monster or a demon. He had no idea how. The fear of the unknown completely consumed him. He stomped his feet, struggling desperately. I won't be defeated by mere slime. Zhang Huin struggled fiercely, swinging his fists, but it was no use. He tried to wipe the slime away, but it clung to his body. It spread even further. Those mouths were devouring his flesh, but they stuck to the hands he used to tear at the flesh. Zhang Huin focused his mind, channeling all his demonic energy to one point. He clenched his fist, letting the compressed demonic energy explode. It was as if a massive explosion had occurred. Rubble scattered in all directions. Nearby cars bounced away like stones skipping, but Zhang Huin still couldn't break free from the black slime. On the contrary, the black slime greedily devoured the demonic energy he released. It grew larger and larger. The black slime soon covered Zhang Huin's entire body. Not long after, his face turned pale. The ground creaked and groaned. Thousands of mouths emerged from the slime. They devoured him with sharp teeth. Zhang Huin could do nothing. He kept trying to break free from the slime, but it was like trying to shake off water while completely submerged. He was entirely covered by the slime. He felt as if he'd been thrown into a lake full of razorfish. What's happening? A deep voice spoke in Zhang Huin's mind. It was the voice of the demon he had summoned into his body. Zhang Huin's consciousness synchronized with the demon's. If their consciousness synchronized too early, the demon might take over Zhang Huin's body, but Zhang Huin had no choice. Either way, the outcome would be the same. The demon, synchronized with Zhang Huin's consciousness, let out a pained scream. It echoed in his mind. Realizing the situation through Zhang Huin's eyes, the demon shouted in despair. Why? Why fight this monster? You idiot. You fool. You'd have been better off fighting the prince, you stupid loudmouth. Zhang Huin was startled by the demon's trembling voice. What are you talking about? What are you saying? Are you saying he's as strong as the 7 princes of hell? The 7 princes? You said the 7 princes? Wake up, human. The demon cried out in despair. The 7 princes are no more. They were all devoured by that monster. What are you talking about? That thing is a demon among demons. A predator among predators. How can you, a foolish human, not know? That is the scream of a demon's soul. Zhang Xian was confused by what the demon said. Why would the most powerful demon, a ruler of the 9 hells, be here? Impossible. He thought, no way. It can't be. This just couldn't be true. The sensation in Zhang Xian's body faded. He was being devoured by countless mouths. He could no longer feel pain. All he had left was his fading consciousness. In the tiny bits of his remaining body, the black slime dispersed, then gathered again before him. A giant mouth, large enough to swallow the 3-meter-tall Kanghyun hole. Its jaws opened wide. Its fangs crunch, crunch. A bone-chilling sound echoed out. Zhang Xian disappeared into the giant mouth. Wu Jiangyu opened his eyes. He couldn't see anything. It was as if the entire world had been consumed by darkness. He moved his hands and twisted his body, struggling like he was sinking into a swamp. Some sticky substance was pulling him down. His memories were hazy, like he was drugged. In Zhang Xian's gaze, Baek Kanghyun saw a blurred memory in his mind. He remembered seeing a giant mouth devour Kanghyun whole. Kanghyun had struggled like a madman, only to be pitifully eaten alive. Watching Kanghyun sink into the abyss, Wu Jiangyu realized what he had to do now. I have to get out of here. He lifted his head, still unable to see anything. He kicked hard, upward, again and again. He felt his body slowly rising. Creak, creak. Something bit into his ankle. He looked down. Something was biting into his ankle, and it dragged him down. He sank down again. Zhang Yu twisted his body and pulled at his ankle with all his might, but it was bitten off by a giant mouth. Now he swung his arms wildly, kicking with his remaining foot, trying to escape the mouths appeared all around him. Mouths of predators with sharp teeth. His whole body was torn apart. His arms were severed. Half his face was bitten off. Yet Jiangyu did not stop. In the void, there was an open door. He turned toward the door. A giant mouth had already devoured his lower body. He struggled and screamed desperately, but the mouths devouring him refused to let go. Everything started to blur. His vision became hazy. He couldn't remember where he was. He couldn't even remember who he was. His name, his age, his past, all became fuzzy. He thought it would be easier to just sink deeper into the sea. Then he heard a voice. It was a girl's voice. His fading consciousness began to return. He bit his lip. He had to remember his name. He had to remember who he was, why he was here, and how to get out. I am. He reached out and grabbed the doorknob of the open door. He pulled it shut with all his strength. The door closed. Jiangyu, are you okay? He regained consciousness. He opened his eyes, gasping for air. He saw Echidna holding his face, and then she disappeared. Well, I guess we've put out the biggest fire. Jiangyu let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. Echidna trembled as she lowered her head to look at him. Clear tears dripped down her cheeks. Wu Jiangyu. You almost disappeared. I could tell because I'm your summon beast. Jiangyu, you nearly died. Risking your life in a situation like that is not something cool. Don't joke about that. Echidna glared at him in anger. You promised you wouldn't leave me alone again. Tears streamed down his cheeks. I'm sorry. Echidna hugged him tightly. Wu Jiangyu gently patted his head, falling in. I knew it was too reckless to open the gate now. Opening the gate is a way to unleash the Pandora's box. That is, the sea of demonic energy, even in hell. He always kept it as his last resort, and for good reason. It might devour me. The Pandora's box is immense. Even Jiangyu doesn't fully understand it. Letting something so vast go out of control comes with immense risk. But I've never had problems with the first gate. Since the Gaia system sealed my powers, the Pandora's box has become difficult to control. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I shouldn't use it. It's even more dangerous than I imagined, if not for Echidona's faint voice. Being swallowed by the sea of demonic energy wouldn't have been surprising, until I regain my original strength. I shouldn't use the Pandora's box again until I can control it properly. After everything I've been through, I can't die now. Wu Jiangyu looked down at Echidona, who was hugging him, even though he had only just returned to Earth. A lot had happened in just 1 year. He had experienced the joys of meals and rest. He had met someone important, someone he had to protect. He had found a reason not to die. Successfully defeated the demon of the 8th layer of hell. Amdusias has reached max level. Excess EXP will be accumulated, plus 5 demonic energy. Seal authority acquired. 5 points to demonic energy attribute. That's quite a lot. After all, his demonic stat was already nearing the core attributes of players above level 90. Admit he could use Siren's Wrath permanently, but this skill could only be used for 1 minute. Amdusia's mana attribute had already risen to 100. Jiangyu glanced at his own stats panel. His mana attribute was 103. It had only reached triple digits before when he used Siren's Wrath. Now it was his base value. He had heard that the minimum requirement for world ranking was triple digits. The minimum requirement for world ranking was level 85 with triple-digit stats. Jiangyu had already reached triple digits at level 59. Normally, this was only barely possible after reaching level 89, the final stage of the Ninefold Awakening. Ultimately, it wasn't the level that empowered players, but their attributes. Jiangyu's current strength. It wasn't strange that his overall stats were stronger than theirs, and it had only taken 3 months. I even obtained an OP new Omni. Seal Fist. It was powerful enough to seal Jiangyu's power. The only flaw was that the Omni needed to physically touch the target, but its effect more than made up for the flaw. I'll make good use of it. Jiangyu smiled with satisfaction. The things he had gained were so amazing. They almost made him forget he hadn't broken his ultimate limit. Jiangyu bro. Hey, are you okay? Han Shueya, Kim Se-hoon, and Che Yinju came running over. Then Jiangyu also saw Kang Tae-su, Baek Hwa-yin, and Choi Yun-fai. Jiangyu nodded. He tried to stand up, but he stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Jiangyu. Yinju reached out with both hands. The chains exposed from her bracelet, wrapped around his body. If you're tired, just lie down. Don't make people worry, she said angrily, glaring at him. Who told you to go in there alone? You were the one who told us to be cautious of the cultists. So why did you fight alone? Hearing her angry voice, Jiangyu chuckled coldly. It actually made him feel good. What matters is that it turned out okay in the end, right? That's the important thing. You know. Thanks for worrying about me. Jiangyu placed his hand on Yinju's head. She jumped back in surprise. I wasn't worried, Yinju shouted. Her face was as red as her hair. Jiangyu didn't respond and lay on the ground. Exhaustion swept through her entire body. Shueya approached Jiangyu and placed her hand on her chest. Healing light. Though the fatigue hadn't fully vanished, her body didn't ache like before. Because I've reached my 5th awakening. What? You're already level 40. She didn't have the right to say that. But they had been leveling up insanely fast. Shursun got a special quest, and her level shot up after completing it. Shueya explained, a special quest. I'll tell you later, buddy. For now, you should rest. Jiangyu nodded. I feel like I'm about to pass out anyway, even though the healing light helped. She was still exhausted and couldn't move. Just a bit. Jiangyu nodded. Shueya smiled gently and picked her up, though she looked like a fragile girl. She was a player. Her stats far exceeded a normal human's. Lifting an average man was nothing to her. I'll carry you home. This. Jiangyu smiled awkwardly. Never mind the strength. Being a grown man and getting carried by a petite woman felt incredibly awkward. He wanted her to put him down. Though she had difficulty moving, she could still walk. Thanks, but I think. ZZ. At that moment, she felt something soft against her stomach. It was an indescribable sensation. It was her chest. And Faye had nicknamed her Hellhound. Jiangyu's eyes widened. Do you think you can walk? Her instincts were about to override logic. It wasn't long before she started to reconsider. Jiangyu coughed and groaned, replying, I don't think so. Rocket, there's no helping it. This might look weird, but since I can't move an inch, fine, I'll carry you, bro, Tashu said. Ah, this really shouldn't be happening. Lying in my arms is way more comfortable than lying in your sister-in-law's. Back off. I can barely move even in this place. And I can't stay here forever. No, you are staying here. Bro, jump into my arms. Get away. Taesu picked up Jiangyu. Jiangyu smelled the strong odor of sweat and felt muscles as hard as stone. Bro, let's get you home first. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get back safely. No, Taesu, your house is in the opposite direction. So what, haha? As long as it's for you, bro. I don't mind at all. Put me down for a second. Now that I think about it, I can walk. You don't need to overexert yourself. You should rest properly. Taesu hugged Jiangyu even tighter. Jiangyu was soaked in Taesu's sweat. This isn't right. Jiangyu's face turned pale. She reached out toward Shuya. But Shuya was too far away. This isn't right. It had been 3 days since a rift appeared in downtown Seoul. Clearly, ever since the ISU station incident. The country had turned upside down. No, not just domestically, but globally. The cult, their existence became known to the world through this incident. World leaders weren't surprised. They already knew of their existence and how dangerous they were. Most countries ordered the cult's eradication, but with little success. The cult was powerful and secretive. Now large armies had shrunk into small squads of players. It was hard to conduct large-scale investigations. Instead of becoming more secretive, the cult became more active, spreading chaos around the world. Compared to other countries, South Korea was relatively peaceful, despite being the starting point of this global chaos similar to the day of calamity 5 years ago. That was because Jiangyu had already severed the root of the Korean cult. When the whole world's attention focused on Korea, the major forces also began to act. Finally, they could move comfortably. At a house near Seoul Station, after 3 days, Jiangyu finally managed to get out of bed and stretch. She realized that the side effects of using the 10,000 grindings box were hard to recover from. So she had slept for 3 days straight. But now, Jiangyu had finally fully recovered. Click. Jiangyu, why are you awake? Echidna asked. Because I feel much better. I think I can move again. Don't push yourself too hard. Tuongvu, rest a bit more, and you'll be fine. I'll take care of you. I kinda nap grabbed Tuongvu, trying to get her back to bed. Tuongvu gave a wry smile and shook her head. No. I'm fine. After resting so much, I feel much better than before. I kinda nap saw Tuongvu's vibrant energy. She felt a bit disappointed. She thought the days of staying by her side and taking care of her for 3 days. Tuongvu, don't push yourself anymore. Okay. You always say that, but you still do it. I kinda nap complained cutely, grabbing Tuongvu's clothes. What are we doing today? Tuongvu. First, I want to understand the current situation. She had heard some things vaguely, but didn't know the details. Tuongvu opened the door and walked into the living room. She saw Exe and Nanchao having tea with Han Tuetna. Ah. You're already up? Nanchao asked. Because I feel much better. More importantly, what are you doing here? In the house I bought with my own money. What's wrong with resting? Got a problem with that? Tuetna heard Nanchao's words and chuckled lightly. Nanchao comes here every day because she's worried about you. Well, that's not true. Don't say weird things. Yinju shouted in a panic. Jiangyu smiled. I was just about to call you. Perfect timing. Really? Yes. I wanted to know what's happening around the world. Why don't you act like a good patient and go back to sleep? I told you. I'm fine now. Yinju sighed and took a sip of tea. First of all, the Hanul Guild has officially disbanded. As for the cult remnants, we did arrest them. However, before we could interrogate them, they all turned into monsters. Jiangyu swallowed hard. It seems someone made sure the information wouldn't leak. What about the cult itself? We received reports from all over the world, but the cult's branches in other countries haven't openly surfaced like they did in Korea. The chaos in Korea still hasn't subsided. Thousands of lives were sacrificed. It's impossible for the chaos to settle so quickly. Jiangyu nodded and started reading the news on his smartphone. The cult. A global pseudo-religious organization. Who are they? What are their goals? A hero has emerged. Sword Dragon Kim Se-hun under the spotlight. People continue to testify for Sword Dragon Kim Se-hun. A new superstar has risen. Kim Se-hun's fan club is formed. Sword Dragon Kim Se-hun gains worldwide attention. All I see are articles about Se-hun. Yeah, during the ISU station incident, he was the first to arrive and kill the demonic beast to save civilians. Sure, Shiwen is more handsome than the average celebrity. Like a hero, he saved ordinary civilians from the demonic beast. He's also powerful enough To have remained unknown until now. That's incredible. If he didn't get attention, that would be strange. Why? Are you upset that he stole your spotlight? Yanju asked. No way. Jiangyu shrugged. He hates unnecessary attention. He even feels sorry for Shirshuan, who became a celebrity after the incident. Oh, one of the world's top-ranked forces has arrived in Korea. A world powerhouse. Yeah. And this world powerhouse is called the Heavenly Sword Sect. A Huaxia Guild. Are they here for Shirshuan? I'm not sure. They haven't done anything special yet, so we're not sure of their intentions. Jiangyu nodded. He thought it probably had nothing to do with him. Anyway, the demonic cult's forces in Korea have more or less been wiped out, or so I think. Jiangyu commented. Yes. Although the forces in Korea might just be the tip of the iceberg. Yanju's eyes gleamed sharply. Jiangyu looked at her. You're not planning to end your revenge here, are you? Of course not. Until I completely erase them from the map. I won't stop. That's a good mindset. After the Isu War incident, it was clear that the cult was too dangerous for Jiangyu and for the entire world. With the Gaia system weakening, he couldn't even imagine what absurd methods they might use to expand their influence. He had never thought it was possible to summon demons into one's own body. He had never imagined that humans could fuse with demons like this. So in other countries, they hadn't discovered any cult members? Yes. Although we received some reports, there was no detailed information. I see. Jiangyu narrowed his eyes. There was no way he could search for cult branches hidden all over the world. That would be too foolish. Finding the branches hidden in Korea had already been hard enough. Searching for ones whose locations he didn't even know would be too inefficient. Right now, he needed to become stronger. If he couldn't attack, then he needed to build a fortress. A fortress they wouldn't dare attack. First, I must break through the level cap. I have to find a way to obtain the ultimate demon body, the level cap. Without figuring out the final conditions for obtaining the ultimate demon body, there was no way to grow. But the problem was, he had no idea how to solve either of these problems. If he had some clues, he might have been able to guess, but that wasn't the case. Given that, he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He had to find something he could do right away, something he could act on now, and that would help him. The first thing that came to mind, it's by hunting that he increases his mana. However, thinking about the other two questions is just as much a waste of time, because his mana already exceeded 100, and hunting is no longer effective for boosting mana. Jiangyu closed his eyes and sank into thought. Oh. Then, he thought of a possibility that might be helpful. I need to call my senior. Jiangyu smiled and pulled out his phone. Bro, how are you doing? Less than 20 minutes after the call ended, Senior Jean showed up. Jiangyu nodded. More importantly, how have you been? Lately on the news, it's been nothing but you. Haha. Please don't start. The moment I step, I'm swarmed by people. I can't even go hunting. Senior took off his hat and his mask. I'm seriously considering buying a full-face mask. Alright. It's been so long, I still don't understand what the point is. But anyway, it must be hard on you. I've got a lot to complain about actually. Complaints? Yeah. To be honest, the one who resolved the First World War incident wasn't me. It was you. Big bro Jiangyu. You're the one who deserves to be praised as a hero. Senior said with disappointment. He felt like he had stolen Jiangyu's achievements. I would hate that. You don't mind if people don't recognize your accomplishments when I haven't achieved anything? Getting attention would only cause trouble. You just said how tiring it is. That's true. But Senior still felt a bit disappointed that people didn't acknowledge Jiangyu's achievements. I hate troublesome things. If you say so, then I guess there's nothing I can do. Other than that, why did you call me here? There's something I want to ask you for help with. If it's something I can do, I'll do it. Loyalty burned in Senior's eyes. Seeing him look like he would even offer his own liver for Jiangyu. Jiangyu couldn't help but laugh. I want to learn martial arts. Martial arts. Senior tilted his head. Yeah. You said a while back that you had reached a new height, right? Yeah. What was it again? Unity of sword and blade, right? But, well, not to that extent. I just want to learn how to properly use weapons. Senior held back a sigh. It wasn't because he didn't want to teach Jiangyu martial arts, but for another reason. He carefully replied. I'm not qualified to teach you yet, brother. Jiangyu was already much stronger than him. For Senior to teach Jiangyu was like a student teaching the teacher. Jiangyu shook his head. No. I may be stronger than you in terms of power, but when it comes to weapon skills, I fall short. Jiang Yu's martial arts were forged through countless battles. He had never received formal training. Though true martial arts are said to be formless, only those who've trained in form can say such a thing. Jiang Yu's martial skills were purely practical. Taken to the extreme, he thought that would be enough. But to let someone like Senior, the successor of the martial god, go to waste in some corner was just too much of a pity. Understood. I'll teach you martial arts. The next day, Jiang Yu and his senior arrived together at Red Rose Guild's training room. Ah, isn't that Sword Dragon? That's Sword Dragon, right? Senior's popularity could even be felt in Red Rose Guild. The receptionist screamed and rushed over. You. Why are you here at Red Rose Guild? Oh my. Are you joining Red Rose Guild? Senior shook his head and smiled awkwardly. No. The Red Rose Guild did help me. A lot. But I've already sworn loyalty to someone else. Loyalty? Can you tell us who it is? Sorry, but I can't. The members of the Red Rose Guild showed a hint of disappointment. Then, can we at least get your autograph? Well, Senior scratched his cheek, a little embarrassed to refuse. Jiang Yu spoke up. Stop wasting time. Let's go. Okay. Got it. Bro. The guild members glared at Jiang Yu. What's with that squid? Isn't that squid way too harsh? Hearing the grumbling behind him, Jiang Yu frowned. Objectively speaking, Jiang Yu actually had a decent appearance. No, it wouldn't be wrong to say he was good looking, but compared to Senior, most ordinary looking people seemed like squids. Senior said, I should teach them a lesson. How dare they call you a squid? Don't make me even sadder. Just come with me. In this situation, Senior standing up to protect Jiang Yu's honor only made Jiang Yu look even more pitiful. They took the elevator to the training room. You're here. The guild leader has already filled me in on the details. Pyo Hyunwoo greeted them at the entrance of the training room. After opening the door, he carefully said, By the way, I heard about what you did with the Warring Corps, the headquarters training room, that sparring match with our guild master. Oh, I heard about that. The repair cost hit several $1 billion. Xian Yu let out a dry laugh, while grabbing Jiang Yu's hand. If the same thing doesn't happen here, I'd be very grateful. Yes, of course. I'll keep it under control. Jiang Yu could feel the fatigue hidden behind Xian Yu's laughter. He believed Xian Yu was the one, mainly managing the guild. Lately, Xian Yu was probably overwhelmed with responsibilities and buried in work. Jiang Yu looked at Xian Yu's frail shoulders with sympathy and walked away, then stepped into the training room. Let's begin right away, Senior said. Sounds good. Senior glanced at the practice weapons in the training room. First of all, what weapon do you mainly use, brother? No particular weapon. He uses different weapons, depending on the situation. Senior nodded. Even so, you better choose one to focus on for martial arts training. I specialize in swordsmanship, so let's start with the sword. The sword. To be honest, the weapon he's most used to is the spear, though he also often uses a sword-hilted fist blade, but its shape is slightly different from a normal sword. He swings it from the back of his hand, so it's more like an assassin's hidden blade than a sword. If I'm going to learn martial arts from Sword Dragon, I should use a sword. He grabbed a practice sword. First, I'll teach you the basic moves of the Wulong sword style. I believe you can learn them within a day. Senior demonstrated all the movements. The Wulong sword style had 8 movements in total. The sword techniques flowed like water. After showing the movements, Senior turned around. Now you try it. What? Just follow what I showed you. I only saw it once. How could I possibly do it? Don't worry about it. Just imitate my movements. Senior looked at Jiang Yu curiously. Jiang Yu looked at him in disbelief. Swinging the sword randomly. You think if I just swing it like that, I'll get it? Jiang Yu asked. Of course. Senior perfectly imitated Jiang Yu's earlier random swings. What? Jiang Yu felt something was off. Don't say that. Give it a try. Bro. I really can't. Man. Then I'll teach you step by step. Senior tilted his head and demonstrated the first move of the Wulong sword style. He swung the sword down from a high position to his waist, then flicked it upward as if bouncing through the air. Jiang Yu tried to imitate Senior's movement. No. Brother. That's not how you do it. It looked perfect, didn't it? You're putting too much force into your swing. If you do that, the rebound force is too strong when swinging the sword. Senior repeated the first move. Jiang Yu tried it as well. That's not it. You didn't swing hard enough this time. Then what should I do? Jiang Yu found it more difficult than he had expected, but he added more force in the next swing. Oh. That was a bit too weak there. Nope. You're swinging too lightly. You need to swing harder. 3 hours passed. Jiangyu looked a bit irritated. Because he'd been doing the same motion for 3 hours straight. Senior, when you first learned to control the strength, did you also find it hard? Yes. Yeah. Senior averted his gaze. Jiangyu realized he was lying. Be honest. About a minute. I was able to control it perfectly after about a minute, Senior said cautiously. Jiangyu smiled in disbelief. He mastered the force control after just 2 or 3 tries. Controlling the force in the first movement was like pouring water into a cup blindfolded. Totally different from Jiangyu's combat sense built through countless battles. That's why he couldn't get the hang of it. Ooh. Let's talk about power control later. First, learn the correct form of the movement. Got it. Senior looked at Jiangyu as if he didn't understand what the problem was, then nodded. The Wulong sword technique consists of 8 moves. Jiangyu followed Senior, linking the moves together one by one. The transitions between moves felt clunky. He tried to connect each move smoothly, but it felt strange. It was like trying to force mismatched gears to turn. I just couldn't smoothly connect the 4th and 5th moves. What should I do? Jiangyu turned around to face Senior. The only purpose of a master is to guide the disciple. Senior answered with his characteristic smile. You should swing your sword naturally, without consciously trying to connect the moves. What? That's useless, because you're too conscious about it. Let your senses guide your body. Jiangyu tilted his head and swung his sword, trying to follow Senior's advice by letting his senses lead. Obviously, it didn't work. What the hell? For a moment, Jiangyu finally realized why he felt something was wrong. Before becoming a brilliant swordsman, Senior was already a genius with talents far beyond ordinary people. It was like telling someone to land a last hit perfectly when they were still a newbie. 1. It was similar to what happened during an interview with a genius pro gamer. He spoke very naturally, but because he was a genius, things that felt obvious to him were not necessarily obvious to others. Senior seemed unaware of this, because he could do it so naturally. He couldn't understand what others struggled with. Although only a day had passed, Jiangyu had already confirmed one thing. Senior didn't have the talent to be a teacher, because his talent was too overwhelming. He couldn't explain things to others. Unless someone had talent like Senior's, they couldn't learn anything from him. I guess I have to give up learning martial arts from you. What? Brother. What do you mean? I'm just too weak. I can't help you. No. That's not it. Actually, it's exactly the opposite. Exactly the opposite. It's too high. Senior fell silent. Jiangyu sighed and turned around. Let's leave it at that for now. I believe we'll have another chance in the future. Ah. Senior responded softly. He seemed very disappointed because his chance to repay Jiangyu had slipped away. Brother. How about you learn a cultivation technique instead? A cultivation technique? Yeah. The essence of martial arts isn't sword techniques or footwork. It's cultivation skills. At the very least, I can properly teach you that. Jiangyu thought for a moment and nodded. It's worth a try. Alright, first, take a look at how the energy flows inside my body. Okay. Jiangyu used observer privileges to examine the energy flow within Shishuan's body. He could see the flow of energy centered around the dantian. I think I can do it. As long as it's just controlling the energy inside my body, and not my physical movements. He felt confident he could manage it. Jiangyu sat down, recalling the energy flow inside Shishuan's body. Activating special effect, ruler of demonic energy. Increases control over demonic energy. You have learned the internal energy technique. Heavenly Dragon Cultivation Method. Oh, he succeeded on the first try. Heavenly Dragon Technique activated. Demonic energy flowed throughout his body, centered on the dantian. As he activated the technique, he could feel the demonic energy gathering below his navel. That place is the dantian. But the energy didn't just gather there. It even formed a spherical crystal. That sensation felt familiar. A vision of a black gemstone appeared in his mind. You have successfully formed a demonic core. You've obtained a clue to the ultimate state of the supreme demon form. Shishuan's whole body was filled with excitement. He unexpectedly discovered a clue to the final form of the ultimate demon body. I love you, bro. In League of Legends, last hitting is a skill you have to learn. Sure, it's easy to hit them but without practice, it's hard to time it right. Because the enemies also attack each other. The ultimate demon body is the first step to becoming a demon god. Condition 1. Demonic energy reaches 60. Condition 2. Perfectly fuse more than 3 omnipotent traits. Condition 3. Form a demonic core of sufficient size, not achieved. The final condition is to form a demonic core inside the body. Oh, if he hadn't learned the technique from Jin Shishuan, Jiangyu would never have figured it out. After all, he didn't know that the cult's demonic core could be cultivated. But is this the same kind of demonic core as the cult's? Jiang Yu focused intently on the demonic core inside his dantian. Both are condensed demonic energy. That much is similar, but the energy concentration is entirely different. Even though they are the same item, the density of the energy is totally different. It's like American coffee versus Italian espresso. The cult's demonic core feels like diluted demonic energy, but the one in Jiang Yu's dantian is rich and pure demonic energy. Because of the difference in concentration, so the power it can draw from it is also Jiang Yu condensed the magic energy of the dantian magic crystal into his fist. Although he didn't use the handle of his fist, the magic energy gathered on his fist was destructive. To test its power, Jiang Yu lightly struck the steel dummy in the training room. Bang! The steel shattered into powder. Amazing, big brother, Shursun exclaimed in surprise. He could also cleanly cut through steel, but Jiang Yu turned it into powder. That was unimaginable to him. Shursun asked, "Did you successfully master the technique?" "Yeah, thanks to your great help. I've only used the technique once, and the magic energy in the crystal isn't much. Just by gathering magic energy in my fist, the crystal shrank by 1/3. Well, you just learned the technique. No need to rush. Since you've mastered the technique, you should keep practicing it. To enlarge the magic crystal, Jiang Yu controlled the infinite energy with the power of the 10,000 demons pill. So using techniques to control the energy inside his body was very easy for him. Jiang Yu sat cross-legged on the ground again and activated the heavenly dragon technique. After concentrating on cultivating for a while, he opened his eyes. I don't think it's necessary to sit like this. Jiang Yu unfolded his legs and stood up. He thought he could continue cultivating in daily life, but not during emergencies like battles. Wait, that's dangerous, big brother. Huh? What? If you activate the technique while standing, Shursun was about to warn Jiang Yu that he might suffer energy backlash, but then he widened his eyes in shock. Jiang Yu not only avoided any backlash, he was completely fine. Did you stop using the heavenly dragon technique? No, I'm still using it. Why you're able to use it while moving? Shursun looked at him in disbelief. Some techniques can be used without sitting cross-legged, but the heavenly dragon technique isn't one of them. The heavenly dragon technique allows the accumulation and control of vast amounts of true energy, but only with the correct posture can its effects be fully realized. However, Jiang Yu completely disrupted the nature of the heavenly dragon technique. What? Jin Shurxuan looked at Jiang Yu, puzzled. Using the heavenly dragon technique in daily life, even the martial god Tai Wang, who taught Shurxuan martial arts, couldn't manage that. It's not that hard. It flows through all your meridians, right? Just control it. Make sure the flowing energy doesn't clash. But when you move, your meridians also shift. The reason it's difficult to use the technique while moving is simple. The position of the meridians changes with your movements. It's like trying to walk in a shaking tunnel. When the energy is flowing through the meridians, it's nearly impossible to control. You just need to focus on your movements. Shurxuan was silent after hearing Jiang Yu say that so calmly. Silence. Although Jiang Yu said it lightly, Shurxuan knew just how unbelievable that state was. It's like driving at full speed down a narrow road. One misstep, and you're off a cliff, just as I thought. I can't compare to you, bro. Shurxuan shook his head. Jiang Yu smiled. Compared to controlling the endless demonic energy inside the demon box, controlling his movements and energy was easy. You could call it a gift, I guess. But Jiang Yu didn't think of it as a gift. It was something he earned through sheer effort, to avoid being devoured by his own demonic energy. A word like talent couldn't begin to describe it. Why don't you try Lightfoot technique this time? Shurxuan suggested. No. Let's leave that for another day. This is enough for now. He had unlocked a new path to growth with the demonic core, so he wanted to focus on cultivating his technique, to make his core grow larger. Once I've done that, Jiang Yu recalled the final form of the supreme demon body, even though he still didn't know what it really was, or what it was for. One thing was certain, that definitely wouldn't hinder growth. On the contrary, it would likely promote growth. Moreover, he could only use the trait gained during his 6th awakening, after reaching the ultimate demon body. Now that he had a goal, knowing what he needed to do, there was no reason to focus on anything else. I'll focus on cultivating the technique first. Jiang Yu casually activated the heavenly dragon technique. He could feel the magic energy throughout his body gathering at his core. Around the magic crystal in his dantian, he felt great. Once the magic crystal gets a bit bigger, I'll give it a try. Jiang Yu smiled in satisfaction. He turned and said to Shursun, let's go home. Are you sure it's okay not to learn other techniques? Yeah. Oh, this heavenly dragon technique of yours, is it the strongest technique you've cultivated so far? Yeah. If I absorb more of the 5 gods' power, I might be able to cultivate even better techniques. But, for now, the heavenly dragon technique is the best. I see. That means if Shursun becomes stronger and learns better cultivation skills, it would also help Jiang Yu to continue growing. Shursun. Jiang Yu looked at Shursun like a farmer praying for his crops to bear fruit. Of course, he wasn't thinking of letting him grow alone. Since that's the case, next time let's head to the S-Gate. Sure, son. S-Gate. That's right. I'm glad you trust me. But our team isn't strong enough yet to hunt inside the S-Gate. Don't worry. I'll be the one doing the heavy lifting. What? You just sit back and relax. Jiangyu will provide Shirshuan with explosive growth. I'll show you my unbelievable energy control skills. Jiangyu smiled and patted Shirshuan on the shoulder. Is your training done for today? Pu Haiyunyu asked while walking out of the training room. Yes. Thanks for letting us use the training room. Before you leave, don't you want to meet the guild leader? I told him I was busy today, but I'll meet him next time. Scared? I bet he'll be disappointed. Xianyu nodded and chuckled softly. Feel free to visit the Red Rose Guild anytime. Thanks for always being so kind. Jiangyu, Shirshuan, and Xinyu shook hands. Oh, right. Speaking of which, did you hear that people from Heavenly Sword Clan came to Korea? Xinyu said. Yes, I heard about it. Heavenly Sword Clan is a Chinese guild. It's led by one of the world's top 8, Jianhuang Tian Wuchen. It's a guild made up of players with chi-type abilities like Shirshuan. It's more like a martial arts clan from a wuxia novel than an ordinary player's guild. I heard the Heavenly Sword Clan has started moving, Xinyu said. What's their goal? We haven't figured that out yet. Jiangyu nodded. I'll keep it in mind. Be careful. If you interact with them, you might get into danger. The Heavenly Sword Clan is far more powerful than any Korean guild. First of all, they have nearly 10,000 members. Red Rose Guild has a little over 1,000. So Heavenly Sword is almost 10 times their size. You don't need to worry about that. Jiangyu said. All right. I trust you'll keep your distance from them. No, I don't need to keep my distance from them. After all, they teamed up with me. I'm not the one in danger. Jiangyu said with a smile. A moment of silence. Then let's go. Jiangyu said. The Heavenly Sword Clan had made their move. There was no need for him to hide. He had only one simple survival rule. Return evil with evil. Return greater evil with even greater evil. If one person retreats, the enemy would take 2 people. If you bow your head, you'll be trampled underfoot. Of course, if it was an enemy Jiangyu couldn't handle, then hiding would be the right choice. In that case, lowering himself, crawling on the ground, and waiting for an opportunity would be the wisest move. But now, that wasn't the case. Jiangyu knew exactly how strong he was. Although he hadn't regained all his former strength from hell, he wasn't so weak that he needed to hide while walking around Earth. Let's go. Bai Xiong. Yes, big brother. Seeing Jiangyu walk away, Bai Xiong hurriedly followed. Jiangyu left the Red Rose Club and got into a car. I'll drive you home. It's okay, big brother. The subway is just around the corner. You've already spent time teaching me martial arts. I can't let you go out of your way like this. Oh, I'll buy you a car soon. No, it's really okay, big brother. I'm already very grateful that you helped me find a way to take care of my mother. So buying a car would actually be inconvenient for me. I'll buy you a car. That way, when I call you, you can come find me quickly. Brother, Bi Xiong was tearing up a little. Jiangyu smiled. I wonder what he would have become if I weren't around. Bi Xiong had taught him martial arts. Thinking about that, buying him a car didn't seem like a big deal. But Bi Xiong's reaction, he's too gullible, too easy to trick. Although I came here to make sure that kind of thing wouldn't happen. As he thought that, Jiangyu brought Bi Xiong to his house. There, he saw a group of people in martial arts uniforms. Click. Who are you people? Bi Xiong asked them after getting out of the car. The men looked at Bi Xiong. A man with a scar over one eye approached him. He spoke in awkward Korean. I'm the captain of the Heavenly Sword Clan's 3rd squad, Namgung Chun. The Sword Emperor wishes to meet Korea's Sword Dragon. Come with me. Excuse me. The Sword Emperor? Do you mean Jianhuang Tian Wuchen? Hearing the name of the world's strongest man, Bi Xiong shuddered slightly. Namgung Chen's eyes were sharp. Don't speak his name so casually. Just follow us. The plane is ready. Bi Xiong hesitated. Jiangyu grabbed his shoulder, pulling him back. Namgung Chen fixed his gaze on Jiangyu. You bastard. You learned Korean wrong. Jiangyu said. What? Why are you speaking to us like that? Who are you? Namgung Chen asked sharply. I'm Shi Xiong's big brother. Jiangyu answered calmly. Shi Xiong's big brother? Are you Jing Yong Xiong? But I heard he's currently in prison. There are bonds even deeper than blood. Jinyi looked at Jiangyu. Have you heard of sworn brothers? Jiangyu asked. Oh, so that's what you meant. Namgung Chen nodded with a grunt. We're not interested in you. The Sword Emperor only wants Sword Dragon. Move along. I don't care who he is either. Don't talk nonsense. Namgung Chen reprimanded. Then he turned to face Shi Xiong. If Sword Dragon doesn't want to see this person hurt, then you'd better come along quietly. I should be the one telling you. Not talk nonsense about my big brother. Shi Xiong responded. Frightened by the sword emperor, Shi Xiong stepped forward, his hand resting on his sword, exuding intense killing intent. Of course, he was still afraid of facing Wu Chen the sovereign. Wu Chen was the strongest player in Huaxia, and the leader of the largest faction in Huaxia. Even the president of Huaxia didn't dare to offend him. Therefore, Nangong Chun, as a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Sword clan, spoke to him condescendingly. Shi Xiong could somewhat understand it. However, Shi Xiong wouldn't allow Nangong Chun to disrespect Jiang Yu. After all, Jiang Yu had saved his life. Shi Xiong wasn't the type of coward to watch his benefactor be humiliated in silence. Oh, you dare draw your sword? Nangong Chun narrowed his eyes. Just because people call you Sword Dragon, you seem to think too highly of yourself. Nangong Chun thought he should come up with an even harsher plan. When the Sword Emperor told me to bring him here, try to be polite. But what's the point of being polite to this guy? Nam Kung then still wanted to take advantage of Sadhung before he had the chance to disrespect the Sword Emperor and teach him a good lesson. Nam Kung then reached for the sword hilt at his waist, but someone beat him to it and placed their hand on the hilt. Don't draw your sword, Kwang Vu said. This. Nam Kung then was shocked. Drawing your sword will get you killed, brother. Kwang Vu, without realizing it, had placed his hand on Nam Kung Then's sword. Nam Kung then jumped in surprise. He was a dancer-type player, possessing the aura attribute. This meant his perception was far sharper than other warrior players. However, until Kwang Vu spoke, Nam Kung then didn't realize that Kwang Vu had already placed his hand on his sword. Gulp. Nam Kung then let out a muffled grunt. He stepped back a few paces, looking at Kwang Vu with suspicion and caution. What? A thought flashed through Nam Kung Then's mind. He felt he might have been careless. Oh, you should know. It's not that you were careless. It's not that you weren't focused. It's just that you're weak, Kwang Vu said. So, don't say foolish things like being careless. Veins bulged on Nam Kung Then's forehead. He drew his sword without hesitation, an uncivilized Korean. Dares. Crack. Nam Kung then let out a scream. Before Nam Kung then could finish, Kwang Vu had already stepped in front of him, twisting his hand. The sword in Nangong Chin's hand fell to the ground. Stop spouting that damn nationalism. Don't you find it annoying? Jiang Yu looked at Nangong Chin pitifully. Is your country really that important to you? Then just pay more taxes, bro. Seriously, people like you with no backbone, when you go abroad, suddenly become full of patriotism. You bastard. Besides, do you really think cursing people in your own country will do anything good for its image? If you love your country so much, you shouldn't act like this, bro. Well, Nangongchen lunged at Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu simply shifted his body slightly and raised his knee, slamming it hard into Nangongchen's stomach. Nangongchen clutched his stomach and fell to the ground in pain. He groaned. Cough. How dare you? Ugh. Someone behind Nangongchen drew his sword. Jiang Yu said softly, I told you not to draw your weapons. He unleashed an intense killing aura. Everyone turned pale. They cried out anxiously. Jiang Yu's killing intent was abnormal. They felt like they wouldn't simply be killed, but devoured. Specifically, they felt like frogs, facing a massive predator. You aren't stupid. You know you're no match for me, Jiang Yu said. Cough. Everyone groaned. They knew it very well. He realized he wasn't a match for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't even give Namgungchen, the third squad captain, a chance to react, and defeated him instantly. Namgungchen lay on the ground, coughing, still trying to act superior. Cough. Cough. A Korean dares. Rocket. This idiot still hasn't learned his lesson, Jiang Yu said. He grabbed Namgungchen by the nape, lifting him off the ground. A nation's standards are defined by its people. You're the only one who loses out because of your anger. Maybe that's too complicated for you to understand. Whatever, forget it. I think I'll take this chance to tell you what you should be doing for your country. What are you trying to do? Come with me and see. Jiang Yu dragged Namgungchen somewhere. Shi Xuan followed behind him. Where are you going, brother? Shi Xuan asked. Shi Xuan, is there a place nearby that serves good kimchi stew? Jiang Yu asked back. What? Shi Xuan widened his eyes in confusion. Why was Jiang Yu suddenly looking for a place that served good kimchi stew? In any case, Shi Xuan replied, there's one in that alley. Great. Jiang Yu smiled in satisfaction. Dragging Namgungchen over, he turned and called out to the others who stood frozen in place. Hey, you guys come too. The group exchanged glances, then followed Jiang Yu inside. They entered the restaurant. Jiang Yu said, Andy, 7 servings of kimchi stew with extra meat, please. All right, young man. Got it. But, is that gentleman injured? The middle-aged woman in the restaurant asked. No, he's just making a fuss over nothing. Jiang Yu patted Nangongchen on the back. Nangongchen froze. He'll be fine soon, the kind woman said. She went into the kitchen and soon came out carrying steaming hot kimchi stew. What is this? Nangongchen asked. Kimchi stew. Try it. You'll be surprised. Jiangyu replied. He patted Nangongchen's trembling back. Nangongchen frowned and asked, making us eat this mishmash. Is that supposed to be some patriotic duty? Mishmash. Jiangyu glared at him. A strong killing aura radiated from his body. Jiangyu grabbed Nangongchen's shoulder and used the fist of fear. Nangongchen felt like his shoulder was being crushed by a giant iron clamp. Gritting his teeth, he said, It's not a mishmash. It's kimchi stew. The meat is ready now. Go ahead and try it. Nangongchen glanced at your son, then started eating the stew. He muttered in amazement. Nangongchen thought the stew was delicious. The kimchi he had eaten before was always too sour, which made him frown. But now, as a stew, the sourness had been replaced by sweetness. He tore off a piece of kimchi, put it on a spoonful of rice with a slice of meat, and ate. The sweet and spicy flavor spread in his mouth. So Korea has food like this too. Nangongchen was an officer of the Heavenly Sword clan. The food he usually ate was made by top-class chefs. Compared to that, this kimchi stew was practically cheap fast food. And yet, I can't stop eating. He quickly finished an entire bowl of rice. And not just him out. His 4 subordinates were also eating the kimchi stew. Andy, 3 more please, and a bowl of rice for each. Jiangyu shouted. Young man. Jiangyu smiled with satisfaction, then looked at Nangongchen and asked, Well, tastes good, right? Yeah. Nangongchen replied awkwardly. Heh, not bad, huh? Eat as much as you want. Jiangyu said, as he took another spoonful of stew, humming happily. Honestly, I'm not that patriotic, but this kimchi stew is delicious. You've got to admit that, right? No, it's nothing special. What are you talking about? You already ate 2 bowls. Anyway, you get it now, right? What you should do for your country. Share your country's best culture with others, not call them uncivilized or inferior. Jiangyu went back to enjoying his kimchi stew. After finishing a shocking amount of food that left other diners stunned, Jiangyu stood up. Let's go, Shirshuan, he said. All right, Shirsun replied. They paid for the meal. On the way back to Huaxia, tell that sword emperor, or whoever, that if he wants to see Shirsun, he should come personally, Jiangyu said to Nangongchen. After speaking, Jiangyu and Shirsun left the restaurant, leaving Nangongchen behind. Nangongchen looked completely confused. You want me to pay for you? He felt the warmth of Korean hospitality. So, after eating that kimchi stew, or whatever, you happily came back. In the spacious room, a skinny man sat on a chair that looked more majestic than luxurious. He looked so frail he could break with a single blow, but the aura he emitted shocked everyone around him. This was Jian Emperor Wuchen, considered the ruler among players in Huaxia. I'm sorry, sir, Nangongchen responded. Nangongchen knelt before Wuchen, his whole body trembling, his face full of fear. A suffocating air of anxiety filled the room. Wuchen let out a laugh. Boom, boom, boom. Wuchen's laughter shook the entire room. Good. Interesting. I like him. Wuchen said with a laugh, but suddenly, the atmosphere changed. Wuchen stared sharply at Nangongchen. He said, Didn't I tell you to be polite? So what? Are you trying to play tricks again? Are you trying to disgrace the Heavenly Sword clan? Absolutely not. Liar. Wuchen pulled Nangongchen toward him with a burst of force. Wuchen gently pinched Nangongchen's neck. He spoke softly. So they sent you just because you know a little Korean? Looks like you've gotten arrogant. Forgot your place? Too bad. I'm sorry. You're exiled. The Heavenly Sword clan has no need for those without the qualities of a true warrior. And no, please. With a light wave of his hand, Wuchen sent Nangongchen flying into the wall. So now he wants me to go personally. Wuchen stood up. Since becoming a world-class powerhouse, this was the first time he'd encountered such a thing. If he wants me to go, then I'll go. Father, you're going to Korea? A beautiful voice rang out. Wuchen turned toward the source of the voice. A young woman walked up to him, her hair tied in twin buns. A slender figure, thick brows and large eyes, a tall nose bridge, and rosy lips. She was incredibly charming. She was Tyne Suyin, daughter of Wuchen of the Swordlands, one of the strongest warriors of the Heavenly Sword clan. What's this? You want to see how handsome Sword Dragon is? Dad, what are you even saying? Tyne Suyin asked. She sat on the armrest of his chair, legs crossed gracefully. I'm not interested in anyone weaker than you. Wuchen's figure seemed a bit troubled by that comment. It had been a week since Jiangyu and Shirshuan had run into Nangongchen. During that time, Jiangyu had devoted himself completely to growing his demonic core. Even while eating, drinking, and sleeping, he practiced the Heavenly Dragon technique. His control over the demonic energy inside him had reached an unparalleled level. The result was astonishing. Jiangyu cultivated every second. The magic crystal grew larger day by day. Jiangyu also got used to using the energy within the magic crystal. However, when would he finally reach the ultimate demon body? The magic crystal had grown to the size of a fist, but it still hadn't met the final condition. Forget it. He would achieve it eventually. No matter how anxious he was, it wouldn't change anything. All he could do was focus everything on it. Jiangyu activated the Heavenly Dragon technique. While checking his status window, his magic power was still at 103. He hadn't gained magic power through cultivation. Without magic power, there naturally was no problem. Magic power was different from mana. It couldn't be acquired from natural resources. If it were in the magic-filled hell, things might be different. But on Earth, it was impossible. The reason the magic crystal kept growing was because Jiangyu absorbed all the magic scattered throughout his body into it. There should be a limit to this too. Once all the magic he possessed was injected into the magic crystal, he would no longer be able to make it grow. The seal on the 10,000 demons box remained, so he couldn't draw magic power from it to create more crystals. Moreover, ever since his magic power exceeded 100, no matter how many monsters he devoured, his magic power no longer increased. I think the only way to gain more magic power is to break through the level limit. The higher the level, the weaker the seal, and the more magic equipment he could use. He was also looking forward to upgrading and improving his other stats, even if it was random. Although he didn't know how, at least Jiangyu had obtained some clues on how to achieve the ultimate demon body. But as for how to break through the level cap, he knew nothing. He had tried all the methods other players had attempted, but none of them worked on him. Cheyenj mocked Jiangyu, wondering if he was cursed by the system. A curse? Huh? Could it be? Jiangyu thought Yenju was just joking, but it might actually be possible. Shirshuan said. During the ISU station incident, the system window talked to him like it had a will of its own. If players in the Gaia system were somehow linked. If that were the case, Jiangyu could understand why his level cap never increased. It was because he was the main culprit in breaking the Gaia system. I guess I have no choice. I'll just focus on increasing the size of my demonic core. Regardless, the demonic energy inside him had not yet fully gathered into the core. All he could do was focus on what he could control, since he currently had no way to resolve the bigger issue. Bro, break time's over. Shirshuan called out to the deeply lost in thought Jiangyu. Hearing Shirshuan's voice, Jiangyu nodded and stood up. They were now at the S-gate of the water source. Just as Jiangyu had promised earlier, he had come to escort Shirshuan's team there. Is everyone ready? Jiangyu asked. Hey, of course we are. Yes, we've had enough rest. I'd like to rest a bit more. Jiang Taishu, Han Shueya, and Choi Yunfei responded as they stood. Ekidona, sitting next to Jiangyu, tugged on his sleeve. She asked, Jiangyu, is something bothering you? And no, nothing. Jiangyu replied. He was indeed troubled, but it wasn't something that could be solved by talking to others. So, there was no reason to bring it up at all. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know anytime. Jiangyu smiled and nodded. Then he said, more importantly, let's get back to the main task. He did some warm-up exercises and looked around. They had to find a monster that was already isolated from the others. Over there, Jiangyu spotted a lone giant ogre. It was the most common monster in the water source S-gate. He approached it and cast a silent fist to cover a wide area around the isolated ogre. If they drew the attention of other ogres, things would get complicated. Ekidona, Jiangyu called. Got it. Ekidona stepped forward, reaching his hand toward the lone ogre. Black magic energy rose from his hand, forming 8 sides. Who? The sides moved unpredictably as they attacked the ogre. The ogre dodged with agility that didn't match its massive frame. However, it only lasted for a moment. The sides curved unpredictably in the air, gradually inflicting more and more wounds on the ogre. As blood gushed from its wounds, the ogre's movement slowed. Get ready, everyone, Jiangyu said. Yes, big brother. Shirsun nervously drew his koala blade. Even the overly excited Taisu and the grumbling Enfei became serious after hearing Jiangyu's words. Gloria. The giant ogre roared. Just a little more, Jiangyu thought. He wanted to wait until the ogre lost even more vitality before letting the others attack. Weakening the giant ogre was crucial, so Shirsun's team could defeat it in battle. Doing nothing but gaining EXP is meaningless. There's no point in just stockpiling experience. The reason he brought Shirshuan's team to the S-class gate was not just to help them level up quickly through massive EXP gains, but also to sharpen their combat instincts. By fighting S-class monsters, they were enemies the team would normally never be able to face. Now this is how you really carry someone. There's a limit to how much strength can be gained through leveling up. Just like how 2 swordsmen using the same blade can differ in skill, there are gaps even between players with similar stats. Real battles are never decided by numbers alone. That's a well-known fact among players. Simply having high levels or attributes doesn't guarantee victory in combat. Stats are like muscle mass from physical training. Just like how a bodybuilder can't beat a trained MMA fighter, focusing only on bulk is meaningless. Jiangyu only focused on increasing his stats because he already had a wealth of real combat experience. Gaining more wouldn't make a difference to him, but Shuren and the others were different. They needed to level up and gain battle experience at the same time. Asterisk huff, huff, asterisk. The great demon groaned and staggered. Jiangyu said, begin. Okay. Shuren and Taishu moved forward. Shuya cast magic on them for support, while enhancing and shielding them. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk boom, asterisk, asterisk asterisk. Even though the great demon was already on its last legs, the fight remained intense. Normally, a group of level 40-something players like Shuren's team couldn't possibly take on a great demon. The fact that they could hold their own in this fight proved their talent. Asterisk boom. This demon's no joke. The battle was over. Taishu was panting hard, but Shuren didn't seem nearly as worn out. Shuren had strength comparable to someone his own level. The great demon muttered to itself within the party. If Shuren went all out, he could defeat the exhausted giant monster by himself. However, since this was supposed to be combat training, Shuren didn't participate, so that the other team members could take part. I'll have to start a special course for Shuren later. There was clearly a significant difference between Shuren and the others. At this stage of development, Shuren needed something else to truly grow, regroup, and prepare for the next hunt. Jiangyu told the team. Who? Got it. Taishu responded. This way, please. Taishu responded. After that, he cast a healing spell on Taishu. Who? Just then, Jiangyu spotted a group of giant ogres approaching them. They must have smelled the blood. He had blocked the sound, but apparently it wasn't enough. Jiangyu saw 3 giant ogres coming toward him. He drew energy from the magic crystal. Shuren and the others definitely couldn't handle them. Stay here and wait, Jiangyu told everyone. He turned and faced the roaring ogres. Jiangyu activated the power of the dark spear, forming a black spear. The magic crystal's energy flowed into the spear. Jiangyu enveloped the spear, the pit spear. Gulp. The sound of metal colliding was sharp and clear, along with a flash of light. The ogres near Jiangyu suddenly froze. A thin line of blood appeared on their bodies. As the line widened, blood gushed out like a fountain. The 3 giant ogres were killed instantly. Jiangyu turned his head, and behind a wounded man, 2 people were following him. One of them was a beautiful woman. The other was a young man who looked terrified. Jiangyu narrowed his eyes and thought, taking out 3 trolls in one blow. Even Yinju couldn't do that. That meant whoever killed those trolls possessed power beyond a top-tier expert. There was only one person who had come to meet Jiangyu's group in person. Jianwang Tianwuchen, one of the 8 great world-class players, the strongest in Huaxia. You actually came. I thought you'd send assassins after me. Because I was too arrogant, Jiangyu said. So, your sword dragon's sworn brother? I sincerely apologize for what happened before. Oh, I assume you don't speak Mandarin, Tianwuchen replied. He glanced at the young man beside him. The young man nervously translated. Lord Tianwuchen apologizes for what happened before. No need, my Mandarin's fine. Jiangyu interrupted. Oh, you speak Mandarin? Jiangyu replied in a firm, authoritative tone. Tianwuchen asked, and Jiangyu nodded. Tianwuchen seemed relieved. He continued. That makes things much simpler. About earlier, I'm very sorry. I heard one of my men disrespected you. Words mean nothing, eh? An apology without action is pointless. Haha. You're absolutely right. Tianwuchen bowed deeply to Jiangyu, stunning everyone around them. Even Jiangyu hadn't expected Tianwuchen to humble himself so respectfully. Jianhuang Tianwuchen, the #1 powerhouse of Huaxia, was bowing to someone. For him, bowing was not something done lightly. For someone of his power and status, he really shouldn't have done that. I expelled those who disrespected you from the family. It was my failure, disrespecting subordinates. Wuchen apologized. All right. Since you've gone this far, I'll accept your apology. After all, Jiangyu hadn't been harmed by Nagongchen. Since the perpetrator had been properly punished, there was no need to escalate the conflict. So, why are you here? Jiangyu asked. I came to see Sword Dragon. I know, but why do you want to see Shuren so badly? Because I saw the video. I watched Sword Dragon's battle video. I think the place was called Sleeve Severing. So, I want to confirm something. Wu Chun said with a smile. He wanted to confirm how Sword Dragon had learned the martial gods' techniques. A heavy silence fell. Kim Shuren and the others couldn't understand Mandarin, so they remained silent. Even Jiangyu, who understood, stayed silent. But to clarify things, Ekidona tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve and asked, Jiang Yu, what is the martial god? Ekidona, you understand Mandarin? Jiang Yu looked shocked, but then he quickly realized he had forgotten something very basic. Thinking about it now, how could Ekidona speak Korean? She had never given it a second thought. The first time they met, Ekidona spoke fluent Korean. She had never thought it strange. She had assumed that it was because she had become Jiang Yu's summoned beast. She naturally learned to speak his language. No, I don't speak Mandarin, but I can use magic, so we can understand each other, Ekidona explained. Whoa. So the magic Ekidona used had a similar effect to Jiang Yu's language authority. Can you cast that magic on others? Jiang Yu asked. Yes. Then cast it on Shirshuan and the others too. All right. Ekidona raised her hand and chanted a short incantation. A wave of magic flowed from her palm, enveloping Shirshuan and the others. That's what Shirshuan said. Oh, Sword Dragon can speak Mandarin too? Tian Wuchen asked. No. What's going on? It's magic. Ekidona replied to Shirshuan. Shirshuan stared at her in surprise. He'd never heard of players being able to use magic for complete language translation. Well, it's not that hard. This kind of magic is common on the Arno continent, Ekidona explained. Thinking she could help Jiang Yu, she let out a proud little hum. I guess we won't need a translator anymore, Wuchen said with a smile. The young man beside him shrank back. Don't worry. I'll still pay you as promised. Wuchen said to the young man. Thank you. The young man stammered in reply. More importantly, I'm glad, because this will make things go much faster. Sword Dragonu, where did you learn martial gods techniques? Wuchen asked. Shirsun widened his eyes. He let out a sound. How do you? Jiang Yu said. I'm curious too. How did you know Shirsun was using martial gods techniques? That's because our family are descendants of the martial god. Oh. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. If what Wuchen said was true, it meant that the great martial emperor had existed on Earth a long time ago, and Wu Chun was his descendant. Before you awakened as a player, did you practice martial arts? Jiang Yu asked. That's right. However, I admit, before awakening, I was nowhere near my current level. Jiang Yu nodded, seeming to understand Wu Chen's meaning. The cult existed even before players appeared. Jiang Yu knew very well that on Earth, even before humanity started becoming players, there were already people who practiced martial arts, magic, and other mysterious abilities. Shirsun said, when I awakened, I naturally learned the martial gods techniques. Stop. Jiang Yu interrupted. He grabbed Shirsun by the shoulder and stopped him from speaking. You know where you learned it. So what do you plan to do? Are you going to kill him to protect your secret techniques? Sounds like you've read too many martial arts novels. I don't want to hear that kind of talk from someone who sounds like they walked out of a martial arts novel. Jiang Yu thought. After laughing, Wuchen said, I want to make a deal. A deal? That's right. Our family Xuanwu technique, passed down through generations. It has already lost its original form. However, the Yunlong sword technique I saw in the video, used by Sword Dragon, is identical to the martial gods technique recorded in our family. So, you're looking for someone to help restore your family's Xian martial arts? Exactly. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Now that he understood the intention, the conversation moved forward quickly. A bright smile appeared on his face as he said, since it's a deal, then of course there should be something in return, right? Before that, I'd like to answer my previous question first. The martial arts of the 5 gods, where did he learn them from? Then just hear it from him directly. Jiang Yu patted Shirshuan on the back, as if telling him he could speak now. Shirshuan explained blankly why he used the Heavenly Emperor 5 gods martial arts. The more he explained, the wider Wuchen's mouth opened. What? The soul of the 5 gods resides in your body? Wuchen asked. I can't talk to him or anything like that. His martial knowledge just flows into my mind. I see. So, no one guided you, and yet you executed the Cloud Dragon sword technique so perfectly? Oh, that's because Shirshuan is just that gifted. Jiang Yu said. Interesting. Wuchen said, studying Shirshuan's body with growing interest. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. He has the Heavenly Dance Constitution. Wuchen finally realized. The Heavenly Dance Constitution is a gift from the heavens. Those who possess it, with just a glance, they can comprehend the essence of martial arts and master the core of any technique. Wuchen never imagined he would meet someone with such a constitution in person. He burst out laughing. Aha. Monstrous isn't even enough to describe you. Anyway, now that I've answered your question, let's get back on track. Jiang Yu said calmly. His imposing presence, it never felt like he was speaking to someone as powerful as the Sword Emperor. Only then did Wu Chun start to really notice Jiang Yu. Although Jian Long has impressive talent, Wu Chun was also deeply impressed by the player Wu Jiangyu. Before me, has anyone ever been this arrogant? Wuchen thought to himself. Ever since becoming a world-class powerhouse, he had never experienced anything like this. No, even before that. Wuchen was born in a vast city, the heir to the Heavenly Sword clan. Since he was young, everyone bowed before him. I've heard some things about you, but I'm surprised. You know who I am. Yet you're still this arrogant? Wuchen asked. Why? Should I kneel and lick your feet? No, not at all. As for the deal, how about this? If Jianlong helps us restore our lost martial arts, I will personally teach him swordsmanship. You will teach him swordsmanship? Jianlong seems to have learned the Sleeping Dragon Sword and Cloud Dragon Sword. The Heavenly Sword clan has advanced versions of those techniques. The Azure Dragon Sword and Heavenly Dragon Sword. Didn't you say their true forms were lost? Even so, they still possess power far beyond the Cloud Dragon Sword. Jiang Yu fell into thought. If a world-class sword emperor personally teaches Shursun martial arts, it would be a huge help for Shursun. With Wuchen's guidance, Shursun might even master the Azure Dragon Sword. In many ways, this deal isn't bad at all. No, this deal is amazing. However, Jiang Yu turned to look at Shursun. This isn't a deal Jiang Yu can make. The one to restore the clan's martial arts and receive the Sword Emperor's teaching is Shursun. Brother, this is your decision. What do you want to do? Shursun thought about the question. He quickly gave his answer. I want to learn, he said. After all, the one willing to teach Shursun was the Sword Emperor. Finding a martial artist who would refuse that deal would be even harder. But more importantly, Shursun looked at Jiang Yu and thought. He wasn't afraid of the Sword Emperor at all. He wanted to become someone like Jiang Yu. He didn't want to just keep accepting help from him. He placed his hand on the sword hilt, thinking with determination. I want to become stronger. In his mind, Shursun recalled the world of endless war. People were crying everywhere. The streets were filled with smoke and wreckage. If he had been stronger, he could have saved more people. Jiang Yu nodded. Then it's a deal. I have one condition, he added. A condition? Wuchen asked. Restoring martial arts and training. All of it must be done in Korea. Jiang Yu couldn't send Shursun far away. If they were too far apart, if the worst happened, Jiang Yu wouldn't be able to protect Shursun. I can't fully trust Tian Wuchen. Wuchen seems trustworthy, but Jiang Yu couldn't rely on instinct alone. Korea? What do you think? Suyin. Wuchen asked his daughter. I have no objections. I've always wanted to go to Korea. Tian Suyin replied with a bright smile. Her smile brought a strange feeling. She turned toward Jiang Yu, her eyes sparkling as she stared at him. In that case, we'll be staying here for about a month. Wuchen said. Sounds good. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. He had been thinking about creating a special training plan for Shursun, but now that need had disappeared. First, let's leave this gate. Oh, I heard you live near Seoul Station? Is that true? Wuchen asked. Yes. Then, I suppose I'll have to buy a building nearby. Buy a building? We need a training room to teach Jianlong, and a place to stay for a month. Jiang Yu couldn't believe it. Wuchen talked about buying a building, as if it were nothing. Wuchen walked up to Shursun and said, let's talk outside. There are many things I want to ask you. Ah, yes, sir. It's an honor. Shursun replied. Wuchen and Shursun walked in front, with Jiang Yu following behind. At that moment, a seductive woman beside Wuchen walked over. She greeted him. Hello. You are. My name is Tian Suyin. Suyin said with a smile. You're Jiang Yu, right? Impressive. I've never seen anyone act so proud in front of my father. She looked at Jiang Yu with interest. Suyin had been observing Wu Cheng since she was young, but she had never seen a man act this proud in front of her. What kind of person is he? Her curiosity about Jiang Yu grew again. Suyin couldn't imagine. She was surprisingly bold in front of the Sword Emperor. Just how strong is she? How confident is she? They say she took down the captain of the third squad with a single move. Suyin's expectations soared. Her ideal man wasn't just powerful. He had to be even stronger than her father, Tian Wucheng. She instinctively liked strong men, but she had never met a man stronger than Wucheng. Therefore, she became very interested in Jiang Yu, because she wasn't afraid of her father at all. I have no reason to be afraid, Jiang Yu said. So you're confident enough to defeat the Sword Emperor? I don't know. Jiang Yu said with a smile. Suyin could feel the overwhelming confidence behind a short laugh. Her eyes gleamed like a predator eyeing its prey. Maybe she still didn't realize how strong her father was. Even so, Suyin's words only made her more intrigued. She licked her red lips and stared at Jiang Yu, looking him up and down with excitement. Just then, Suyin felt someone tugging on her clothes. She turned around, only to find a cute little girl, like a lamb doll, looking up at her. Jiang Yu is mine. Back off. The little girl said softly. Only Suyin could hear her. After leaving the gate, Jiangyu headed to the parking lot, with Han Shuya and Ekidona following behind him. I'll contact you myself tomorrow. Sword Dragon. Hee. Starting tomorrow, things will be hard for you. Tian Wuchen said. I won't have much of a choice either. Jin Shishuan replied. I really can't believe it. That I'm teaching martial arts to another person with the heavenly dance constitution. Wuchen looked at Shishuan with high expectations. Having the heavenly dance constitution meant Shishuan had ideal qualities to become a martial artist. This is Wuchen's chance to personally train such a genius. If I train him well, maybe I can find a good match for Suyin too. Wuchen thought. Tian Suyin always said she wasn't interested in men weaker than her father. To prove she wasn't joking, she had never gone on a single date. In fact, Wuchen had never seen her talk to a man. Suyin had rejected every man who pursued her, even one with a bright future. But it was all for nothing. I want to see her married before I die. I want to see her reject those homeless-looking men. Wuchen used to think highly of her. But no. Suyin just turned 27. He's getting anxious. Looks like she truly isn't interested in men weaker than her father. If no one meets that standard, I'll just have to raise someone who does. Wuchen clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with resolve. He believed, with the heavenly dance constitution, and even the soul of the martial god, Jian Long would one day surpass her. I'm heading out. I'll come watch your training tomorrow. Wherever you're teaching me, just let me know. Jiangyu said to Wuchen. Sure. Wuchen replied, watching Jiangyu walk away. Let's put that aside. Who exactly is this guy? I heard Jiangyu took down Nangong Chun and the others in an instant. Before coming to Korea, Wuchen had already investigated Jiangyu. The only info he could find was that Jiangyu was a rookie recruited by the Red Rose Guild. He had only been a player for 3 months. Impossible. Wuchen didn't dwell too long on the info he found. It was just too unbelievable. A player who awakened only 3 months ago was able to defeat Nangongchen? Unless he's a powerhouse, it would be impossible to subdue Nangongchen in an instant. Interesting. Wuchen chuckled deeply. Jiangyu is such a mysterious player that even the Heavenly Sword Clan's intelligence network couldn't trace him, and he's very confident in his strength, not even afraid of Wuchen. Wuchen suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to fight Jiangyu. Of course, after all, he is the Heavenly Sword Emperor, one of the strongest in the 8 worlds, one of the strongest players in the world. He's certainly not weak enough to lose to some unknown player. At that moment, Suyin stepped up beside Wuchen and softly said, Father, Jiangyu, what do you think of that guy? He seems very excited. I'm not sure either, but he does seem like an interesting person. Wuchen said. Right. I've never seen anyone act like that in front of my father before. Wuchen laughed. Haha, that must be because he doesn't really know me. He believes Jiangyu doesn't know who he is, that he could get away with it. If Jiangyu knew, he wouldn't have acted that way. That I don't know. Suyin curled her lips and seductively licked her red lip. Wuchen's eyebrows twitched slightly. Right. I've never seen anyone act like that in front of my father before. Wuchen laughed. Haha. That must be because he doesn't really know me. He believes Jiangyu doesn't know who he is, or how powerful he really is. If he did, Jiangyu wouldn't have acted like that. That I don't know. Suyin curled her red and said seductively. Wuchen's eyebrows twitched slightly. Right? I've never seen anyone act like that in front of my father. Wuchen smiled. He must not really know who I am. He believed Jiangyu had no idea who he was, or how powerful he truly is. If he knew, Jiangyu... Well, I'm not so sure about that. Suyin curled her red lips into a smile and said seductively. Wuchen raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you mean? He asked. We talked for a bit, and he said he's confident he can defeat you. Oh. Wuchen's eyes lit up with interest. Well then, don't you want to know where all that confidence comes from? Suyin asked while adorably clinging to his arm. Wuchen was interested in the young man. He had never seen his daughter interested in a man before. This disrupted his plans. He started to feel that training Jianlong to become Suyin's partner might not go as expected. After a moment of thought, Wuchen shook his head. I guess it's fine. He knew Suyin's personality well. She was interested in Jiangyu now, but once he lost him, she would lose interest too. Sorry, bold young man. But Jianlong is a better match for Su. Wuchen saw Jiangyu and Jianlong very differently. Jianlong had the heavenly dance constitution, while Jiangyu's ideal aptitude was the soul of the martial god. Jiangyu might currently be stronger than Jianlong, but Jianlong would definitely surpass him soon. Between the two, Jianlong was more suitable to be the future heir of the Heavenly Sword Clan. He was also very handsome. Jianlong's appearance, like a Greek sculpture, also influenced Wuchen's decision. No matter how he looked at it, he was certain Jianlong was more suitable for Suyin. I won't deny I'm a little interested. After all, not many people are this good to you. Suyin said. That's true. Father, what do you think? Wuchen admitted it. He came. He had to stay relaxed. Only then could he make Suyin lose interest in Jiangyu. Still, I actually quite like him. Wuchen believed. Once Jiangyu saw Wuchen's true power, he definitely wouldn't act like that again. It was a pity. But for the Heavenly Sword Clan's future, this was the only way. Alright, let's do that. Wuchen said. I love you, father. Suyin wrapped her arms around Wuchen's strong arm, her eyes shining with anticipation. Father will surely win, but he still hoped Jiangyu could be a little stronger, just enough to meet even a sliver of his expectations. Then he remembered the little girl tugging at his clothes. It was obvious who that little girl's feelings were directed at. Suyin's smile grew even more radiant. This will be fun. He licked his lips, clicked his tongue. Nothing is more tempting than what belongs to someone else. After returning home, Jiangyu had dinner, then went in his room. Sword Emperor. A bony-faced man appeared in his mind. Wuchen's appearance didn't match the title Sword Emperor, but the overwhelming aura he gave off proved that he was one of the 8 world-class lords. I wonder if I can actually take him on. Jiangyu couldn't tell just by looking. He was confident he wouldn't lose, but victory wasn't a sure thing either. I'm really curious. Jiangyu raised his hand. The demonic energy condensed in the magic crystal wrapped around his hand. He hadn't yet had the chance to properly test his mental power. Magic crystals. Before he could form them, no one in Korea was his match. Though he had tested it himself, it was nothing like a real fight. He really wanted to give it a try. Like forging a powerful item in a game but never using it. During the time he ruled the 9 hells, there was no such thing as magic crystals. Magic crystals, like unlocked abilities, were completely new powers to him, so it was only natural that he'd be curious. Jiangyu focused on the energy surrounding his hand formed by the magic crystal. As he thought about it, at some point, he felt something flow out. A small black gem, about the size of a fingernail, appeared in his palm. Looks like I can extract these kinds of things too. Jiangyu used Predator's right to devour the gem. He had very little knowledge about magic crystals. I'll think about it tomorrow. It was already late. Jiangyu lay in bed. At that moment, Ekidona opened the door and walked into Jiangyu's room. She was holding a pillow. What is it? I want to sleep with Jiangyu tonight. This suggestion was a bit troublesome, but before she could say anything else, Ekidona had already slipped into his bed. Jiangyu saw her act like a spoiled child all of a sudden, and was a little puzzled. Did something happen? Jiangyu asked. It's nothing. Ekidona used Jiangyu's arm as a pillow, curled up like a shrimp, just like always, clutching tightly onto Jiangyu's clothes. But something felt a bit off this time. It's okay. Go ahead and say it. You won't be mad, right? Of course not. At first, just being by Jiangyu's side made me happy, Ekidona said carefully. Now I'm no longer alone. No longer alone in that big nest. That already made me happy, Ekidona continued, still clutching Jiangyu's clothes tightly. Today, there was a strange woman interested in you. You mean Tian Suyin? Yeah. She was puckering her lips and staring at you. Jiangyu hadn't really noticed Suyin, so he didn't pick up on her behavior. But when I saw it, I felt like something was pressing on my... Just being by your side used to be enough. But now, it's not enough anymore, Ekidona said, getting closer to Jiangyu. I've become greedy. Her small hands pulled Jiangyu's clothes even tighter. Ekidona's breathing grew heavier. She leaned her head forward, licking her lips as she slowly approached Jiangyu. *******. Jiangyu, have you seen Ekidona? After the knock, Shuya opened the door and saw Jiangyu and Ekidona in a provocative position. Shuya was so shocked she couldn't speak. Ekidona, who had been clinging to Jiangyu, stood up. She looked at Shuya and fell into thought. For a moment, there was silence. Only the sound of breathing remained. Then Ekidona lifted her head. She walked toward Shuya and grabbed her clothes. There's nothing going on between me and Shuya, Ekidona said. What? What do you mean, nothing going on? Shuya asked. You can join us. Shuya. You. What exactly are you joining? Shuya couldn't speak properly. Like a broken machine. Ekidona tilted her head and replied. Maddie. Shuya's scream echoed throughout the house. She quickly covered Ekidona's mouth. Blushing and gasping, she glared at Jiangyu. Hey, Ekidona. Come here for a moment. Shuya dragged Ekidona out of the room and shut the door. Jiangyu felt like a storm had just swept through the room. She remembered the first time she met Ekidona, the little dragon trembling like an abandoned kitten. She was still just a little girl back then, trying to fill the void her father had left with warmth and love. Since that moment, Jiangyu had become Ekidona's father. But things changed. More accurately, Ekidona changed. Our sweet little daughter had changed. Alone in the room, Jiangyu was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Sparring. The next day, Jiangyu and Jin Shishuan arrived at the training room only to receive an unexpected invitation. Jiangyu looked at Wu Chun in surprise. Why so sudden? I just want to see how you can be so confident in front of me, Wu Chun said, eyes glowing. Jiangyu rubbed her chin. This was a good opportunity. She had always wanted to test the power of her magic mirror. If the opponent was a sword emperor, she could go all out without worry. Even aside from that, she wanted to see just how powerful a world-class warrior really was. Oh, father dear, don't be so stingy. What if Jiangyu gets hurt while sparring with the sword emperor? Tian Suyin asked with a concerned face. Jiangyu turned around. Please forget what my father just said. I don't want you to get hurt in a meaningless duel. Suyin carefully touched her arm as she spoke. Jiangyu stayed silent, then smiled and said, I don't like it. What? I don't like those little tricks of yours. What are you doing? On the surface, it looked like she was trying to stop the fight, but her real intent was obvious. What if Jiangyu got hurt? Calling it a meaningless duel was clearly an attack on a man's pride. So cute. She knew she was a charming woman, and she used that charm as a weapon to get what she wanted. She understood people and knew how to use her advantages without needing force. Still, he found her clumsiness and lack of experience kind of adorable. You lost points for being too obvious. You have to hide your intentions, and your timing was off, too, if you wanted to do it right. You should have casually said something before Wuchen challenged me. Kiki, what a fun little performance. That's another point off. If you want to act casual, practice not panicking first. Suyin stayed silent. Jiangyu continued. In the end, no need to act. I wasn't planning to refuse anyway. Jiangyu drew energy from the magic crystal. A powerful aura burst out from her body. Suyin bit her lip, looking visibly annoyed. Still, kind of cute. Hara. Wuchen laughed so hard he clutched his stomach. It's the first time I've seen someone play Suyin this well. F.A. Father, cut it out. Suyin shouted, blushing furiously. Wuchen couldn't stop laughing. Anyway, that was unexpected. I thought for sure you'd say no. I have no reason. Haha. Let's hope your attitude doesn't change after the match. Shishuan raised one hand. At that moment, a sword from one side of the training room flew toward him. It had been a long time since his heart raced like this. The last time was during the world ranker evaluations, when he faced Grace McCubbin. He prayed Jiangyu wasn't just all talk. If the match ended too quickly, it would be a huge letdown. Shishuan hoped Jiangyu was strong enough to make it a fun fight. Let's begin. Shishuan drew out his inner energy. I'll be cheering for you, brother, Shishuan shouted. The sword emperor who taught him martial arts, and Jiangyu whom he pledged loyalty to. He wasn't sure who to support, but as expected, he wanted Jiangyu to win. Still, I'm sure this fight is going to be tough. Jiangyu's opponent was the sword emperor. Shishuan knew Jiangyu was strong, but he didn't think he could beat one of the top-ranked sword kings in the world. How disappointing. Aren't you cheering for me? Wuchen asked. Haha. It's fine. I don't know what happened between you two, but bonds deeper than blood are worth celebrating. I'll give it my all too. Wuchen said casually. He never thought he would lose anyway. He had become too powerful to accept defeat. All right then. He drew his true energy. After amplifying his aura, he looked at Jiangyu. Although Jiangyu wasn't a martial artist, Wuchen could sense an incredibly powerful force in his dantian. No wonder he was so confident. It was a highly condensed energy, different from regular true energy, but it still felt incredibly powerful. Just then, he sensed something was off. Wuchen looked upward. Jiangyu's core. It was pitch black. He couldn't see anything. He reinforced his vision with aura, but still saw nothing. What is that? He had a bad feeling about this. Wuchen felt a chill over his body. Something was definitely wrong. That was the abyss. He couldn't fathom its depth or width. An ocean. It was like staring at a sea. The abyss was massive. Its size beyond the limits of words. The energy vanished. Wuchen focused on Jiangyu's core again. But the vast energy he felt moments ago was gone. What he saw was only energy spreading from Jiangyu's dantian through his body. Did I misread it? He probably hadn't fought in a while, and just got overly excited thinking about it. Wuchen shook his head, trying to calm down. No one could possibly hold that much energy. He must have been mistaken. There was no other explanation. May I begin? Jiangyu asked. Oh, my apologies. I'm getting old. My eyes aren't what they used to be. Wuchen raised his practice sword. Now's not the time to get distracted by illusions. Asterisk stomp asterisk. Jiangyu and Wuchen stomped at the same time. Their duel had begun. Jiangyu struck first. Strength, tank. He combined Iron Axe Fist with Frozen Fist. An axe surrounded by frost was born. He gripped the axe handle. Its blade wrapped in energy from his demon crystal. He grabbed the axe. Very good. Infusing condensed magic power from the magic crystal into the all-purpose weapon is far stronger than using ordinary magic power. However, The real advantage of magic crystals isn't just that. Jiang Yu concentrated the crystal's power into his legs. Even without using enhanced acceleration, his speed had already increased significantly. Adaptability. The first major advantage of magic crystals is that they can replace body-enhancing abilities. Of course, not as effectively as true enhancements, but more importantly, they can serve as substitutes to some extent. Boom. Clang. The axe collided with the longsword. Wu Chen's eyes widened. His hand trembled. The practice sword couldn't withstand it, and shattered on the Huff. Wu Chen quickly extended his hand. Another practice sword flew toward him. He caught it mid-air and unleashed the Azure Dragon sword technique. The sword in his hand surged like a dragon through clouds. It rose from the ground, aiming straight for Jiang Yu's neck. A direct strike. Jiang Yu leaned back, dodging invisibly. The sword tip curved and struck the blade of Jiang Yu's defensive weapon. The axe flew away, but before it hit the ground, a spear had already appeared in Jiang Yu's hand. It was the fusion of the Shadow Spear and Flame Fist, a dual-pronged trident. The Pident. Whoosh. Whoa. Seeing the sudden flash of the spear in Jiang Yu's hand, Wu Chen backed away. Jiang Yu gripped the Pident tighter, his eyes gleaming. Speed. The second advantage of magic crystals. It was the manifestation speed of omnipotence. His speed in creating pen nails was far faster than before. Asterisk stomp asterisk. He stepped forward, leaning his body back. He then pushed forward like a rebound. Jiang Yu summoned his spear with his right hand. Azure Dragon Flash. A blinding light burst forth. It was the same light that once slayed 3 giant trolls at once. The trident shattered under the light. The demonic crystal energy within the spear exploded like hellfire. Wu Chen was forced back. Destructive power was the third and greatest strength of demon crystals. That's right, destruction. Highly compressed demonic energy is lethal on its own. Not bad. Jiang Yu smiled. The power of the demon crystal was more than he expected. Unlike the endless demon box, the crystal's power lies in its compression. Since the endless demon box couldn't be fully used yet, this was a good substitute. He extended his right hand, infused blade omnipotence with explosion fist. Still, something felt missing. Slashing fist. He merged all 3 omnipotences into one, forming a 2-meter-long greatsword. He gripped the hilt tightly. Graham. He spoke the sword's name, a name from legend. Jiang Yu stomped on the ground, swinging Graham. A sharp energy wave burst out horizontally. Ah! Wu Chen exclaimed in surprise. He dropped his practice sword, placing his hand on his waist. His belt transformed into a sword. A powerful, razor-sharp energy radiated from it. Its blade was wrapped in solidified aura. Materialized energy condensed from his aura, the essence of a true sword dancer. The 2 swords clashed. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The training room, built to withstand intense combat, began to shake. The floor cracked. The walls split open. Jiang Yu pulled back. His hands were numb. This is exactly the level of power I expect from a world-class fighter. Wu Chen at full strength was truly formidable. If Jiang Yu didn't have magic crystals, he would have definitely lost. Jiang Yu glanced around. If they kept fighting, the building would collapse. He had tested the power of the magic crystal enough, and he was satisfied with the results. He did want to see what else Wu Chen had, but pushing further would just be greedy. Just being able to duel a world-class warrior was already enough for him. I think that's enough. Jiang Yu gave up. A brief silence. Shirshuan and Suyin stood with their mouths agape. They both stared at Jiang Yu. However, they weren't the only ones shocked with their jaws dropped. You? What are you? Wu Chen grabbed his trembling hand and glared furiously. For God's sake. Stop asking me already. I'm tired of being asked. If I told you, I really was a player who awakened 3 months ago, and you already investigated it, would you believe me? No way. Someone from 3 months ago? Impossible. See? You don't even believe me. So why keep asking? Jiang Yu replied wearily. I really am the guy you investigated. Sigh. I'm too tired to even talk now. Yeah. I have something like a divine gift. You said it was a divine gift. It must be, right? Jiang Yu pointed at the ground. Then I must be a talent that fell from the heavens. Chapter 101. The genius from underground arrives. Sparring. The next day, Jiang Yu and Jin Shirshuan went to the training room, but unexpectedly received an invitation. Jiang Yu looked at Tian Wu Chen in surprise. So sudden? I just want to see how you can be so confident in front of me, Wu Chen said, his eyes glowing. Jiang Yu stroked his chin. This is a good opportunity. He had always wanted to test. If his opponent was the Sword Emperor, then he could go all out without worry. Even without that, he still wanted to see just how powerful a world-class expert really was. Oh, dear father, don't be so stingy. What if Jiang Yu gets hurt during the sparring? Tian Suyin asked with concern on her face. Jiang Yu turned around. Please forget what my father just said. I don't want you getting hurt in a meaningless match. Suyin gently touched his arm as she spoke. Jiang Yu stayed silent. then smiled and said, I don't like it. What? That little act of yours. I don't like it. What are you doing? On the surface, it looked like she was stopping the fight, but her true intent was clear. What if Jingyu really got hurt? A meaningless match was clearly a blow to a man's pride. How cute. She knew she was an attractive woman, and she used that as a weapon to get what she wanted. She understood people well, and used her advantages without complaints. Still, he thought, her awkwardness and lack of experience was actually kind of charming. You lost points for being too obvious. You need to hide your intentions. Your timing was also poor. If you wanted to make it convincing, you should have said it casually before Wuchen challenged me. Heh. What an entertaining performance. But it still loses points. If you want to act relaxed, practice not panicking first. Su Yan fell silent. Jiangyu continued. In the end, no need for acting. I wasn't planning to refuse anyway. Jiangyu drew energy from the magic crystal. A powerful force radiated from his body. Su Yan bit her lip. That annoyed look on his face was kind of cute. Ha ha. Wuchen laughed out loud, holding his stomach. First time seeing someone portray Su Yan so perfectly. F.A. Father, please stop. Su Yan shouted, blushing bright red. Wuchen couldn't stop laughing. Anyway, that was unexpected. I thought you'd turn it down. I had no reason to. Haha. Let's hope your attitude doesn't change after the match. Shuren raised one hand. At that moment, a sword flew at him from one side of the training room. It had been ages since his heart beat this fast. The last time was during the World Ranker evaluation, against Grace McCubbin. He prayed Jiangyu wasn't just full of talk. He thought if the match ended too fast, the disappointment would be greater. Shuren hoped Jiangyu was strong enough to make the fight fun. Let's get started, then. Shuren released his inner energy. I'll be cheering for you, brother. Shuren shouted. The Sword Emperor who taught him martial arts, and Jiangyu, whom he swore loyalty to. He thought about who to support, but as expected, he hoped Jiangyu would win. But this was definitely going to be hard. Jiangyu's opponent was the Sword King. Shuren knew Jiangyu was strong, but he didn't believe Jiangyu could beat one of the world-class powerhouses. That's disappointing. Aren't you going to cheer for me? Wuchen asked. Yeah. Haha. It's fine. I don't know what's happened between you two, but a bond deeper than blood is something worth celebrating. I'll be giving it my all, too. Wuchen said casually. He never thought he would lose in the first place. He had grown too powerful to afford failure. All right then. He drew out his true energy, and, after enhancing his aura, looked at Jiangyu. Although Jiangyu wasn't a dancer, Wuchen could sense an immense energy in Jiangyu's dantian. No wonder he's so confident. That was a highly condensed energy. It was different from aura, but extremely powerful. Just then, he felt something strange. Wuchen looked upward. Jiangyu's core. Pitch black. He couldn't see anything. He enhanced his vision with aura, but still couldn't see a thing. What is that? He had a bad feeling. Wuchen's whole body felt cold. Something was definitely wrong. That was the abyss. He couldn't imagine its depth or width, like an ocean. It felt like staring into the sea. The abyss was too vast, its scale immeasurable. The energy disappeared. Wuchen once again focused his attention on Jiangyu's core, but the immense energy he just sensed had vanished. What he saw was only the energy from Jiangyu's dantian flowing throughout his body. Did I see it wrong? Seems like he hasn't fought in a while. Just the thought of fighting excites him too much. Wuchen shook his head, trying to calm himself. No one could possibly contain that much energy. He must have been mistaken. There's no other explanation. Can I begin now? Jiangyu asked. Oh, my apologies. I'm getting old. My eyesight isn't what it used to be. Wuchen raised his practice sword. Now was not the time to be distracted by illusions. Stomp. Jiangyu and Wuchen stomped in unison. Their spar began. Jiangyu made the first move. Force shield. He fused Iron Axe Fist and Frost Fist. An axe wrapped in chilling frost was born. He gripped the axe handle. Demonic crystal energy enveloped it, wrapped around the axe. Very good. Jiangyu infused the condensed magic power from the magic crystal into his all-purpose weapon. It was far stronger than regular magic infusion. But that wasn't the true advantage of magic crystals. Jiangyu focused the crystal's energy into his legs. Though he didn't use speed-enhancing abilities, his speed still skyrocketed. Adaptability. The first great advantage of magic crystals was their ability to substitute physical enhancement skills. Of course, they're slightly less effective than true enhancements, but the important thing is, they can serve as partial replacements. Boom. Clang. The axe and the long sword collided. Wuchen's eyes widened. His hand holding the sword trembled. The practice sword and shattered instantly. Clang. Wuchen quickly extended his hand. Another practice sword flew toward him. He grabbed it and unleashed Azure Dragon Sword. The long sword in his hand surged like a dragon flying through the mist. sweeping up from the ground, aiming straight for Jiang Yu's neck. Jiang Yu leaned back and dodged effortlessly. The tip of the sword shifted, clashing against the blade of the axe Jiang Yu held. The axe flew out, but before it hit the ground, a long spear had already appeared in Jiang Yu's hand. It was the fusion of Dark Lance Fist and Fiery Fist, a twin-pronged spear. Pident. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. Whoa. Seeing the flash of the spear in Jiang Yu's hand, Jiang Yu gripped the pident even tighter, his eyes gleaming. Speed was the second advantage of demon crystals. The speed of manifesting omnipotence was far faster than before when creating pident. Asterisk stomp asterisk. He stepped forward, leaning back, then pushed forward like a rebound. Jiang Yu summoned his right-hand spear. Azure Dragon Flash. A blinding light burst forth. It was the same light that once struck down 3 giant trolls at once. Pident shattered under the light. The demonic crystal energy inside the spear exploded like hellfire. Wuchen was forced back. Destructive power was the third and greatest advantage of demon crystals. Yes, destruction. Highly concentrated demonic energy was lethal on its own. Not bad. Jiang Yu smiled. The power of the demon crystal was greater than he had expected. Demon crystals weren't as infinite as the all-demon box, but their ability to compress demonic energy was potent. Since the all-demon box couldn't be fully used yet, this made a good substitute. He extended his right hand and fused Blade Omnipotence with Explosion Fist. Still, he felt something was missing. Slashing Fist. He fused 3 different abilities into one, forming a 2-meter-long greatsword. He gripped the hilt tightly. Graham. He called out the sword's name. It was a legendary name from mythology. Jiang Yu stomped and swung Graham with force. A sharp wave of energy burst outward horizontally. Harp. Wuchen exclaimed in shock. He dropped his practice sword and placed a hand on his waist. His belt transformed into a sword. An overwhelming, razor-sharp energy radiated from the blade. The blade was wrapped in a materialized aura. That solidified energy was condensed aura, considered the essence of a martial artist. The 2 swords collided. Boom. The training room, built to endure fierce combat, began to shake. The floor cracked. The walls split apart. Jiang Yu stepped back. His hands went numb. This is the level I expect from a world-class fighter. Wuchen was extremely powerful when going all out. If Jiang Yu didn't have the magic crystal, he would have lost. Jiang Yu glanced around. If this continued, the building would collapse. He tested the magic crystal's power enough and was satisfied with the result. He was curious what else Wuchen could do, but continuing further would be greedy. Just being able to fight one-on-one with a world-class warrior was enough for him. I think that's enough. Jiang Yu forfeited. A brief silence followed. Shirshuan and Suyin stood with jaws dropped. They stared at Jiang Yu. However, they weren't the only ones stunned speechless. You, what are you? Wu Chun grabbed his trembling hand and glared with rage. For God's sake. Stop asking me that. I'm sick of hearing it already. If I told you I really was just a player who awakened 3 months ago, you've already investigated it. Would you believe me? Impossible. How could someone from just 3 months ago possibly do this?